Saved. When heartbreak turns to hope, you're there through the American Red Cross. Use this moment to join us today. Visit redcross.org.
Here, al-Badwawi, a tribunal judge, he explained that the Islamic court was entirely voluntary and would not oversee criminal cases, child support, custody issues, or the transfer of assets, but would instead settle divorces, workplace disputes, and small claims. It's a non-binding tribunal that acts as essentially a mediator or arbiter of minor disputes to keep them out of court. And Christians and Jews have long operated similar religious courts. But according to this mayor, it's unacceptable if it involves Muslims.
All right, so let's understand a bunch of things. First of all, I'm not in favor of any of the religious tribunals. That's because I'm not religious. I'm agnostic, and we built the whole government centered around the idea of settling disputes. I would take it to the government. I'd take it to the regular courts. But this is voluntary stuff. So if two Jewish people want to go and settle a small claim or their marital issues with a rabbi, I'm not going to get in their business, okay? That's what they have voluntarily decided to do. If two good Christians want to do that at church with their priest, great. Two religious Muslims want to do that at a mosque, it's over a small claims thing and it doesn't bother anybody else. I don't love it, but that's their issue. That's not my issue. What am I going to get involved in their lives from? I'm going to bust into their temple, into their church, into their mosque, and be like, no, you follow my rules, right? Okay, now, if they were interfering with anything else, including state business, that would be a different matter. Very different matter, right? But they're not. They're voluntarily agreeing to go in front of an arbiter, basically, right? And it happens to be a religious arbiter, but I'm not from that community, so I'm not going to judge them as long as it doesn't upset anything else in the government. But that's not the mayor's intention anyway. The mayor's intention is, like when she says, Sharia law that's coming, well, she cares about the small claims, whether one guy took $50 from another guy or what happened inside somebody's marriage. She doesn't care about that. She wants to scare the living crap out of her residents and then pretend to be their defender and protector. Well, she did accomplish one of those things. She scared people enough. So when a 14-year-old kid, if you notice, wearing a NASA t-shirt, comes in with a science project, they all flip out and they go, oh my God. Now, so let's settle two important things here. America didn't used to be like this. The fear-mongering has had an enormous effect. How do I know? I know because I grew up in a family that was Muslim. Now, I had renounced that. I am against religion. I'm agnostic. And yes, Turks are more secular. I was never a deeply religious person. But did everybody in my school know that I was Turkish, and did all my teachers know that? Did they know that I came from a Muslim background? Yes, they knew that. Mrs. Rosenberg would have never done this to me. Mr. Popowski wouldn't have done it. Dr. Kimmel wouldn't have done it. None of the teachers that I grew up with would have done this to me, okay? And when I brought in a science project, they would have been proud of me, right? They wouldn't have done this. Look at what they did to this kid, right? And now, look, there's a huge upside to this that we're going to get to in a second. The great response back, right? But if that response had not happened, okay, that kid would have, if we hadn't gotten the spotlight on it as it happened, he would have thought, oh, no, that's it. I'm not going to do anything anymore, and I'm the enemy. They handcuffed that kid. They handcuffed him and walked him out.
So I just want to put up the picture in the first graphic, and I don't know exactly what it is, but looking at that picture of him in handcuffs and just the look on his face, it made me really emotional, right? And as someone who does news, you're not supposed to admit when you're emotional about a story. I don't care. It made me emotional because that picture represents a loss of innocence for this kid, right? I think a realization of what this country has turned into, and it's a really, really terrible thing. And hopefully the supportive response that he's gotten after this picture was taken doesn't deter him from pursuing whatever he wants to pursue, whether it's science, engineering, whatever. But you look at that picture, and he's a victim of the fear-mongering that you're talking about right now, Cenk. Like the same atheists who spend all their time debating about which religion is the worst and then coming to the conclusion that Muslims are the most violent and they should be the most feared and we should put all of our attention on them. Okay, that's the kind of fear-mongering that leads to an innocent 14-year-old being arrested for doing a science project.
Yeah, and not all Muslims. Not all Muslims. They sound like Donald Trump, right? It's just some Muslims, so watch out for the Muslims. Don't watch out for other people. Watch out for the Muslims. I didn't say all Muslims. Oh, you interpreted as a 14-year-old kid with a NASA t-shirt on. Oh, I could have never seen that coming. Okay, now, this one sentence by one of the officers involved It tells you exactly what the problem is. The kid walks into the principal's office, and the officer says, quote, "Yep, that's who I thought it was." Okay. Why would you think it was him? Why would you think it was him? And let's keep it real. If it's Bobby from down the street, you think they're going to say, "Hey, Bobby, we think you're a terrorist and you built a bomb"? And say, "Hey, Bobby, what is this?" This is how it's going to be resolved if it's Bobby from down the street.
You ask
Bobby,
questions.
"Hey, what is it?" "Oh, it's a clock." "Well, that's interesting. How does it work, Bobby?" It's Ahmed Mohammed calling the cops. So of course, there's going to be the doubters and the conservatives and whoever else, right? We're going to say, "Well, there was a lot of wires, man. You don't know. It could have been dangerous. A lot of dangerous things happen in schools." Okay. Now, first of all, if you're a science teacher, that's your job to figure out if it's a clock or a bomb. Okay, all right, forget it. You say, "Oh, no, I don't want to figure it out. I don't want to touch it." Okay, all right. Why don't you be a human being for a second and say, "All right, now let's put this somewhere safe." Okay. Yeah, okay, we want to be super cautious because we want to protect all the kids, including Ahmed Mohammed. If you want to use those excuses, fine. Put it somewhere safe, have somebody come and look at it, and have the 14-year-old kid sit in the principal's office. Yeah, it's a little, you know what, afterwards I'd apologize to him if I was the principal, but I had to check it out. You know, there's a lot of concern. We want to make sure we care about safety. Sorry about that, and great project. Sorry that we had to check it out, but we had to check it out of an abundance of caution. You don't handcuff the kid and arrest them when you don't even know what it is.
Exactly.
They handcuffed him and walked him out of there in front of the whole school and arrested him. They had no idea what it was. They had already made the assumption, "Yeah, that's the one I thought it was." Right? That's the Ahmed Mohammed that needs to be in prison. Right? So you tell me there are no assumptions? You're mental if you say that. You can't possibly believe that. Now, having said all that, the reaction afterwards, I think, was wonderful.
Yes.
The science community, and definitely not just Muslims. In fact, I didn't see any Muslims in the reaction. Christians, Jews, agnostics, atheists, everybody from across the country pouring in with hashtag I stand with Ahmed and offering jobs, offering internships, offering tours of NASA, and then obviously the president.
Yes. So let's go to graphic 21. The president tweeted about this, and of course he got some criticism from conservatives who love being Muslim-hating bigots. But President Obama said, "Cool clock, Ahmed. Want to bring it to the White House? We should inspire more kids like you to like science. It's what makes America great."
So I love the president did that. Now, of course, the Trumps of the world will use that and say, "See, we told you he was Muslim." Yeah, he's inviting Ahmed Mohammed with all his wires and circuits into the White House. We told you, right? So, and those are the guys who are doing the fear-mongering, and that's what's driving this in the first place. But I mean, as I saw tweet after tweet, and whether it was 400,000 tweets or 40,000, some enormous amount, right, of tweets with "I stand with Mohammed," and people taking a picture of themselves with a clock, and people saying, "Hey, don't let this discourage you. We're here to stand behind you, and we got your back." That's the America that I love.
Right.
That's the reason why I became an American citizen. That's what we came to this country for. It's still here. And I love that people roared back and said, "That's the America we believe in too." But now we are in a conflict. It's not the only America. And these two Americas are unfortunately right now warring with one another. The guys who are the bigots and the fear-mongers and spread the hatred and the assumptions and the stereotypes and the discrimination, and the ones who fight back.
Yeah, it's good to know that previous America still exists, and that's the silver lining to the story, knowing that there are those who are still open-minded, who don't draw conclusions about an entire community of people based on what extremists do. I think that at least lets me know that there's still some sanity left in the country.
I mean, look, some random Twitter handles here: Karen James, Doug Elson, these are all the good guys. Claire Lecron, Neil Dash, Emily Lakdawala, Silva, and it goes on and on. Molly Peoples, all these guys, and a lot of people in the STEM community, science community, saying we got your back because they stand for reason and logic. We all got to unite, and we got to be there for each other. Okay, enough of the fear mongering. Okay, enough of the discrimination. This is the most ironic thing there is. But I remember when America was better than this. So we should make America great again. And by that I mean stand for the principles for which it's founded, right? And for which we all love and want to fight for. And that's why some of us came to this country, some of us are incredibly proud of being born in this country. And we got to unite and bring that idea of the shining city on a hill that actually stands for liberty, equality, and justice. We got to bring that back.
All right. Comedian Steve Rannazzisi has now come forward and said that his account of what happened on 9/11 and where he was on that day were false, and he was completely lying about his story. Now, in the past, he said that he was one of the victims of 9/11, that he was in one of the towers when it was hit by a plane. However, now he says that it was completely fabricated, and he has apologized for lying. Now, in an elaborate detail, the actor, 37, has described working at Merrill Lynch's offices on the 54th floor of the South Tower when the first plane struck the North Tower. He said, I was there, and then the first tower got hit, and we were just, like, jostled all over the place. Okay, so that's what he had said in the past. He also claimed that he fled to the street just minutes before another plane slammed into this building. He said, and decided that very day that his life was too precious to waste opportunities, so he abandoned his New York desk job to pursue a career as an entertainer in Los Angeles. Now, I don't know why he lied. He doesn't really seem to know why he lied about this, but it was completely fabricated, and now he's saying that he apologizes for lying.
Well, I know why he lied. He did it for attention and sympathy and to be able to take advantage of that situation. And it made for a good story. So a lot of the same reasons why Brian Williams exaggerated some of his stories, Bill O'Reilly completely fabricated being in all those wars that he covered with a pen. So, but funny enough, I was going into the story, having read the headline, first couple of paragraphs, I wanted to pardon the guy. I really did. Because he's not Brian Williams or Bill O'Reilly. He's not relevant to the political discussion. He's not a congressman. So he's an actor. He did something stupid. We all do something stupid. Hopefully we don't do this, right? And I want to just say, okay, all right, let's be in a forgiving mood, right? Then you read into it more, and you're like, damn it, man, it is hard to get past it. Because it wasn't a thing he said in passing once or twice. He built elaborate stories around it. And in, like, intimate settings. Not like, hey, I'm on the Tonight Show, I got a story I got to tell in 90 seconds, right? Like, he's sitting down with Mark Maron on his podcast and talking about all the details of the day. And that's in 2009. It's not like you didn't have a chance to rethink it. So, when you want to talk about people taking advantage of 9/11, we talk about politicians who do that all the time. This guy took advantage of 9/11 to try to get some, credibility and with sympathy and etc. So, I mean, look, he's an actor, so it doesn't really matter too much, but it's a super dick move.
Waiting to cough, sorry. He was also quoted as saying, I still have dreams of, those falling dreams, right? So he really made it seem like it cut to him to the core. Like, he was really victimized by what happened. It changed who he was as a person. It changed the course of his career, which is why he moved from New York to LA. But I think it just goes to show you that oftentimes when you exaggerate about something, or when you lie about something, and you are, especially some sort of public figure, that lie will snowball into a bigger lie and a bigger lie. And then all of a sudden you kind of become a slave to that lie, because you can't really backpedal. Backpedaling or admitting that you had fabricated something looks really, really bad. So you go through your entire career lying about the same thing over and over again, and then eventually you get caught in your lies, right? Because
and you get caught at a time when your career is doing really well, because that's when a lot of people pay attention to you. So he's in the league for a long time. And by the way, I'm a little biased on his behalf, because I watch the league. I like the show. It's about fantasy football. I relate to it. So I want to like the guy, right? And then, of course, he had a couple of comedy specials, including just one recently. And then now he's a spokesperson for Buffalo Wild Wings, and now they're going to have to reconsider that. But to Anna's point, as he's rising up, at what point is he going to torpedo his career by saying, oh, yeah, I made a 9/11 thing up?
Right.
That is a super hard thing to do. But at the very least, he should have done what he started doing, it appears, in 2013, which is shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
Like, they asked him in some other show, and he was like, oh, yeah, I was outside. Anyway, let's move on. That's what you should have done for, the last 9 years.
Yeah.
I get that you somehow made it up for whatever reason, felt guilty about it, That's what he says, right? Then shh, don't go into elaborate detail on people's podcasts about how you were there and you were heroic and you were this and it changed your life. Don't do that.
Yeah, we all want to pretend like our lives are more interesting than they really are. But we're all boring people. Let's keep it real. And it's okay. Accept the fact that we're boring people and our personal lives aren't that great. Okay? So when he did finally come out and confess that he had been lying, he said, I was not at the Trade Center on that day. I don't know why I said this. This was inexcusable. I am truly, truly sorry. So he does feel bad about it.
Yeah, or his
really
PR person does. I mean, and of course, he could be losing hundreds of thousands, not millions of dollars now. So I bet he does feel really sorry about it. And again, look, this happens in more important contexts, but they always feel sorry after they got caught. Nobody ever feels sorry before they got caught, right? Nobody ever comes out before getting caught and going, okay, hey, I did this bad thing, right? And I'm really my bad, right? They always, next step for this guy, he's going to find Jesus. Oh, there you are. Hey, Jesus, how you doing?
I know, Jake, but if you were in his shoes and you were caught in a lie like this, would you out of nowhere come forward and be like, hey, everything's great, no one's caught me yet, but I just want to let you know I lied about 9/11. No one's going to do that.
I hear you. I mean, it's the same thing I say about Bill Clinton. He wasn't going to preemptively admit he had the affair with Monica Lewinsky. That's preposterous, right? But having an affair, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I find it to be... Yeah, a lot of people will disagree. More understandable than making up some crazy lie like this, try to take advantage of all those people's grief, right? I know he didn't mean it that way. He wasn't like, I'm going to take advantage of their grief. But when you make up something like this, you got to think that through. By the way, this guy's a serial liar. He said that he went to SUNY Purchase. Instead, he went to SUNY Oneonta.
Why did he lie about that?
This guy can't help himself, right? So, in fact, I feel almost a little bad for him. Because it turns out SUNY Purchase is a little bit better in communications or theater or whatever he thought he was studying, right? And so he's like, SUNY Purchase. Like, dude, that doesn't really impress anybody anyway, so just bring it down, okay? No disrespect to SUNY Purchase. I got some of my best friends went to SUNY's. But what a Purchase Oneonta, nobody cares. Nobody cares. And he's not alone in this. The person who eventually became the World Trade Center Survivors Network president apparently had made it up. Woman named Tanya Head. She was never in the World Trade Center. She became part of the Survivors Network and became the head of it. And then people realized, oh my God, she was never there. She was probably in Barcelona. She made the whole thing up. So some people have this psychological problem, where they're compulsive liars, pathological liars. I don't know if this is the case for this actor. And at the end of the day, he's just an actor and a comedian, so it doesn't really matter. So if you want to give him a break, give him a break. Right? Mm-hmm. He doesn't affect world policy. We're all going to be okay. And he's obviously got issues.
Yeah.
Right? So, it is what it is. Now we know. And then you make of it whatever you want.
All right. Fair enough.
It's not a pardon, but it's a...
Do whatever you want to do with this information.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. All right. We got to take a quick break. Let's do that. And when we come back, Matt Damon is being accused of being racist. I'll tell you why.
I just would want to urge people to think about whoever
Turks, Cenk, and Anna with you guys. Let me read some tweets for you guys. Your mama says, back from the East Coast and arrived to find Anna in a beautiful new dress on the first hour. TYT, the gift that keeps on giving.
Aw. So this shirt was designed by an amazing artist. He goes by Absent. You guys should check out his work. He's a political artist, and he designed this shirt. It's supposed to be chemtrails. Yeah, so that's
I see the plane now.
It's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, check out his political art. It's amazing.
So Absent is spelled ABCNT.
Yeah.
You're like, for a while I thought it was ABC not. That's because I'm not that bright. Okay,
Yeah.
Annette writes in, here teachers, look at this bomb I made. Seems like a poor terrorist strategy.
Yeah, seriously, I wanted to say that, but you were in the middle of a really, really good rant. Yeah, like, what kind of terrorist goes to the teacher and says, check out the bomb I made?
Didn't that trigger anything in your head? Like, why would he give it to me?
Right.
Why wouldn't he hide it? Why wouldn't he detonate it?
Yeah.
Right? Alright. I Know Nothing says, genius kid invents racist idiot detector, gets arrested for being brown. Welcome to Texas. Ruth Iverson says, so afraid of Sharia law and that woman county clerk gets to do what she's doing.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Whose Sharia law is the one that's causing an actual problem in America? Good question. Zach Parrish says, when I was in high school, I built a rail gun that fired iron rods. I got an A, not an arrest.
And there's some really smart kids out there. Like, I tried to, like, make a volcano.
My kids jump in a bucket full of water at the end of the shower. They go, volcano.
Why? Why?
Because when they put their butt in it, the water jumps out of the bucket, right? Because they're displaced. And then they go, Eureka, and run down the street. No, that's somebody else. Okay. It might be Archimedes. Okay. But yeah, so no, I couldn't even begin to build a volcano. I was much worse than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no. Joe Oliver says, I cannot wait for the candidates to throw this kid under the bus tonight during the debate. I mean, you think they won't, right? I mean, that seems way beyond the pale.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't seem
Bold. Let's see what happens. We're going to watch the debate together here.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys. I've been trying not to say it. But okay. First off, two small things about the kid. Number one, this kid we're talking about the positive reaction. It's a good feeling thing. Maybe I'm a negative person. I'm a pessimist now. But this happens all over the place. And we just heard about this one.
Mm-hmm.
So the kid who gets discriminated against and profiled and then gets arrested, we didn't hear his story. He's not getting invited to the White House. He's not getting offers of internships from Twitter and Facebook and invites from all these guys. He's just pissed now and just hates this fucking country because of what they're doing to him. So that happens. This is the one kid, and I'm glad he got it, but it has to change. And number two, you were talking about the cop, Jake, who said, I knew it was this guy or something like that.
Yeah.
So then, remember after Sandy Hook, the answer from a lot of gun enthusiasts was, oh, well, we got to have armed security at the doors to stop anyone that might cause us any harm. So as he watches this kid walking with a clock, maybe he's one of these types of guys, and he's like, oh, I've got a gun. Time to be a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
So the response to kids getting murdered is to put more guys on the edge of the school to watch out for whoever they deem the threat. And this guy deemed him a threat.
Yeah, I mean, if that officer who thought, yeah, I knew it was that guy, right, to JR's point, sees him with some circuitry and things, right, and he's going to be a hero, this situation ends much, much worse.
Yeah.
Don't have the guns in the schools. Jesus.
But, by the way, I wanted to add one really quick thing. For all the people who see these young kids from, the UK or the United States going into Syria and joining ISIS, and you're like, why would these young Muslims do that? Like, they must just be, inherently bad, right? No, it's because they're disenfranchised by these communities, right? They're being treated like they're terrorists. And so if they're already being treated like they're terrorists, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And also, not only that, I mean, you have a group of people that are like, oh, they hate you, right? And then America proves that they hate them. Why don't you come join us? And it starts becoming a very persuasive argument.
So, there are a great number of factors that go into why some young idiot might make that decision, right? It doesn't excuse the decision.
Right.
But if you're just closing your eyes to one of those factors because you don't want to hear it, are you really being reasonable? The reality is that it's clearly could be one of the factors, so maybe we should not help that along.
Right. Anyway, moving on to something completely different. Matt Damon is getting a ton of criticism after one of his episodes of Project Greenlight, which is a docu-series on HBO. Now, the whole point of this show is to do a competition and basically get new filmmakers, talented filmmakers who win the competition to create a feature film. And as a result, the people who were chosen for it decided to create a film that involves a white pimp slapping a black prostitute. Now, keep in mind that the people who won this competition are mostly white, with the exception of one producer by the name of Effie Brown, who's a black woman. And she's the one who got into a debate with Matt Damon about the way this black prostitute is being portrayed in the feature film. Now, Project Greenlight is an HBO docuseries that chronicles the behind-the-scenes process of making a movie. Season 4 of the show, produced by Damon and Ben Affleck, premiered on Sunday night after a 10-year hiatus. All right, so I'm going to show you the debate that took place, and then we'll discuss what happened afterwards. Take a look.
I just would want to urge people to think about whoever this director is, the way that they're going to treat the character of Harmony, her being a prostitute, the only black person being a hooker who gets hit by her white pimp.
We brought up to each other. So I think on the surface they look like one thing, but they might end up giving us something that we don't want. And when we're talking about diversity, you do it in the casting of the film, not in the casting of the show.
Ooh. Wow, okay.
So that last part is what upset a lot of people, because when he said you do it in the casting of the film, not the casting of the show, he's talking about the cast of people who are putting this film together, right?
So he's saying if you're going to pick actors, you should do diversity on the actors. Right?
Yeah.
But behind the scenes, people making the decisions, you shouldn't necessarily do diversity on. And I think a lot of people justifiably were like, whoa, no, you should do even more diversity on the decision makers. Not just the actors playing the roles. The decision makers are much more important.
Right, because the decision makers shape the storyline, they shape every single part of the final product. So it's important to have diversity, especially when you're talking about, race in a situation involving a prostitute and a pimp, right? Those are the types of matters that diversity would really, really help with behind the scenes, because you want to make sure that you're sensitive to different points of views, different perspectives. And his reaction to that was actually pretty surprising to me.
So, look, I'm enormously biased in favor of Matt Damon. He appears to be a solid progressive. I don't know from Adam, right? But based on his public comments, and he's done some great digs at Sarah Palin that I've enjoyed in the past, and Bush and all that stuff. So I want to like him, and I want to be on his side. And I ultimately, at the end of the story, that I was, right? But I think that in the beginning, when you look at that, you see, even if you're a liberal, you're a progressive, you might have some assumptions that ought to be questioned, right? If you assume that there shouldn't necessarily be diversity behind the scenes, well, somebody should question that assumption, right? And I think she did a great job of bringing that to light. Now, luckily, at the end, I think Matt Damon agreed with that. And
He did. So let me clarify one other thing. So this show is based on a competition, and the most talented filmmakers get chosen to put this feature-long film together. And, just to play devil's advocate, one might look at Damon's argument and say, okay, well, that's not what he really meant. What he really meant is we don't want to just focus on race when it comes to choosing these filmmakers for the show. We want to focus more on merit because that's more important. When you start focusing on race and only race, then all of a sudden you're doing something that could be determined as, discriminatory, I guess?
yeah, so now look, that's why it's a super interesting conversation, because there's not an easy answer. It is nuanced, right? So if you say, okay, we're going to do a quota, now we're going to do 4 seasons of Project Greenlight. So one of the seasons has to be a black director, the other season has to be a Latino director, 2 of them have to be women. Then okay, but nobody actually says that, right? That's usually framing that the right wing uses to make fun of looking at diversity, right? Do we think that we should pick based on merit? Of course we do, right? So for example, we had an enormously diverse cast here, on air, off air, etc. And it came together 100% organically because we didn't discriminate. We just picked whoever was the best, and it turned out to be incredibly racially diverse. Right now, sometimes it doesn't happen organically, and I think it's fair to say, and let's look a little deeper. Right. So, for example, the NFL has a rule that if you're interviewing head coaches, since African Americans were historically discriminated against in that particular position, you have to at least interview one African American. You don't have to hire anybody, but just give them a fair shot because they have been denied a fair shot historically. So it's an interesting topic to bring up. I wish he wasn't as defensive about it at the beginning. In the end, we're probably not going to disagree. I mean, you want to pick the best director, of course. That's the whole point of the show, is to pick the best director. Right? Yeah. As long as you give everybody opportunity. And my guess is, if you had the full conversation with him, you would agree. Maybe I'm being biased in his behalf, but that's my sense of him, especially based on his last comment.
So he did talk to Entertainment Weekly about this whole debacle, and here's what he had to say. I believe deeply that there need to be more diverse filmmakers making movies. I love making movies. It's what I have chosen to do with my life, and I want every young person watching Project Greenlight to believe that filmmaking is a viable form of creative expression for them too. My comments were part of a much broader conversation about diversity in Hollywood and the fundamental nature of Project Greenlight, which did not make the show. I'm sorry that they offended some people, but at the very least, I'm happy that they started a conversation about diversity in Hollywood. That is an ongoing conversation that we all should be having.
Okay, so we now go to our African American correspondent, who we picked because of diversity considerations. He was the only person diverse enough to show up in my living room when we started the show 13 years ago. No, that's actually Jesus. JR showed up a little bit after the living room when we'd moved into a 2x2 radio office. Okay, JR, what's up?
So, what were we talking about? It was Matt Damon. Yeah, totally racist. Totally racist, by the way. Okay. So, no, it's just, I think the problem is, people can be liberal, they can be progressive, they can be accepting of everyone who they are and not have any kinds of potentially racist overtones to them. But it's just, there's a difference. There's a matter of ignorance, there's a matter of just cluelessness and missing the point. So whenever people say you need diversity for the sake of diversity, that's why a lot of people who are in these positions of power and privilege get upset, because they're like, what the hell, who cares? I don't want to just hire anyone, which everyone can agree to. But the point of doing it when you're doing something especially creative and you're showing it to the world is the reason for diversity is so you can have other voices that have experiences that you don't have and see something you don't see. Remember the Jon Stewart thing and the Wyatt Cenac thing, and the whole blow up happened because Cenac was like, well, this could look like that, just so you know. And because someone's so used to being Mr. Liberal.
every moment matters and a hand reaches out. When a life is saved, when heartbreak turns to hope, you're there through the American Red Cross. Use this moment to join us today. Visit redcross.org.
Okay? And in the talent portion, she comes out. First of all, let's all acknowledge how absurd the whole contest is. There's a talent portion. Somebody twirling sticks, probably. Like, we're still doing this? They brought this contest from 1955 and they're still doing it. Somebody doing tapping for the talent contest. So she comes out in the nurse uniform and reads whatever she read. It looks weird.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. The whole thing looks weird. Every talent thing looks weird.
Let me just say, for the record, and I've said this in the past, I hate beauty pageants. I think beauty pageants are a waste of time. I hate that people even watch them or care about them. But this was one of the few instances where something interesting happened during a beauty pageant. The talent portion of it is the best portion of it because it's not focused on whether or not their tits look good in a bikini. It focuses on what they do for their careers. So am I interested in hearing what this beautiful nurse has to say about her career and what she feels passionately about? Absolutely. That's the only interesting part of it. So to say it looks weird and funny, I think is crazy. I think the part that's weird and funny is when they're shimmying on a stage wearing a bikini.
I know. It's really past this time. And look, I'm biased in favor of pageants because I'm Mr. Jamaica. And so having dated Miss Jamaica for 4 years, not a big deal.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Having been at the Miss Universe contest, of course, because my girlfriend was one of the contestants, I should normally be in favor of this, but I have to say that, it's past this time. You're right. I mean, they come out in the bikini. Like, look at our bodies, right?
It's disgusting.
It's crazy. I mean, yeah. So it made sense back in the day when that was our version of porn and it was seen as acceptable, right? And in 1965, like, oh, honey, I'm going to watch the Miss USA contest, the Miss America contest. Oh, I do declare I'm patriotic. That's why I'm watching. Yeah, that's it. Right? And back then, tap dancing made sense, right? Now, none of it makes any sense. So that's why I'm not hating on The View, because they're like, what's she doing in the nurse outfit? Something's crazy.
No, but they specifically singled her out. And Joy Behar's comment of, why is she wearing a doctor's stethoscope? When was the last time she went to the doctor?
Well, I don't know. Apparently not, it's been a long time.
Okay, sure. But I don't know. I mean, I go for my annual physical, which is important. Everyone should do it, right? Make sure you get that blood test. You don't want to have high cholesterol or anything. And I see the doctor for a total of 2 minutes. The doctor comes in and asks, one question. Are you sure you're not dying? I don't think I am. Okay, bye. The nurse is the one who does everything else. She draws my blood. She makes sure that my vitals are okay. She weighs me. She does everything. And they're also the ones that do all the dirty work, too, like changing bedpans and all the shit that doctors don't want to do. Not hating on doctors. They work really hard. They're really, really important to society as well. But belittling nurses is beyond misguided.
No, I'm still not going for it.
Okay,
let me admit more bias. I know Joy Behar a little bit. We worked at Current together. I really like her. So, okay, take it with a grain of salt, yada, yada. Okay, so, but my guess is if you ask her about today, she's going to, A, can't believe it's become such a big deal, but B, will say, oh, I shouldn't have said the line about the stethoscope.
Yeah, they've apologized.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows. She knows that, right? And so it's factually wrong, and it pisses nurses off because they do important work. We get that. But now every community is pissed about everything. Now, nobody's watching The View anymore, which is not true. Like, the nurses are going to watch The View. This isn't going to happen. There's no ban.
No one's watching The View anyway. So
well, that's a whole different matter. Okay. Yeah. So, but, we can't, the nurse community is on fire because of an inappropriate joke that was made. Okay, it's wrong. You made your point. Now let's all get past it. Because there's not an anti-nurse bias. They're not racist against nurses at The View. It's not systemic. They're not Fox News.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, but these women have a platform which they use to speak about a number of issues. Some of those issues are stupid and superficial. Some of those issues are important. And unfortunately, in America, when you see someone on TV, you assume that they have some intelligence and some credibility necessary to make these comments or make these statements. Okay, it's not like this is just some random show. It's The View, right? It's a show that's on television and people trust what they have to say. And so when you come across as ignorant, then you deserve the criticism you get. Look, we get criticism on a regular basis, right? And sometimes we say stupid things and we deserve it. I'm not gonna like fight back against that and just be like, come on, I just do an internet show. Give me an easy time. I can say whatever I want. It was just a joke. No, if you're ignorant, you should be called out. And in this case, they were ignorant.
Maybe that's why I'm even more biased on behalf of The View in this case. Because now everybody's saying, okay, you guys bragged all day long about how you're the #1 news show. Now everybody agrees, not a big deal. Did we win the Triple Crown? The Streamy's Best News Show, Webby's Best News Show, and Variety says it too. I don't know what that has to do with the story, but anyway, it just kind of slipped out.
Right.
So if you guys are the top online news show, then every single nook and cranny of what you say matters. Yeah, but sometimes we just joke around, man. It's not because we hate nurses, not because we hate this, not because we hate that. It's because we're joking around, right? So, I don't know, man. I'm giving them a pass. So I'm sticking to my guns.
I'm not.
All right, this country is split. This issue has split the country apart. So we're going to need a TYT poll on it, okay? This issue is polarized everybody. Okay, so is the View racist against nurses? I'm kidding. That's not the poll. What do you want the poll to be? Like, is what the View did unacceptable? But I mean, look, then you're going to win. I mean, they shouldn't have said.
Oh, they shouldn't have said it. But they were just joking.
All right. Okay, I got it. Should we pardon the View or not for this grave offense? Okay, forget grave offense. Should we pardon the View for what they said?
Okay.
Period. Yes or no? We'll put that on the TYT app. Go out there, vote on it. I'm actually super curious what you guys think because we're very split on it.
Yeah, and I should note that today they issued an apology on the latest episode of The View, admitting guilt. So what they said was unacceptable, and we should all move on.
I agree. We should all move on. See, I would.
All right. Do we have time for more? No, we don't. Do we?
Yeah, one more.
All right. Alabama is thinking of passing a porn tax to make up for a budget shortfall that they're currently dealing with. Now, this porn tax would be a hefty one. In fact, the Alabama House Ways and Means Committee passed the proposed porn tax in a 10-4 vote on Wednesday as lawmakers rush to fill a massive budget shortfall. In addition to any other applicable taxes, a 40% state excise tax will be levied on gross receipts from the sale, rental, or admission charges of pornographic material. It kind of goes to show you how out of touch politicians in Alabama are because no one's paying for porn.
Right? Totally right. So this story is super relevant and super irrelevant. It's irrelevant in that, like, these guys, they think we're going to impose our morals on them. They're pouring on them 40% of them. Okay, yeah, except knucklehead. Whose goes, like, I remember when I was a kid, there was a porn vending machine in a hotel. We used to ride across town on our bicycles, risk our lives crossing the turnpike, or the Route 18, I should say, to buy a porn magazine from a vending machine. That was like 1 million years ago. Who's going and buying porn like tiny percentage, right? So it's unsurprising that the conservatives in Alabama have not heard of the internet. Okay, now the reason why it is relevant is this is why I was worried about cigarette tax, right? Now I don't want anybody to smoke. I think it kills people. It causes cancer. I want to try to prevent it and minimize it as much as humanly possible. But once we start down the road of judging people's habits and their morals, or the things that they're doing right or the things that they're doing wrong, is where that road ends up. You start with cigarettes, then you go to alcohol. But what do you say your business how much I drink? Then all of a sudden we're at porn, and you're judging my morals.
Yeah.
And you're charging me more based on that.
So here's the thing about cigarette taxes and soda taxes, all of which I disagree with, right? They want people to stop doing things that are deemed unhealthy, right? Drinking a lot of soda, it's unhealthy. Smoking cigarettes, it's unhealthy. So it's a way of deterring people, which I understand. I don't agree with this type of strategy, but I understand the thinking behind it. This porn tax really angers me because it's not only a regressive tax, right? It's a tax that actually goes against something that is healthy for you. Right? You should be spanking the salami. That's good for you. I just recently read this interesting piece about all the different physical things that happen to you after you orgasm from masturbation, right? And it does wonderful things to your body, and it feels really good. Yeah, so like, of course, when you're stressed out, it could help with that, but there are a bunch of other things. Unfortunately, I don't have this in front of me right now, so I can't list it for you. But it's a healthy, natural thing that we should all be doing, right?
I'm afraid that some people in the audience might have already taken you up on your suggestion. Okay, so, well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
And of course, they don't care about the health benefits.
No.
They're imposing their morals on you. And so that's what I'm afraid of. It starts with, well, I think it's unhealthy for you, which is also a judgment on your lifestyle to some degree, right? And then now all of a sudden, I think this is not good for you. In another sense, it's immoral.
Yes.
Okay, and here's where we are. By the way, the guy, I thought conservatives hated taxes. Oh, no, they love taxes when it's on you.
Yeah.
But they hated taxes when it's on the rich that fund their campaigns. So Republicans are not against taxes, okay? They only want tax cuts for the rich. But whenever it's a tax cut that applies to the poor middle classes, Barack Obama did with Social Security taxes, they're like, oh, no, they were against it. Wait, I thought you wanted tax cuts. No, but that goes to the poor and the middle class, not to our rich friends. Now when you have a tax increase in Alabama, where I thought you guys were against taxing in Alabama, right? But now it's against poor, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, that could be interpreted in the opposite direction, which apparently Anna tells me is healthy.
Oh my God. By the way, lawmakers in Alabama are misguided about a number of different things. There's a town in Alabama that's thinking about banning saggy pants. This is Dadeville City, and the council members there have decided, you know what, maybe we should take up this issue of saggy pants because we just don't like it. And a female council member came in and said, well, we don't want to discriminate, so why don't we ban short skirts too?
Yeah. So the Dadeville City Council member, Frank Goodman, is the one that wanted to ban the saggy pants. He said, I know that God would not go around with pants down. Good friend, how do you know that? Okay, and he said, you know, he had a little answer. He said, I prayed about it.
Oh, okay.
So that's the thing I can't understand. I prayed about this, and I know that God would not go around with pants down. Okay, now, first of all, let's just acknowledge that that's literally untrue. Jesus didn't wear pants.
Yeah, he wore that, like, flowy white robe thing, right?
Yeah, he was all about the robe. We don't know what was underneath. I don't know. I don't want to know. But it wasn't pants. Okay. So the idea that God Almighty, who creator of the universe, would care about a particular kind of item of clothing that we're wearing here on planet Earth, and that we came up with thousands of years after he sent his disciple or his son, his messenger, whatever these guys believe, right? Jesus Christ. Muhammad also didn't wear pants if you're Muslim. Okay, so, but now all of a sudden he said, God, oh yeah, you refer pants up.
By the way, I'm like, who cares about the God component of this? Like, I know that they're using that as an excuse, but at this point where everyone is an adult, you have to deal with the fashion police. You have to deal with dress codes within your own community. If any official, if any cop came up to me and said, I'm sorry, your skirt is too short, I would lose my mind, right? I would probably be placed in a chokehold because I would lose it. Like, I couldn't even handle someone at work telling me that what I'm wearing is inappropriate. I wear what I want to wear because I'm fucking 29 years old. I'm an adult.
You're 29 now.
All right? I get to wear what I want to wear. I get to make the decisions. And I don't know. I dealt with this shit when I was in high school. I have to deal with it now? That's crazy.
Yeah, we're adults here. Okay, so look, you want to say anti-obscenity laws or whatever anti-nudity laws you want to pass. You're not allowed to show the nip or whatever you want to do down in Alabama. Bless your heart. I know that happens across the country. Parts of it I disagree with, but we're all going to live with that, right? But when you get into, I don't like the way you're wearing your clothes, please get the fuck out of my life, okay? Now, I'm not a saggy pants guy. Nobody wants to see my ass, right? But, see, I don't impose my way of thinking on everyone else. So if I like to wear my pants up past my belly button, which I used to when I was younger, that's so embarrassing. Okay, that's up to me, right? They should have regulated my ass back then. Okay, or some guy wants to wear it a little lower. It's like your opinion, man. You gotta leave it at that. So please get out of our lives. I mean, this guy is African American. I don't know if he's a Democrat or a Republican or whatever he is. But either way, get, okay? Get out of my life. Okay. Please, believe in the principles in Alabama of smaller government.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. We got to take a break here. Now, when we come back, Jimmy, John, Anna, and I, we're all going to be here. We're going to do some political and international news stories for you guys, and then we're going to head right into the debate, right? Into the debate.
Good night.
Unexpected Wednesday power panel. Hey guys, so it's actually not unexpected at all because we're doing the debate coverage in a little bit. So we're going to just do some stories for you guys before we do that debate coverage. John Idol, Anna Kasparian, Jimmy Dore, and Mr. Jamaica right here in this hour. Bitchy Gay Guy says, the graphics people / person at TYT rocks my socks. Thank you. I didn't put any together today, but they must have liked some of the graphics in the background. And Bitchy Gay Guy, you rock our socks as well. Yet another drinking game for the debate tonight.
Nice.
Bitchy Gay Guy, everybody join along. I tweeted it out.
Partaking.
And so, yes, I know we've got beers here, so there's some chance we'll do the same. Jonathan Abramson says, nice Archimedes reference, Jenk. It's not every day we get one of those. Thank you. And then V. Chris Lapaco says, I'm sorry that I offended you is so much better than if I offended you, right? So that was on the Matt Damon story, and I think that's a fair point. Although maybe you say, I'm sorry if I offended you, if you want to be a little snide.
Yeah.
Like, if I was the people from The View, I'm like, oh, nurses. Sorry if I offended. Kidding. Now, you guys are going to get me on the warpath against nurses. I'm not. I love nurses.
It's a dick
Nurses,
thing
by
to
the way,
say,
were great
too.
to me very recently.
It's a dick thing to say because, you can say it shouldn't have offended you, but it did offend you. It's not if. You know that they were offended.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have been necessarily I'm not saying in this particular case, I'm saying in some cases, but you know that they were.
You made an Archimedes reference? I used to read Archimedes comics when I was a kid. Archimedes and Veronica were my favorite.
Jughead.
Two references in one day.
Different.
Oh, different.
Yeah, okay. All right, let me just read the member shout-outs, and then we'll do one big segment for you guys, and then we'll do the debate. Danny Torres is member number 1733, and Yvette Chica is member number 1985, a very good year for 15 years. Wall shout-outs, meaning the donor wall, the guys who built the studio. Alice Shore, mother of Michael Shore. Alice, thank you so much. You're the best. And Baryan Zerzes. How's that for a badass name? Baryan Zerzes. Wow. That's awesome. That sounds like an old Persian king.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I thought it was more of a outer space traveler.
Either one. Bring it back.
When you start your last name with the X, right? When you start your last name with an X, that's outer space shit.
Yeah.
Queen of the Martian Amazons.
You see what I did there? Not just Archimedes references. A Matt Damon reference thrown in there. Bring it back.
Yes.
I haven't seen it.
I didn't follow. I'm sorry.
I'm right there with you, Jimmy.
Good movie, too. Look into it.
All right, Johnny Pye, what do you got for us?
Okay, let's talk about the Syrian refugee crisis. Syrian refugee crisis added one more ugly moment today, earlier, when Hungarian police clashed with a number of Syrian migrants who had massed near and were breaking through some fences that had been set up to separate Hungary from Serbia. There were a number of protesters and people trying to get into Hungary. Some people are saying 500, some people are saying 1,000 or even more. They had been sort of lighting tires on fire. And then eventually some broke through and there was violence. Canisters of tear gas, pepper spray was used, and water cannons were used, which of course brings up some of the worst imagery from our own country from the past century. Now, this came about today because Hungary acted this week to stop the huge flow of people, sealing off its border with Serbia with a razor wire fence and making it a crime to enter the country illegally. Now, they were able to do this because the border between Hungary and Serbia is only a little bit more than 100 miles, basically, and they'd effectively closed it off. Now, in the run-up to then, something like 500 people, or 5,000, I should say, 5,000 refugees had crossed the border in the 24 hours before the fences were finally erected. So obviously, a huge number of people massing at this point. We have a description of some of the violence that happened at the protest today. Children and women cried while young men with scars over their faces hurled stones as they charged toward the police through thick tear gas smoke. Several Serbian ambulances arrived to treat the injured. The crowd also lit up old tires, causing dark smoke to fill the air. Hungarian media reported that a pregnant woman began giving birth to a baby amid the clashes. So there were a number of people injured. Obviously, some did make it in. We're going to give you some stats for how many migrants have transitioned through Hungary into other EU countries soon, but obviously, this is not what we want to see as we're debating what should be done to help integrate the migrants into different countries.
So, I don't know if I'm surprised, but I'm a little conflicted about this. Okay, so, on the one hand, the refugees' plight is heartbreaking. And I read a completely different story a while back about the Syrian refugees inside Turkey. It's actually the poor woman who got shot in North Carolina by the happened to be an atheist. I remember that story. And she used to go and treat the kids there for dental work. Some of them needed dental work. But then when they want to come in and you've erected a physical barrier, and some people are trying to breach that barrier, you're going to have a situation. Yeah. You're going to have a situation, so you got to make a call here. What are we going to do? Are we going to let them in? Or are we going to physically stop them? So I think it's super tough. I don't think it's an easy call.
No, I think you definitely got to rifle butt those kids, maybe tear gas some of them for sure.
So I hear you,
some of them you have to tear gas.
No, I hear you.
They're fleeing a war zone. I mean, what else? You just got to pepper spray them, kick them a little, maybe trip them.
So I hear you, right? So the tripping and the tear gas, of course, all terrible. But I'm asking you guys, what should we do? If you're hungry, what do? You just say, okay, then
you're
come
hungry.
on in.
I don't know. You make a stink internationally. You go to the UN. You demand help. You demand some kind of funding so you can set up refugee camps. I don't know if you're at I don't know, what would you do if you were at the border and you're one of those guys and they gave you a rifle and say, hey, why don't you go hit one of those guys in the head who are trying to come over here?
I hear you, Jimmy. I'd have a hell of a time listening to that order about throwing the tear gas at these poor kids and parents and grandparents. trying to escape for their lives, and they're running for their lives. I get it, right? But at I don't want to throw the tear gas. I certainly don't want to do that, right? But then is the answer, okay, I'm going to go to the UN, which is going to take forever, and in the meanwhile, this 500,000 is going to cross, and the next 500,000 is going to cross. I don't know that is the answer. Yeah.
So I think that we're assuming that, all the Hungarians that are involved in this story are rational actors, but I don't think that they are. I know that there's a huge issue of xenophobia in the country of Hungary. That's not to say that all of them are xenophobic or all of them have issues with, racism or anything like that. But, there's a political party there, the Jobbik political party to be specific, that's very clear about the fact that they only want Hungarians in the country. They don't want any other person with any other background in the country. And that kind of messaging might resonate with some of them. And so their reaction and violent response to those refugees kind of makes sense when you consider that school of thought. You see what I'm saying?
What would we do? We probably wouldn't be any better at all. I mean, if we had 500,000 people coming in, do you think the Trumps of the world wouldn't send down people to rifle butt them?
Well, Obama has mentioned that he wants plans to bring in at least 10,000 refugees, right? At least there's some sort of plan in place to accommodate some of the refugees.
No, but I would actually say that that's a bigger point in favor of Hungary. Because Hungary's like, oh, how cute. You'd like to bring in 10,000 refugees for a problem that you had a huge part in causing, right?
Yes.
Hungary didn't cause it. You caused it. Now I got to take in millions of refugees, but you're only going to take in 10,000. So please spare me your outrage about what I did.
Yeah. Right, but meeting people who are fleeing from a war-torn country with violence also doesn't make sense.
Okay, but what is the answer? Don, do you have an answer?
Is this all right, sorry. Is it the first time that Hungary's ever had to try to work with some of their other neighbors? I mean, don't they have regular dialogue with the countries around them? And everyone's solution is tear gas and rifle butts?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a big crisis, but at the same time, it's like, that's how you respond to this crisis? That's your fucking big idea? I mean, come on.
No, I hear you, Jimmy. The problem comes in when the guy says, I'm going to go right there, and you are charged with making sure he does not go right there. Right? That's where the problem comes in.
Right.
How do you do that? I mean, maybe the answer is you try to do it the best way you can, and if it doesn't work, you just throw your hands up and let him in. Right? I don't know, but I still maintain not an easy question.
Look, and you made reference to what, say, Donald Trump would do, and Donald Trump, I think it's absolutely horrendous when it comes to what he wants to do with our southern border, but there are other people in the same party that he's trying to be the nominee for who want to set up lethal deterrents at the border, or who want to use drones or whatever. And at least with Hungary, they're using, look, I don't like tear gas, I don't like pepper spray, I don't like water cannons, but they are non-lethal for the most part, which is certainly better than could be said for what some other people would want to deploy at the border. And we know that while they didn't move into Hungary and stay there, there are estimates that just this year alone, 200,000 migrants have transitioned through Hungary into other countries. I don't know what Hungary's policy is in terms of how many long-term they want to allow to stay there. I assume that at some point they're going to have to allow a lot to stay there because Germany is already integrating a lot of people. I mean, these refugees are attempting to be spread into a lot of different countries, but each country has a certain number that they can economically and socially in terms of healthcare actually provide a support system for. Hungary is probably going to have to be one of those. The U.S. should certainly be one of those. We're a large country. We certainly have room and we certainly have the resources. We could divert 1% of our military budget and give fine, let me make paradise for the refugees here. So we should probably do that.
Now, the one thing that I think we're all going to agree on is it may be all of this crisis that is now finally affecting the West. Before, it's just, it's optional. You want to join the army, you go join the army, you go fight over there. Hey, I didn't make you do it, right? Hey, I took taxpayer money and I put it into defense, but I gave you a patriotic bumper sticker, so you all went along with it, and it never affected you, right? Now it's affecting you. So the next time that the West is considering invading a random Middle Eastern country, you should put a couple of thoughts behind it, right? Because now it might affect you, right? Yeah. So now you say, hey, wait, Syria, Bashar Assad is the dictator there, and that's his responsibility. Certainly, he's a huge part of the equation here, and so it's not a simple and unnuanced conversation about who's at fault and what created this mass migration in the first place. But another huge part of that answer is ISIS. And ISIS certainly would not have existed if the United States and our allies, Coalition of the Willing, how willing are they to deal with the consequences now, right? Coalition of the Willing didn't go in and invade Iraq, de-Ba'athify the army, right, and drive the Sunnis and the Shias into what it seems to be now an endless war raging throughout the Middle East, and create even deeper Muslim fundamentalism. So, did we have a role to play in this mass refugee crisis? Absolutely. And so, next time the U.S. or some parts of the U.S., luckily we didn't do it this time, but they'll be back, say, hey, maybe we should go drop bombs on Iran. Europe, remember this moment, because you're going to have 10 times this if you start a war with Iran. But keep it real, those are the consequences. And yes, they will affect you. You should be ready for that, and it matters. It doesn't just matter to foreigners and other people. It matters to you now.
Yeah, I want to clarify a point that I said earlier. I made a mistake. Hungary had announced that they would be sealing off the border on this date, and so there were a large number of refugees that crossed over in the day beforehand. But the 5,000 number that I referenced earlier was how many crossed over the border between Greece and Macedonia. I don't have the exact numbers for Hungary. Okay. Why don't we turn to a second element of this? Okay. And this will go back to something that we were just talking about. Presidential contender Mike Huckabee wants to express his own unique version of Christian empathy when it comes to the Syrian refugees, and it sounds a little bit something like this. Are they really escaping tyranny? Are they escaping poverty? Or are they really just coming because we've got cable TV?
Oh my God.
I don't mean to be trite. I'm just saying we don't know. I've got a better idea. So in reference to the idea that he says that Saudi Arabia is going to build literally hundreds and hundreds, 600 mosques for some of the Muslims who fled Syria, when really they said that they would build one mosque in Germany for every 100 refugees, which could still be a large number, but it's not going to be 600. He said, I've got a better idea. Why doesn't Saudi Arabia host them? And we will send some assistance through our charitable organizations for some hospitals and schools. We will design the curriculum for those schools. They won't be madrasas to teach terrorism.
So when he said he doesn't want to be trite, I looked that up. Trite sometimes means a repulsive, insidious asshole. So I think that's what he meant. He doesn't want to be that. Too bad, too late.
Yeah. Watch out for anybody who says that. I don't mean to be X.
Yeah.
They're about to be X.
Hey, I'm not racist. But here comes some racist shit at you right now.
Exactly. Yeah. So, the refugees are largely Muslim. And he says, but we'll teach them. We'll teach them by denying them access to our countries. But that's okay. Then we'll shove Christian propaganda down their throat. So it won't be madrasas. Now, madrasas are Muslim schools. I don't like madrasas. I'm going to be absolutely clear about that because I don't want you kids getting propaganda about the Quran or the Bible or any of these other things. I want them to learn science and history, etc. But when you spit in their face and then go, the only thing we'll give you is an education you don't want and attack their identity, you're not really helping the situation.
Yeah.
And you're not really winning any converts. And they go, oh, well, Huckabee, you were right. I was coming for ESPN. You caught me. Because I love American baseball, even though I'm a Syrian refugee. I barely escaped with my life and my kids' life when ISIS and Assad were coming to kill me, right? But thank you for your concern that you'll give me a nice Christian school.
Yeah, his reaction is a perfect example of how disconnected our politicians are to the realities of what we've done in the Middle East, and also just the lack of empathy that he has, right? He doesn't see them as people. He sees them as animals that would come here just to take advantage of cable TV. Are you kidding me right now? These people are losing their family members. They're losing everything they have. They're leaving everything that they had in order to look for a more peaceful environment for them to live in, and all he can do is insult them like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I checked into it, and we actually had cable years ago, but for some reason they weren't fleeing Syria then. They are fleeing now during the Civil War. They're fleeing in every direction to every neighboring country and crossing through multiple countries. So why are they moving on through more and more European countries? Why don't they just stay at the first one that's got TV? They've got certainly enough channels. And we were talking about a week ago about how sick it is that humans have taught ourselves different psychological tricks to consider people to be not quite human or not fully human. And he can actually imagine that there's like a guy in a boat who sees his son drown. Says, well, shit, that sucks, but, you know, they've got ESPN2 there. Like, he actually thinks that that's how callous they are. And that apparently he would not do what these refugees are doing. If America descended into the state that Syria is in, he would just stay there because he doesn't want to economically impose on any of his neighbors or anything. It's just sick.
And so, I mean, what Mike Huckabee is just, he doesn't think any of that stuff. He's just a demagoguing jerk, right? He knows exactly what he's doing, and he's whipping up anti-Muslim sentiment and fear. He's doing all those things that you shouldn't do if you're a responsible person, let alone a Christian. So he's none of those things. He's like the worst of the worst of the worst.
You know, I didn't know Huckabee was this bad, to be honest. I mean, like, he comes across as folksy, and sometimes he'll have some populist positions, and I know all the bad things he's done in the past, but this is beyond the pale, because, you know, you probably have seen it, a lot of people have seen it, that kid who had washed ashore, 3-year-old that had died, a refugee, he's trying to get across, and he died in the water. You see his father crying, and you see all that, and you say, dismissively, they were coming from you. And you get what he's doing, right? He's calling them welfare.
Yes.
And like, oh, they just want to come and get our welfare.
Yes.
You think you would risk a 3-year-old's life, your son's life, get oxygen, television, or to get A&E or whatever it is, right? Like, what an asshole. What an unbelievable... And this guy was a pastor. So you'll excuse me when I have some healthy skepticism about religious, zealots, whether they're Muslim or they're Christian, right? And, birds of a feather. And then they'll say, oh, the Muslims, watch out for the Muslims. And the Muslims, by the way, will say, oh, watch out for the Christians, watch out for the Christians. No, we got to watch out for both of you, okay? The fundamentalists who are like, oh, the other is the enemy.
I think Jesus said, watch out for the lepers, because they'll hang on to your wallets when they're around, because that's what they're coming for. Lepers, beggars, your widows, your orphans, they're freaking sneaky pricks. I think that's what Jesus said.
Well, actually, I have one more graphic, actually, which gets into his interpretation of his obligation as a follower of Jesus. He says, that's not a lack of Christian charity, referring to his earlier comments. It's the essence of charity. Provide for needs, but not to put your own children at risk. And what you're importing could be people who have a nefarious purpose for wanting to be here.
Wow. That's the definition of a lack of Christian charity. That is exactly what that is. You're trying to spin that on your head.
If being a Christian
means anything,
if this is what it produces in a person, then you were wasting your time. You could have just been a callous asshole. You could have been any religion. It's supposed to provide some sort of feeling of obligation to the other people around you, to the commonwealth of humanity across the globe, and an idea of that because we were all created in God's image, or whatever it is that you believe, that we have some obligation to each other. But apparently the message just didn't get into his head, and this is a guy who's been both receiving it and preaching it for most of his life.
They say this about Muslims all the time.
Yes.
So can I just flip it and ask the Christians, where are the moderate Christians?
Where are they?
Right? Why
Call them out.
Yeah. So there used to be great Christian leaders in the past, like Martin Luther King Jr. My hero, guy who spoke out on behalf of everyone. Right? I mean, I keep coming back to this because I'm so blown away by how magnanimous it is. And he said, I didn't just come to liberate people in the South, African Americans in the South. I came to liberate the racists from the hatred in their heart. I think they could be better people, and I want to help them. I see, that's a Christian, right? And so we used to have Christian leaders like that in this country. Where are they now? You have all these fundamentalists running around. And Pope's great, right? But he's not here, right? Yeah. Our right-wing zealots, our Christian leaders, say the most hideous things, and then, ironically, they hide behind their children. You want to talk about human shields?
Yes.
Right? Oh, I got to protect my kids.
Yes.
So screw your kids, and I don't mind him drowning. I don't mind your 3-year-old son drowning. So I want to protect my kids. Human shield. Right?
But he wouldn't protect his own 10-year-old kid from a rapist's baby. He would make that 10-year-old carry it to term. Talk about extreme fundamentalism. And he's the nice, likable guy running for the GOP nomination.
Now, I mean, I don't remember the guy's name. There are left-wing Christian leaders, liberal Christian leaders. I know there was one guy in the...
They get a lot of airtime on it.
No, they get no airtime. That's the thing. They do good work, and they actually care about doing that work rather than simply...
The nuns doing the bus tour, remember that?
Yeah, and that stuff exists, but they don't get the... Apparently, organizing people based around actual charity and actual feelings of empathy for different communities throughout the country and throughout the world doesn't I guess, get as good ratings as demonizing gays.
Yeah, no, they do. The only time they show them, and they do get ratings, is like, for example, when the nuns went in to try to stop a nuclear facility, right? I don't agree with the way that they did it, but they have good intent, right? They don't want, like, we wanted to stop nukes, right? They want to stop nukes, but in their own way. Radicals. Yeah. Right? So if you're trying to do good in the world, you're a radical. But if you're a prick who only cares about his own and protecting what he has and being against everybody and being against charity, well, then you're a good Christian leader. Yeah. Okay. So I ask again, where are the moderates? Why don't you apologize for all your Christian leaders?
So for the next story, I don't know how much time do we have. Do you want to do it to Elizabeth Warren or Jeb Bush?
Your call, brother.
Let's do Elizabeth Warren. We'll get enough of Jeb later on. Okay, so we're going to be jumping to graphic time. You've probably experienced at some point applying for a job, them running a credit check on you. You might even have lost out on a job because of the results of that credit check. Well, Elizabeth Warren and Representative Stephen Cohen, want to change that. They've got a new bill. The bill would prohibit hiring managers from seeking credit information on potential employees unless state law requires a credit check or the job in question requires a security clearance. And Elizabeth Warren released this statement explaining the thinking behind the bill. Credit reporting companies that sell Americans' personal data to potential employers have pushed the narrative that a credit history somehow provides insight into someone's character. In fact, research has shown that an individual's credit has little to no correlation with his or her ability to succeed in the workplace. And there's a lot of reason to believe that, not only because there are things outside of your control that can cause you to get into economic distress, but also because the whole system of credit checks and credit reports is inherently flawed. A FTC study released in 2013 estimated that as many as 1 in 4 Americans have at least one potentially material error on at least one of their 3 credit reports. While about 80% of those who sought a correction eventually got the error fixed, there are multiple different credit bureaus that may have to be contacted to address an error, and the process can be convoluted. Multiple reasons that it's flawed.
I couldn't love Elizabeth Warren more, and I love that she's drawing attention to this issue, especially when you have a political party that keeps saying, oh, well, if you're having a hard time, just pull yourself from the bootstraps, right? Well, here's the thing that happens with credit scores, okay? Someone checks your credit score, and your credit score goes down. You scratch your head in the wrong way, and your credit score goes down, right? You do anything even remotely wrong, and your credit score goes down. It means nothing. And I can't believe that workplaces are looking to your credit score to decide whether or not to hire you. Especially when, I don't know, maybe someone had a medical emergency and they didn't have health insurance to pay for it, and as a result, their credit score got affected by that. So you're not going to hire someone based on that? It says nothing about their character.
Yeah, so I'm one of those job creators that the Republicans should want to protect, right? So we started this company. We have now hired over 55 people, right? So I've never once asked for anyone's credit score. It never even occurred to me to ask for their credit score until I read the story. It's like, what on earth would I do with their credit score? maybe, right? So, I mean, what I want is someone who's excellent at what they do, right? Your credit score isn't going to tell me that. Are you an excellent editor? How would I find out from your credit score? Are you going to be excellent on air? Are you going to be an excellent director? How would I find out through your credit score?
Yeah.
It's absurd. Get out of your employees' lives, right? I don't know why employers have this urge to be like, all right, I want to find out what emails you're sending, and I want to find out this, and I want to find out that, you know, and give me your credit score. What, dude? You must not have enough to do, right? Because I'm super busy. I ain't got time to mess around with that nonsense. We barely have enough time to find great candidates, right? We're not going to get into people's lives. So this is, if you're an actual employer with things to do, right, you should have no problem with this legislation at all.
Oh, I declared bankruptcy 3 years ago. Oh, you're not going to find that.
That ain't between you and the people who lent you money, brother. That ain't between me and you.
That's what I thought.
Now, thankfully, you are too busy to look into it, but to give you an idea of how significant and widespread of a problem this is, nearly half of all hiring managers surveyed in 2012 said their company checks candidates' credit histories. That figure was down from 2010 when a full 60% of those surveyed said they used the tactic. So it is still half. And we were talking about this in the production meeting, and it's weird. It's sort of a reverse of the normal way that credit checks are supposed to work. Like, normally, you give me a loan, or you give me a car, or whatever, and then you want to know that I'm responsible because I'm going to be paying you back every month. An obligation to you. When I work for you, you're paying me every month. Yeah, I want to know if you're responsible. You get credit checks on the employer.
Exactly.
That's actually a great point. Wait a minute, that's a terrible point. No, and think about it. Like, so here, I'll give you one more example. So when we hire editors, we literally put them to the test. We have them edit different clips and see how they do. Now, at the end, we look who edited the best. What will your credit score tell us about how you edited? Right? Well, this guy was an excellent editor. Man, boy, you see that editing they did? On the other hand, their grandma got sick back in 97 and really messed up their credit. So,
Ellen was 3 days late on applying that transition. No, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and also consider that the credit score is just one part of it. There's also the drug test. Have you been convicted of a felony? Like, all of the other things that they do to kind of pry into your personal life and decide whether or not you're worth hiring. Right? And by the way, if someone's been convicted of a felony in the past, doesn't mean that they're going to be a bad employee. Right? Like, I hate the fact that if you've been convicted, that's it, your life's over. People don't want to hire you.
Yeah. Look, I don't even
about convictions.
Job done. Okay? If you don't get the job done, then we're going to have issues.
I got convicted of a felony 3 years ago. I'm so glad you feel this way.
You didn't kill anybody, right?
Not really.
When you run a car off a cliff, you don't know for sure he died.
Look, it's funny. Last thing on this. This is really funny because conservatives claim to be in favor of small government, right? But they never are, right? It's like always like. Now I know it's not the government in this case; it's the employer, but it's always like
Big Brother authority.
Big Brother, like, give me more information, more and more and more. Tell me more. I'm going to get right into your life, right? Elizabeth Warren is saying, get out of our lives, right? Do I do a good job? That's what you care about. Don't get into my personal life about what I did with X, Y, or Z. Get out, get out, get out. Yeah, conservatives should support her. My guess is they will.
Yeah, and by the way, if they turn out to be irresponsible, you can fire them. That's the way it works.
That's right. And by the way, great credit to Steve Cohen, who worked on this bill with her as well.
Yeah.
So now we're out of time. We got to go. We didn't even get to the naked Republican story. Okay, but the debate is coming up, so we're going to take a little bit of a break here. We're going to come a couple minutes before the debate, 5-10 minutes before the debate. You know how we roll. And we'll give you some polls, who's up, who's down, and then at the end of the debate, biggest winner, loser, biggest fail of the debate, biggest controversy. We're going to settle it. And I just got a buzz at the beginning of this hour. Debate is on. People are going to say crazy stuff. It's a Republican debate. It's going to be awesome. So stay right here and watch it with us. We'll be right back.
Now you are? Okay. Talking on the number 2.
Alright, so I'm on 2. I'm on 2. 2 sounding good? You guys sound all that good stuff? Alright, so right now when Mark comes back, I'm gonna have him jump on 1 and we're gonna see how it sounds with the TV on the, with the volume on the TV. Alright. So how's it sounding so far? Can you picking up the TV or a little bit? Alright. Give me a second. Mr. Burke, can you do me a solid? Close the door and hop on one of the mics. Sure. Alright. Okay, so right now you're hearing the TV, right?
I'm over here on 3. How's it on 3? Hello? So you're gonna turn it down a little bit then?
I just turned it down a bit. Can you still hear it?
Alright. Welcome to the debate, the great debate.
Can you still hear the TV? Alright. How's that? It's good.
Was that 18? Or is that 18?
So like you're on here some weird shit.
Oh, well, one, like I have it close in.
No, it was doing some weird like I don't know if it's a cable or what. How far forward can this go? So really, I mean, it's coming through no matter what you do. So I've instructed Jimmy, if he wants to make a comment, make sure his joke is not the first thing he says. You know? So this way I have enough time to like put him up.
Hey Mike, check on mic number 2 again, because I just tighten, disconnect, reconnect. So hopefully we're okay on mic number 2. Cable, go ahead, number 2. 2.
Alright, so
That's good. Really? Yes, sir.
Can an SUV be your escape vehicle? You have no idea. Introducing the all-new, totally redesigned Hyundai Tucson.
All right, we're on somewhere. Hey guys, so it's the live coverage. God help us. The Young Turks are doing of the Republican debates. We had, of course, a streaming issue. That's why we're coming out a little late. The debate has not started yet. John, look, we got the drinking game. You can do it at tytdrinkinggame.squarespace.com. Thank you. Not just Bitchy Gay Guy, but yes, Dawn Catherine. We're coming out with that as well. But John, give us the polls real quick before they start.
Okay, so for perhaps the most important single number is a recent New York Times CBS News poll found that 39% of Republican primary and caucus voters viewed Mr. Trump as their best shot at winning the presidency, compared with 26% back in August, and only 15% said they would not back him as the party's standard bearer. That number was over 50% at one point a couple of months ago. Now, if we can bring up, we've got some graphics for you. If we can bring up graphic number 21, you're going to see, it is New York Times again. It's cool because it has both the August numbers and the September numbers. You see Trump is jumping from 24% to 27%. The biggest single change is Ben Carson, who moved from 6% to 23%.
Wow. So here comes Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah, huge
That's
number.
a huge story.
Yeah, huge.
I think he would be getting more support from neurosurgeons. He's not.
Marco Rubio is still at 6, hasn't moved. Carly Fiorina moving from 0 points up to 4. So
I just saw a poll today.
Infinite improvement.
That's true. I just saw a poll today that had Carly Fiorina at 11% and in third place.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. So
well, today's her night, maybe.
You never know. And she's in the debate. The CNN changed their rules to allow her in the debate. Because they were only supposed to have 10, they put her in. But now, given the latest poll, maybe they did the right thing.
Yeah, maybe. And look, she got a huge bump immediately after the last debate. This could be a repeat of that. Let's see, Kasich going from 1 point to 3, and then we've got the people who have lost support. You've got Jeb Bush moving from 13 points back in August to 6. Mike Huckabee falling from 8 to 6. Let's see, that looks like Scott Walker from 10 points to 2. Damn! Scott Walker has cratered, fallen apart.
Turns out $80 million in Coke money doesn't buy you charisma.
So, in the latest poll I saw, John Kasich is up to 5th place. He's, I think, at 6%, so he is surging. So, he is a rare, moderate voice, and as such as it is in the Republican Party, and he's doing well. So that is a very interesting development. All right, debate's about to start. Let's all watch it together, and we'll comment during the breaks. Definitely tune to us during the breaks. and then at the end we'll have all the biggest winners, losers in the debate. So let's all start to listen in together now.
I love that Jeb is right next to Donald Trump.
Yeah, so they haven't quite started yet, and my favorite fact that came out before the debate, they did an analysis of Donald Trump's language.
Yes.
The word that he used most was
tremendous.
No, I. Yeah, the word, and that's not normal, by the way. But most people do. You might think like, is that normal? No, it's not. Right. The word he used fourth most, Trump.
Oh my God.
So he's center stage here, exactly where he loves to be.
You think they're going to ask him about his sham veterans organization that he said sponsored that speech yesterday?
Perhaps not.
There's one member in that organization.
There were as many women at that debate as they have supporters in the veterans for Trump.
Okay, so you'll see some hand motions here that are very hard to discern when I do this to Edwin, who's our stage manager tonight. That means muted. Okay.
Oh, that looks like good.
Now the guys who are doing better are in the center. Okay, so that's how it's arranged. Obviously, because of that, Trump is right in the middle of the action. The other thing that I saw is that they say he does unusual hand movements. So, for example, Obama, they analyze him, will do this with his hands all the time.
Yeah.
Like pinpoint precision, because he's very precise, detailed, specifics, etc. Trump does this all the time.
He does do that all the time.
Right, and you know why? Because he's making himself bigger, more center of attention. Yeah. Okay. He's a phenomenon, man. There's no question about it. God knows what he'll say in this debate. That's why a lot of people are watching. Let's keep it real.
That article that you're referring to had an analysis of how he tells stories and how Mitt Romney tells stories. He is completely unable to articulate a point through a case study or an anecdote or anything like that. He begins telling a story, immediately forgets what point he was trying to make, and just starts randomly going in different directions. And then the ending doesn't have anything to do with the beginning or the middle.
The reason I like
working.
And it's working amazingly.
I like to listen to Donald Trump speech because every once in a while I'm in the mood to watch a Hitler documentary, but I want it to be delivered by Gary Busey.
Oh my God. They did work together with Gary Busey on reality. Everybody, by the way, on the TYT app, it's really important. We've got a picture of all the candidates, and play along with us. Thumbs up means you like what they said during the debate. Tomato means obviously you didn't. LOL and WTF are self-explanatory. But we're going to tally it at the end, so I want to see what you guys thought of who did the best in the speech, okay? All right, now, again, let's bring it up.
Thank God for that plane. I kept forgetting in the last debate what country it was.
Oh, and by the way, I've already spotted Michael Schur several times among the reporters. Right in the middle of the scrum with Bobby Jindal. Everybody check out Michael Schur on altitude.
Christie off on the side again.
Yeah, and they thanked Nancy Reagan, like she was going to say no. Like, oh, you want to do it at the Reagan Library and make our bullshit propaganda about Ronald Reagan even bigger and more hype? No thanks.
Hi, Jake. My name's Jimmy.
Hugh Hewitt.
Look, Hugh Hewitt's fantasy football team's name is obviously Hugh Hewitt.
Really though, how did Hugh Hewitt make it? Doesn't that seem like a weird inclusion?
Because they wanted a conservative on there.
I like that Ben Carson breaks ranks and does his own suit. He's got a pinstripe suit on. He's the only guy with a different suit. They all have the same suit on.
Scott Walker knows his time is up.
It's hot there. Chris Christie and Marco Rubio are already sweating.
Chris Christie's already making his own gravy.
Oh, God.
Chris Christie smiling there. He was thinking about Syrian refugees. Asshole.
Spare.
Wow,
there, man. Everybody's sweating up.
Really inspiring. Oh, he's sweating his ass off too. Chris Christie is.
Yeah.
Chris Christie is.
A little bit ahead of himself talking about Hillary. He's got to win this one first.
This is the A team. Oh, God damn it.
Unbearable.
They're still sucking up.
Our own Mr. T. Shut the fuck up. Hi, Marco.
He's been there for 17 years.
He looks 18.
Is that legal?
In Cuba. Oh, he's got it. I'm an idiot.
Son of an Irish Italian mom.
No one laughed. That was awesome.
That was so uncomfortable.
I like this room. I like it.
Seeking freedom. I'm a husband to my best friend Heidi, who's here tonight.
His face smells
I'm a dad to two little girls who are the loves of my life, Caroline and Catherine. If you're fed up with Washington, if you're looking for someone to stand up to career politicians in both parties, I'm the only one on this stage who has done that over and over.
He's a senator.
Again. And if we stand together, we can bring America back.
That's kind of true.
He has, not for any good reason. Not for good reasons.
And I'm a retired pediatric neurosurgeon.
See, he's got his own
here
suit.
with my wife Candy of 40 years and
That's not a
my
presidential
sons and wives. I stress the pediatric part of my career because the reason that I've gotten involved in this race is because I'm very concerned about the future of our children. And the direction of our country is one that does not portend well unless we, the people, intervene and retake our rightful place at the pinnacle. And I just want to make it clear that I'm grateful to be here with all of you again and welcome the addition of Carly Fiorina as well.
I'm Donald. I wrote the art of the deal. I say not in a braggadocious way. I've made billions and billions of dollars dealing with people all over the world, and I want to put whatever that talent is to work for this country so we have great trade deals. Country rich again, we make it great again, we build up our military, we take care of our vets, we get rid of Obamacare, and we have a great life all together. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Jeb Bush, and I believe America is on the verge of its greatest century, and I'm ready to lead. I'm a committed conservative reformer that cut taxes, that balanced budgets, that took on the special interests in Florida, and we won. I look forward to talking tonight about how we can fix a broken Washington, D.C., and create an environment where people can rise up again in this great country. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Scott Walker, and Jeanette and I want to thank Mrs. Reagan and the Reagan Library for hosting us. You see, in my lifetime, the greatest president was a governor from California. Ronald Reagan knew how to go big and go bold. He understood the essence of moving this country forward, and that's what I did when I took on the status quo in my state and the Washington-based special interest. Now more than ever, America needs a leader who will go big and bold again, someone who's been tested. I'm ready to be that leader. Thank you.
Good evening. My story, from secretary to CEO, is only possible in this nation and proves that every one of us has potential. My husband Frank of 30 years started out driving a tow truck for a family-owned auto body shop. We have come to a pivotal point in our nation's history where this nation's possibilities and potential are being crushed by a government grown so big, so powerful, so inept, so corrupt, and a political class that refuses to do anything about it. I am prepared to lead the resurgence of this great nation.
I'm John Kasich, the governor of Ohio. Emma and Reese, my children, and Karen, love you girls. Thanks for watching tonight. By the way, I think I actually flew on this plane with Ronald Reagan when I was a congressman, and his goals and mine pretty much the same. Lift Americans, unify, give hope, grow America, and restore it to that great shining city on a hill. Yes, he was a great one, and I learned much from watching him. Most important thing, hope to Americans, unify, lift everyone in America. Hi, my name is Chris Christie, and I'd like you to take the camera off me and put it on the audience. How many of you raise your hand believe that in today's Barack Obama America, your children will have a better life than you had? Show me hands, man. By the way, that's why I'm running for president. Because leadership is not about me. It's about our country. And what we talk about tonight is not about us. It's about the people in the audience tonight. Because in 7 short years, this president has stripped away their trust and their faith and their belief that the next generation will have a better life. He's stolen that from us, and when I'm president, I'm going to take it back.
Thank you one and all for being here. There are many important policy issues facing our nation. We're going to get to many of them tonight. I do want to start off with some current events in the news and also some of the comments that candidates have recently made on the campaign trail. Ms. Fiorina, I want to start with you. Fellow Republican candidate, Louisiana Governor Bobby Jindal has suggested that your party's frontrunner, Mr. Donald Trump, would be dangerous as president. He said he wouldn't want to such a high-end finger on the nuclear codes. You as well have raised concerns about Mr. Trump's temperament. You've dismissed him as an entertainer. Would you feel comfortable with Donald Trump's finger on the nuclear codes?
You know, I think Mr. Trump is a wonderful entertainer. He's been terrific at that business. I also think that one of the benefits of a presidential campaign is the character and capability, judgment, and temperament of every single one of us is revealed over time and under pressure. All of us will be revealed over time and under pressure. I look forward to a long race.
You didn't answer my question. Would you feel comfortable with Donald Trump's finger on the nuclear codes? It's an issue that one of your fellow candidates has raised.
That's not for me to answer. It is for the voters of this country to answer. And I have a lot of faith in the common sense and good judgment of the voters of the United States of America.
Mr. Trump?
Well, first of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls, and how he got up here, there's far too many people. Anyway, as far as temperament, and we all know that, as far as temperament, I think I have a great temperament. I built a phenomenal business with incredible, iconic assets, one of the really, truly great real estate businesses. And I may be an entertainer because I've had tremendous success with #1 bestsellers all over the place, with The Apprentice and everything else I've done. But I will tell you this, what I am far and away greater than an entertainer is a businessman, and that's the kind of mindset this country needs to bring it back, because we owe $19 trillion right now, $19 trillion, and you need this kind of thinking to bring our country back. And believe me, my temperament is very good, very calm, but we will be respected outside of this country. We are not respected now.
Senator Paul, your name has been invoked.
Totally broke Rand Paul's jaw. But I think, sounds like a non sequitur. He was asked whether or not he would be capable, and it would be in good hands to be in charge of the nuclear weapons, and all of a sudden there's a sideways attack at me. I think that really goes to really the judgment. Do we want someone with that kind of character, that kind of careless language, to be negotiating with Putin? We want someone like that to be negotiating with Iran. I think really there's a sophomore quality that is entertaining about Mr. Trump, but I am worried. I'm very concerned about him having him in charge of the nuclear weapons, because I think his response, his visceral response to attack people on their appearance, short, tall, fat, ugly. My goodness, that happened in junior high. Are we not way above that? Would we not all be worried to have someone like that in charge of the nuclear arsenal?
Mr. Trump?
I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. And I can tell you.
I want to give you Mr. Trump, I want to give you another chance. Mr. Trump, I want to give you a chance to respond to something that your rival to your Governor Bush said. Governor Bush told me last week when I read him the quote from Governor Jindal that he agrees you're not a serious candidate. Tell Governor Bush why you are a serious candidate and what your qualifications are to be commander-in-chief.
I've actually been in politics all my life, although I've been on that side as opposed to this side. I'm now a politician for about 3 months. Obviously, I'm doing pretty well. I'm number one in every poll by a lot. But the qualification is that I've dealt with people all over the world, been successful all over the world. Everything I've done virtually has been a tremendous success. When markets change, when things turn, I heard Governor Pataki, who, by the way, was a failed governor in New York, a very seriously failed. He wouldn't be elected dog catcher right now. I heard what he had to say. And I will tell you this. Atlantic City, I've made a tremendous amount of money in Atlantic City. I left 7 years ago. I've gotten great credit for my timing, and that's what I'm all about. I'm a businessman, did really well, and Jeb, what I want to do is put that ability into this country to make our country rich again, and I can do that, and I'm not sure that anybody else in the group will be able to do that.
Governor Bush, would you feel comfortable with Donald Trump's finger on the nuclear
The whole
code?
debate's about it. I think the voters will make that determination, but what I know to be true is that the next president of the United States is going to have to fix an extraordinarily difficult situation. This administration, with President Obama and Hillary Clinton, has created insecurity, the likes of which we never would have imagined. There's not a place in the world where we're better off today than 6.5 years ago. And that requires a steadiness. That requires an understanding of how the world works. That requires an understanding and appreciation of American leadership in the world. You can't just, talk about this stuff and insult leaders around the world and expect a good result. You have to do this with a steady hand, and I believe I have those skills.
Jake, this is what's wrong with this debate. We're not talking about real issues. And Mr. Trump, we don't need an apprentice in the White House. We don't need an apprentice in the White House. We have one right now. He told us all the things we wanted to hear back in 2008. We don't know who you are or where you're going. We need someone who can actually get the job done. And you talked about business. Well, in Wisconsin, we talk about in Wisconsin, you're losing $2.2 billion right now. I would do so much better than that. Mr. Trump, you're using the talking points of the Democrats, and as we all know, that failed 3 times in 4.5 years when I got elected because it is working. We balanced the budget. You want to talk about balanced budgets? You took 4 major projects into bankruptcy over and over and over again. You can't take America into bankruptcy. That's what's wrong with the politicians in Washington right now. They think we can take a country into bankruptcy. Every major business leader has used the I never went bankrupt, by the way, as you know, everybody knows. But we had hundreds of companies, hundreds of deals. I've used the law 4 times, made a tremendous thing. I'm in business. I did a very good job. But I will say this, and people are very, very impressed with what I've done, the business people. But when the folks of Iowa found out the true facts of the job that you've done in Wisconsin, all of a sudden you tubed. He was number 1, now he's number 6 or 7 in the poll. So, look, we brought it out. You were supposed to make $1 billion in the state. You lost 2.2. You have right now a huge budget deficit. That's not a Democratic point. That's a point. That's a fact. And when the people of Iowa found that out, I went to number 1, and you went down the tubes.
Governor Walker?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take this out. Because this is an issue that's important in this race. Just because he says it doesn't make it true. The facts are the facts. We bounced a $3.6 billion budget deficit. We did it by cutting taxes $4.7 billion to help working families, family farmers, small business owners, and senior citizens. And it's about time people in America stand up and take note of this. If you want someone who can actually take on the special interest of Washington, which you yourself just said you were part of, using the system, we need somebody who's going to stand up and fight for average Americans to put them back in charge of the government. I'm the one who's taking that on. I'll do that as your next president.
Let's move on. A phenomenon going on in the race right now is that the political... Okay, Governor Kasich, go ahead.
If I were sitting at home and watching this back and forth, I'd be inclined to turn it off. I mean, people at home want to know across this country, they want to know what we're going to do to fix this place, how we're going to balance a budget, how we're going to create more economic growth, how we're going to pay down the debt, what we're going to do to strengthen the military. So we've just spent 10
we have a lot
here,
of issues coming up.
But wait a minute, with a lot of ad hominem. Now, I know that it may be buzzing out there, but I think it's important we get to the issues, because that's what the people want, and they don't want all this fighting.
The phenomenon is that the political outsiders in the race, Dr. Carson, Donald Trump, Carly Fiorina,
all together have majority support in the polls. Governor Christie, I want to ask you about something that Dr. Carson said the other day. Dr. Carson said campaigning is easier for him because he's not a politician. He can just tell the truth, therefore, while politicians, quote, have their finger in the air to see and do what is politically expedient. Governor Christie, tell Dr. Carson, is that a fair description of you?
Well, I know Ben doesn't think that about me. I'm sure he was talking about one of the other guys, not me. And as far as being an outsider is concerned, let me tell you this, Jay. I am a Republican in New Jersey. I wake up every morning as an outsider. I wake up every morning with a Democratic legislature who's trying to beat my head in and fight me because I'm trying to bring conservative change to a state that needed it desperately. And so everyone can talk up here about the credentials, but the bottom line is every morning I get up, I veto 400 bills from a crazy liberal Democratic legislature. Not one of them's been overridden. I vetoed more tax increases than any governor in American history, according to Americans for Tax Reform. What folks want in this country is somebody to go down there and get the job done. And that's exactly what I'll do. So I know this much, that what American people want to hire right now is somebody who believes in them. It believes that they are the ones who can fix our country. I will be the vessel through which they can fix this country. But it's not about me. It's about all of you and getting this government off your back and out of your way and letting you succeed. So I know that Ben wasn't talking about me. Look at him smiling at me right now. I know Ben didn't mean it about me.
Thank you, Governor Christie.
One of these other guys, I'm
Dr.
sure.
Carson, who were you thinking about on the stage when you said that? And
be honest, Ben.
And more broadly, is experience in government not important for a president to have?
Typically, politicians do things that are politically expedient, and they are looking for whatever their particular goal is. That is not the reason that I have gotten into this thing. I am extraordinarily concerned about the direction of this country, the divisiveness that is going on, the fiscal irresponsibility, the failure to take a leadership position in the world. All of those things will lead to a situation where the next generation will not have a chance that we've had now. So I don't want to really get into describing who's a politician and who's not a politician. But I think the people have kind of made that decision for themselves already and will continue to do so as time goes on.
Thank you, Dr. Carson.
Jake, it wasn't me.
Jake, I'll tell you why people are supporting outsiders. It's because you know what happens if someone's been in the system their whole life. They don't know how broken the system is. A fish swims in water, it doesn't know it's water. It's not that politicians are bad people. It's that they've been in that system forever. The truth is 75% of the American people think the government is corrupt. 82% of the American people think these problems that have festered for 50 years in some cases, 25 years, and in other cases, the border's been insecure for 25 years. 307,000 veterans have died waiting for health care. These things have gone on for so long because no one will challenge the status quo. You know what a leader does? They challenge the status quo, they solve problems that have festered for a long time, and they produce results. That is what my whole life has been about. People know this is about far more than replacing a D with an R. This is about changing the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Verena. Governor Bush.
This is an outsider. In addition to the fact that he's an outsider,
one of the reasons Mr. Trump is a front runner Republican voters say is because they like the fact that he is not bought and paid for by wealthy donors. Mr. Trump has repeatedly said that the $100 million you've raised for your campaign makes you a puppet for your donors. Are you?
No, absolutely not. People are supporting me because I have a proven record of conservative leadership, where I cut taxes $19 billion over 8 years. We shrunk the state government workforce. We created a climate that led the nation in job growth 7 out of 8 years. We were one of 2 states to go to AAA bond rate. People know that we need principle-centered leadership, a disruptor to go to Washington, D.C. The one guy that had some special interest that I know of that tried to get me to change my views on something that was generous and gave me money was Donald Trump. He wanted casino gambling in Florida. Yes, you did.
Totally.
You wanted it, and you didn't get it because I was opposed to casino gambling before, during, and after. And that's not, I'm not going to be bought by anyone.
I promise, if I wanted it, I would have gotten it.
No way, man.
Believe me.
No.
I know my people. I know my people.
Is there anything else you want to say about this?
No, I just will tell you that, Jeff made the statement. I'm not only referring to him. A lot of money was raised by a lot of different people that are standing up here, and the donors, the special interests, the lobbyists have very strong power over these people. I'm spending all of my money. I'm not getting any. I turned down so much. I could have right now from special interests and donors, I could have double and triple what he's got. I turned it down. I turned down last week $5 million from somebody. So I will tell you, I understand the game. I've been on the other side all of my life, and they have a lot of control over our politicians. And I don't say that favorably, and I'm not sure if there's another system, but I say this, I am not accepting any money from anybody. Nobody has control of me other than the people of this country. I'm going to do the right thing.
You got, according to to what you said on one of the talk shows, you got Hillary Clinton to go to your wedding because you gave her money. Maybe it works for Hillary Clinton. It doesn't work for anybody on this stage.
I was a businessman. I got along with Clinton. I got along with everybody. That was my job, to get along with people.
But the simple fact is,
I didn't want to.
you cannot take
more energy tonight. I like that.
I was asked the question.
Look at it. Do you notice that he won't?
It was my obligation as a businessman to my family, to my company, to my employees, to get along with all politicians. I got along with all of them, and I did a damn good job in doing it. Go ahead.
The boss.
Yes,
George. He supports Pelosi. He supports Schumer. He supports Clinton.
Got along with everybody.
And when he asked Florida to have casino gambling, we said no.
Wrong.
We said no, and that's the simple fact. The simple fact
make things
is,
up, Jeff. Don't cut me off. Come on. Don't make it.
Should there be
Sure, Dr. Kirsten.
When I entered this race, all the political pundits said it's impossible. You can't do it because you're not connected with the money. And there's no way that you can raise what you need in order to compete successfully. I, in no way, am willing to get in a bed with special interest groups or lick the boots of billionaires. I have said to the people, if they want me to do this, please get involved. And we now have over 500,000 donations, and the money is coming in. But the pundits forgot about one thing, and that is the people, and they are really in charge.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsten. Let's move to Russia, if we could. Russia is sending troops and tanks into Syria right now to prop up a U.S. enemy, Bashar al-Assad. President Obama's incoming top general says, quote, Russia presents the greatest threat to our national security. Mr. Trump, you say you can do business with President Vladimir Putin. You say you will get along, quote, very well. What would you do right now if you were president to get the Russians out of Syria?
So, number one, they have to respect you. He has absolutely no respect for President Obama. Zero. Syria is a mess. You look at what's going on with ISIS in there. Now, think of this. We're fighting ISIS. ISIS wants to fight Syria. Why are we fighting ISIS in Syria? Let them fight each other and pick up the remnants. I would talk to him. I would get along with him. I believe, and I may be wrong, in which case I'd probably have to take a different path, but I would get along with a lot of the world leaders that this country is not getting along with. We don't get along with China. We don't get along with the heads of Mexico. We don't get along with anybody. And yet at the same time, they rip us left and right. They take advantage of us economically and every other way. We get along with nobody. I will get along, I think, with Putin, and I will get along with others, and we will have a much more stable world.
So just to clarify, the only answer I heard to the question I asked is that you would reach out to Vladimir Putin and you would do what?
I believe that I will get along. We will do, between that, Ukraine, all of the other problems, we won't have the kind of problems that our country has right now with Russia and many other nations.
Senator Rubio, you've taken a very different approach to the question of Russia. You've called Vladimir Putin a quote gangster. Why would President Rubio's approach be more effective than President Trump's?
Well, first of all, I have an understanding of exactly what it is Russia and Putin are doing, and it's pretty straightforward. He wants to reposition Russia once again as a geopolitical force. He himself said that the destruction of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Soviet Union, was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. And now he's trying to reverse that. He's trying to destroy NATO. And this is what this is a part of. He is exploiting a vacuum that this administration has left in the Middle East. Here's what you're going to see in the next few weeks. The Russians will begin to fly combat missions in that region, not just targeting ISIS, but in order to prop up Assad. He will also then turn to other countries in the region and say, America is no longer a reliable ally, Egypt. America's no longer a reliable ally, Saudi Arabia. Begin to rely on us. What he is doing is he is trying to replace us as the single most important power broker in the Middle East, and this president is allowing it. That is what is happening in the Middle East. That's what's happening with Russia.
Thank you, Senator. I want to bring in Carly Fiorina.
Having met Vladimir Putin, if I may, having met Vladimir Putin, I wouldn't talk to him at all. We've talked way too much to him. What I would do immediately is begin rebuilding the Sixth Fleet. I would begin rebuilding the missile defense program in Poland. I would conduct regular, aggressive military exercises in the Baltic states. I'd probably send a few thousand more troops into Germany. Vladimir Putin would get the message. By the way, the reason it is so critically important that every one of us know General Soleimani's name is because Russia is in Syria right now because the head of the Quds force traveled to Russia and talked Vladimir Putin into aligning themselves with Iran and Syria to prop up Bashar al-Assad. Russia is a bad actor, but Vladimir Putin is someone we should not talk to because the only way he will stop is to sense strength and resolve on the other side, and we have all of that within our control. We could rebuild the Sixth Fleet. I will. We haven't. We could rebuild the missile defense program. We haven't. I will. We could also, to Senator Rubio's point, give the Egyptians what they've asked for, which is intelligence. We could give the Jordanians what they've asked for, bombs and materiel. We have not supplied it. I will. We could arm the Kurds. They've been asking us for 3 years. All of this is within our control.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorina. While you brought up the subject of General Soleimani of the Quds forces from Iran, the next president, no matter who he or she may be, will inherit President Obama's Iran deal. Senator Cruz, Governor Kasich says that anyone who is promising to rip up the Iran deal on day one, as you have promised to do, is, quote, inexperienced and, quote, playing to a crowd. Respond to Governor Kasich, please.
Well, let me tell you, Jake, the single biggest national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. We've seen 6.5 years of President Obama leading from behind. Weakness is provocative, and this Iranian nuclear deal is nothing short of catastrophic. This deal on its face will send over $100 billion to the Ayatollah Khamenei, making the Obama administration the world's leading financier of radical Islamic terrorism. This deal abandons 4 American hostages in Iran, and this deal will only accelerate Iran's acquiring nuclear weapons. You better believe it. If I am elected president on the very first day in office, I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal.
Why is that not, as Governor Kasich says, playing to the crowd and an example of you being inexperienced?
Well, let's be clear when it comes to experience. What President Obama wants to do is he's run to the United Nations, and he wants to use the United Nations to bind the United States and take away our sovereignty. Well, I spent 5.5 years as the Solicitor General of Texas, the lead lawyer for the state in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, and I went in front of the Supreme Court and took on the World Court in the United Nations in a case called Medellin versus Texas, and we won an historic victory saying the World Court in the UN has no power to bind the United States, and no president of the United States, Republican or Democrat, has the authority to give away our sovereignty. And so if there's anyone up here who would be bound by this catastrophic deal with Iran, they're giving up the core responsibility of Commander-in-Chief, and as president, I would never do that.
Governor Kasich, did Senator Cruz just play to the crowd?
Let me just say this. First of all, I think it's a bad agreement. I would never have done it. But you know, a lot of our problems in the world today is that we don't have the relationship with our allies. If we want to go everywhere alone, we will not have the strength as if we can rebuild our relationships with our allies. Now, this agreement, we don't know what's going to happen in 18 months. I served on the Defense Committee for 18 years. I've seen lots of issues in foreign affairs and in terms of global politics. You have to be steady. Now, if they cheat, we slap the sanctions back on. If they help Hamas and Hezbollah, we slap the sanctions back on. And if we find out that they may be developing a nuclear weapon, then the military option is on the table. We are stronger when we work with the Western civilization, our friends in Europe, and just doing it on our own, I don't think is the right policy.
Thank you, Governor Kasich. I want to go to Senator Paul. Senator Paul, the White House is rolling out the red carpet next week for the president of China, President Xi. Governor Walker says that President Obama should cancel the state dinner because of China's currency manipulation and because of China's alleged cyber attacks against the United States. Is Governor Walker right?
I think this goes back to essentially what we've been saying for the last 2 or 3 questions. Carly Fiorina also said we're not going to talk with Putin. Well, think if Reagan had said that during the Cold War. We continued to talk with the Russians throughout the Cold War, which is much more significant than where we are now. Should we continue to talk with Iran? Yes. Should we cut up the agreement immediately? That's absurd. Wouldn't you want to know if they've complied? Now, I'm going to vote against the agreement because I don't think there's significant leverage, but it doesn't mean that I would immediately not look at the agreement and cut it up without looking to see whether Iran has complied. The same goes with China. I don't think we need to be rash. I don't think we need to be reckless. And I think we need to leave lines of communication open. Often we talk about whether we should be engaged in the world or disengaged in the world. And I think this is an example of some who want to isolate us, actually, and not be engaged. We do need to be engaged with Russia. It doesn't mean we give them a free pass or China a free pass. But to be engaged means to continue to talk. We did throughout the Cold War, and it'd be a big mistake not to do it.
Governor Walker, Senator Paul seems to suggest that canceling the state dinner would be rash and reckless.
You know, two parts to that. One on China, one back for a second on Iran. When it comes to China, why would we be giving an official state visit to a country that's been involved in a massive cyber attack against the United States? That's not just a visit. That's a 21-gun salute in the South Lawn of the White House. It just doesn't make any sense. If we're ever going to send a message to them, wouldn't this be the time when they issued this sort of massive attack against us? And Jake, for the question, I was one of the first ones to call for terminating the bad deal with Iran on day one. The president came after me and said, I need to bone up. You know, the president who called ISIS the JV squad said, I need to bone up. The reality is it's a bad deal on day one, and it's a bad deal because this president has allowed Iran to go closer and closer. I'd love to play cards with this guy because Barack Obama folds on everything with Iran. We need a leader who's going to stand up and actually show
Governor Bush, your father was the chief diplomatic envoy to China back when Nixon opened relations to China. Is Scott Walker's approach the right one, canceling the state dinner?
No, I don't think so, but we need to be strong against China. We should use offensive tactics as it relates to cybersecurity to send a deterrent signal to China. There should be stiffer sanctions than what President Obama has proposed. There's many other tools that we have without canceling a dinner. That's not going to change anything, but we can be much stronger as it relates to that. As it relates to Iran, it's not a strategy to tear up an agreement. The strategy would be, how do we confront Iran? And the first thing that we need to do is to reestablish our commitment to Israel, which has been tattered by this administration, and make sure that they have the most sophisticated weapons to send a signal to Iran that we have Israel's back. If we do that, it's going to create a healthier deterrent effect than anything else I can think of.
I want to turn to Governor Huckabee, who has been very patient. Somebody had to be 11th, and he is. But I do want to change the subject to the event that you had a meeting.
I would certainly love to get in on this.
Well, you can use your minute however you want, but I want to ask this question.
And I'm going to just say this about Iran.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Because I think it is incredibly important. This is really about the survival of Western civilization. This is not just a little conflict with a Middle Eastern country that we've just now given over $100 billion to. The equivalent in U.S. terms is $5 trillion. This threatens Israel immediately. This threatens the entire Middle East, but it threatens the United States of America. And we can't treat a nuclear Iranian government as if it is just some government that would like to have some power. This is a government that for 36 years has killed Americans. They've kidnapped Americans. They've maimed Americans. They have sponsored terrorist groups, Hamas and Hezbollah. And they threaten the very essence of Western civilization. To give them this agreement that the president treats like the Magna Carta, but the Iranians treat it like it's toilet paper. And we must simply make it very clear that the next president, one of us on this stage, will absolutely not honor that agreement and will destroy it and will be tough with Iran, because otherwise we put every person in this world in a very dangerous place.
Jake, I'd like to...
We're going to turn now to Hugh Hewitt from Salem Radio Network.
Jake, Mr. Trump, 2 years ago, President Obama drew a red line that the Syrian dictator Bashar Assad crossed. President Obama threatened to strike. He did not. His knees buckled. We now have 4 million refugees. Syria is a living hell. And he turned to the Congress for the authority to back him up. You have 3 senators to your right who said no.
Do they bear responsibility for this refugee crisis? And what would you have done if Bashir Assad crossed that line?
Number one, I wouldn't have drawn the line, but once he drew it, he had no choice but to go across. They do bear some responsibility, but I think he probably didn't do it not for that reason. Somehow he just doesn't have courage. There's something missing from our president. Had he crossed the line and really gone in with force and done something to Assad, if he had gone in you with tremendous force, you wouldn't have millions of people displaced all over the world.
Responsibility, Mr. Trump, to the senators.
I think they had a responsibility, absolutely. I think we have three of them here.
Senator Rubio?
I think they had a responsibility. Yes.
Let me tell you why we have zero responsibility, because let's remember what the president said. He said the attack that he was going to conduct was going to be a pinprick. Well, the United States military was not built to conduct pinprick attacks. If the United States military is going to be engaged by a commander-in-chief, it should only be engaged in an endeavor to win. And we are not going to authorize use of force if you're not putting men and women in a position where they can win. And quite frankly, people don't trust this president as commander-in-chief because of that.
I think there's wisdom on when we should intervene and when we shouldn't. Had we bombed Assad at the time, like President Obama wanted, like Hillary Clinton wanted, and like many Republicans wanted, I think ISIS would be in Damascus today. I think ISIS would be in charge of Syria had we bombed Assad. Sometimes both sides of a civil war are evil, and sometimes intervention makes us less safe. This is the real debate we have to have in the Middle East. Every time we've toppled a secular dictator, we've gotten chaos, the rise of radical Islam, and we're more at risk. So I think we need to think before we act and know that most interventions, if not a lot of them in the Middle East, have actually backfired on us.
Thank you, Senator Paul. I want to turn now to my colleague, Dana Batt.
Hold on a second. You asked me as well. I'd like to actually...
Go ahead, sir. That would be fair. You're right. You're right. You're the third senator.
I think I'm the first senator. The number one test for use of military force should be the vital national security interest of the United States. The reason why I opposed President Obama bombing Syria is because he couldn't answer the question, what do you do if chemical weapons end up in the hands of radical Islamic terrorists like al-Nusra, like al-Qaeda, like ISIS? Now, I also want to respond to several of the folks up here who said, we should trust this Iranian deal and see if the Iranians will comply. Anyone who's paying attention to what Khamenei says knows that they will not comply. There's a reason Khamenei refers to Israel as the little Satan, and America is the great Satan in the middle of negotiating this treaty. Khamenei led the assembled masses in chanting death to America. I'm reminded of a great editorial cartoon. It shows the Ayatollah Khamenei saying death to all Americans. And then it shows John Kerry coming back saying, can we meet you halfway? We need a commander-in-chief who will stand up and protect this country. And I'll tell you, I can't wait to stand on that debate stage with Hillary Clinton and to make abundantly clear, if you vote for Hillary, you are voting for the Ayatollah Khamenei to possess a nuclear weapon, and if you elect me as president, under no circumstances will a theocratic Ayatollah who chants death to America ever be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon.
We're going to go to Dan and Bass.
No. I want to say something about what the senator just said. Let me suggest to you, we believe that we operate better in the world when our allies work with us. President Bush did it in the Gulf War. We work better when we are unified. Secondly, nobody's trusting Iran. They violate the deal. We put on the sanctions, and we have the high moral ground to talk to our allies in Europe to get them to go with us. If they don't go with us, we slap the sanctions on anyway. If they fund these radical groups that threaten Israel and all the West, then we should rip up the deal and put the sanctions back on it. How do we know it? Let me make it clear. If we think we're getting close to developing a nuclear weapon and we get that information, you better believe that I would do everything in my power as the commander-in-chief to stop them having a nuclear weapon. We can have it, and we can have our allies, and we can be strong as a country, and we can project across this globe with unity, not just doing it alone. That is not what gets us where we want to get as a nation.
Senator Cruz.
Jake, there is no more important topic in 2016 than this topic right here. And I've listened to several folks saying, well, gosh, if they cheat, we'll act. We won't know. Under this agreement, there are several facilities in Iran they designate as military facilities that are off limit altogether. Beyond that, The other facilities, we give them 24 days notice before inspecting them. That is designed to allow them to hide the evidence. And most astonishingly, this agreement trusts the Iranians to inspect themselves. That makes no sense whatsoever. And let me know, President Obama is violating federal law by not handing over the side deals, and we ought to see the United States Congress stand up together and say, hand over this treaty and protect this country.
Thank you, Senator. I want to turn back to Governor Huckabee. Governor Huckabee, last week you held a rally for a county clerk in Kentucky who was jailed for refusing to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples, as I don't need to tell you. You've called what happened to Kim Davis, that clerk, an example of the criminalization of Christianity. There are several people on the stage who disagree with you. Governor Bush, for example, says that clerk is sworn to uphold the law. Is Governor Bush on the wrong side of the criminalization of Christianity?
No, I don't think he's on the wrong side of such an issue. Jeb is a friend. I'm not here to fight with Jeb or to fight with anybody else. But I am here to fight for somebody who is a county clerk elected under the Kentucky Constitution that 75% of the people of that state had voted for, that said that marriage was between a man and a woman. The Supreme Court, in a very, very divided decision, decided out of thin air that they were just going to redefine marriage. It's a decision that the other justices in dissent said they didn't have, and there wasn't a constitutional shred of capacity for them to do it. I thought that everybody here passed ninth grade civics. The courts cannot legislate. It's what Roberts said, but heck, it's what we learned in civics. The courts can't make a law. They can interpret one, they can review one. They can't implement it. They can't force it. But here's what happened. Because the courts just decided that something was going to be, and people relinquished it, and the other two branches of government sat by silently, I thought we had three branches of government. They were all equal to each other. We had separation of powers, and we had checks and balances. If the court can just make a decision and we just all surrender to it, we have what Jefferson said was judicial tyranny. The reason that this is a real issue that we need to think about.
Thank you, Governor.
No, let me finish this one thought, Jake. I haven't gotten that much time, so I'm going to take just what little I can here. We made accommodation to the Fort Hood shooter to let him grow a beard. We made accommodations to the detainees at Gitmo. I've been to Gitmo and I've seen the accommodations that we made to the Muslim detainees who killed Americans. You're telling me that you cannot make an accommodation for an elected Democrat county clerk from Rowan County, Kentucky?
She can grow a beard if she wants.
What else is it other than
Give it a few years.
of her faith and the exaltation of the faith of everyone else who might be a Fort Hood shooter or a detainee at Gitmo?
Well, I'm not telling you that, Governor, but Governor Bush is, because he disagrees. He thinks that Kim Davis swore to uphold the law. You disagree. You don't believe that?
You're not stating my views right.
Okay, please do.
I think there needs to be accommodation for someone acting on their faith. Religious conscience is a first freedom. It's a powerful part of our Bill of Rights. And in a big, tolerant country, we should respect the rule of law. Allow people in this country. I was opposed to the decision, but you can't just say, well, gays can't get married now. But this woman, there should be some accommodation for her conscience, just as there should be for people that are florists that don't want to participate in weddings or bakers. A great country like us should find a way to have accommodations for people so that we can solve this problem in the right way. This should be solved at the local level. And so we do agree. Mike, Governor, you
said, quote, she is sworn to uphold the law.
She is, and so if she, based on conscience, can't sign that marriage license, then there should be someone in her office to be able to do it. And if a law needs to be changed in the state of Kentucky, which is what she's advocating, it should be changed.
Let me go to my colleague Dana Bash, who has a question.
Governor Kasich, Senator Cruz is so committed to stripping federal funds from Planned Parenthood that it could result in shutting down the federal government in just about 2 weeks. Do you agree with Senator Cruz's tactic?
Well, I agree that we should defund Planned Parenthood. I don't know many people in America that don't think that we should, and in my state, we're trying to figure out how to get it done because we are threatened with the federal government taking all of our Medicaid money away. I think there's a way to get this done by giving governors the ability to be able to act to defund Planned Parenthood. But when it comes to closing down the federal government, we have to be very careful about that. When we shut the government down, if we have a chance of success and it's a great principle, yes, the President of the United States is not going to sign this. And all we're going to do is shut the government down, and then we're going to open it up, and American people are going to shake their heads and say, what's the story with these Republicans? So I think there is a way to get to cutting off the funding for Planned Parenthood. I was in the Congress for 18 years, balanced the budget, cut taxes, got it done, changed welfare, went around the president to get welfare reform done. There are ways to do it without having to shut the government down, but I'm sympathetic to the fact that we don't want this organization to get funding, and the money ought to be reprogrammed for family planning in other organizations that don't support this tactic. But I would not be for shutting the government down because I don't think it's going to work out.
Thank you. Senator Cruz, I would just add that on this stage not that long ago, Senator Graham said that this tactic that you're pushing would tank the Republicans' ability to win in 2016.
Well, let me tell you, Dan, number one, I'm proud of that. These Planned Parenthood videos are horrifying. I would encourage every American to watch these videos. I see senior Planned Parenthood officials callously, heartlessly bartering and selling the body parts of human beings. And then ask yourself, are these my values? These are horrifying. On these videos, Planned Parenthood also essentially confesses to multiple felonies. It is a felony. It's 10 years jail to sell the body parts of unborn children. That's what these videos show Planned Parenthood doing. Absolutely. We shouldn't be sending $500 million of taxpayer money to funding an ongoing criminal enterprise. And I'll tell you, the fact that Republican leadership in both houses has begun this discussion by preemptively surrendering to Barack Obama and saying, we'll give in because Obama threatens a veto. You know, Obama's committed to his principles, his liberal principles. He will fight for them. He says, I will veto any budget that doesn't fund Planned Parenthood, and Republicans surrender. We need to stop surrendering and start standing for our principles.
Governor, I want to go to you. Is it what Senator Cruz says, a surrender by Republicans?
Yeah, what I can tell you is this: we didn't surrender in New Jersey 6 years ago as the brand new first ever pro-life governor of New Jersey since Roe versus Wade. I defunded Planned Parenthood, and I've vetoed Planned Parenthood funding now 8 times in New Jersey. Since the day I walked in as governor, Planned Parenthood has not been funded in New Jersey. We stood up, and every one of those vetoes has been sustained. But here's the problem. We're fighting with each other up here. We agree. Let's ask Hillary Clinton. She believes in the systematic murder of children in the womb to preserve their body parts data in a way that maximizes their value for sale for profit. It is disgusting, and the American people need to hear it. We shouldn't be fighting with each other. She's the real opponent. She's the real problem.
Governor, the reality is, in just 2 weeks' time, we are going to be facing a question about whether or not it's enough to shut down the government to make that statement because there's still a Democrat in the White House.
I'll tell you what I'd be willing to fight for. Why would we put tax reform on the president's desk? So we can simplify this tax system.
Yes or no,
it's really important, Dana. We got to talk about what we would be willing to shut down for. Why don't we put tax reform on this president's desk and make him veto it if that's what he wants to do? Why haven't we repealed and replaced Obamacare? Make him veto if that's what he wants to do. Why don't we do the same thing with Planned Parenthood? We elected a Republican Congress to do this, and they should be doing it, and they're not, and they're giving the president a pass.
Dana, I'd like one more time. I'm sorry, I just want to get an answer.
I put it in the list, Dana. Okay. We should be doing these things and forcing the president to take action. Let's force him to do what he says he's going to do.
Dana,
now, I don't know whether he'll do it or not, but let's force him to do it.
Dana, I'd like to link these two issues, both of which are incredibly important. Iran and Planned Parenthood. One has something to do with the defense of the security of this nation. The other has something to do with the defense of the character of this nation. You have not heard a plan about Iran from any politician up here. Here's my plan. On day one in the Oval Office, I will make 2 phone calls. The first to my good friend Bibi Netanyahu to reassure him we will stand with the state of Israel. The second to the Supreme Leader to tell him that unless and until he opens every military and every nuclear facility to real anytime, anywhere inspections by our people, not his, we, the United States of America, will make it as difficult as possible to move money around the global financial system. We can do that. We don't need anyone's cooperation to do it. And every ally and every adversary we have in this world will know that the United States of America is back in the leadership business, which is how we must stand with our allies. As regards Planned Parenthood, anyone who has watched this videotape, I dare Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama to watch these tapes. Watch a fully formed fetus on the table, its heart beating, its legs kicking. while someone says we have to keep it alive to harvest its brain. This is about the character of our nation. And if we will not stand up and force President Obama to veto this bill, shame on us.
I want to continue on the subject. Governor Bush, you recently said while discussing Planned Parenthood, quote, "You're not sure we need $500 million for women's health issues." Now, you since said that you misspoke. You didn't mean to say women's health issues, but Donald Trump said that quote, that comment, which Hillary Clinton did seize upon immediately, will haunt you the same way Mitt Romney's 47% video haunted him. Tell Donald Trump why he's wrong.
Well, he's wrong on a lot of things, but on this he's wrong because I'm the most pro-life governor on this stage. I got to act on my core beliefs. It's part of who I am. Life is a gift from God, and from beginning to end, we need to respect it and err on the side of life. And so I defunded Planned Parenthood. We created a climate where parental notification took place. We were the only state to fund crisis pregnancy centers with state monies. We were totally focused on this, and I would bring that kind of philosophy to Washington, D.C. So here's a solution to this. Title 10 of the HHS funding, there's something that was called the Reagan Rule. It was passed in 1988. And in that rule, it was defined, and the courts approved this, that a Planned Parenthood, you couldn't separate the money between the actual abortion procedures, and there are 330,000 abortions that take place in this clinic, and their promotion of it. He interpreted it the right way. The courts ruled in his favor, and Planned Parenthood did not get funding during that time until President Clinton came in. When I'm elected president, we will restore that interpretation of Title 10, and this deal will be finished.
Thank you, Governor Bush. Donald Trump, let me just the quote was, "I'm not sure we need $500 million for women's health issues."
You're either saying that he's a liar,
or you said that that's going to haunt him. Why do you think it does?
Terrible statement. I think it's going to haunt him absolutely. He came back later and he said he misspoke. There was no question because I heard when he said the statement. I was watching and he said the statement. And I said, wow, I can't believe it. I will take care of women. One thing we will say, I would like to get back to the
top of their head to their bleeding parts. I respect all of them.
It was terrible.
No, I think what he meant to say was I expect women to fucking listen to me. I expect them.
And nobody ever mentions North Korea, where you have this maniac sitting there, and he actually has nuclear weapons.
But this has to do with
somebody
right?
better start thinking about North Korea and perhaps a couple of other places. But certainly North Korea. And Ted and I have spoken, a lot of us have talking about Iran. They're bad actors, bad things are going to happen. But in the meantime, you have somebody right now in North Korea who's got nuclear weapons and who is saying almost every other week, I'm ready to use them. And they never heard that mentioned.
Governor Bush, there are 13,000 community-based organizations that provide health services to women. 13,000 in this country. I don't believe Planned Parenthood should get a penny from the federal government. Those organizations should get funding. Just as I increased funding when I was governor of the state. That's the way you do this, is you improve the condition for people. And Donald, when I was governor, we also increased the opportunities for women. Women's income grew 3 times faster than national average when I was governor.
So why did you say it? Why did you say it? I know, but why did you say it? Why did you say it?
Can't look at him now.
Child support.
You said you're going to cut funding for women's health issues. You said it. Yeah, except you said it.
We're going to get to.
Why does nobody else see that?
I'm like some of the other governors here. I defunded Planned Parenthood 4.5 years ago in a blue state. But it's bigger than that. We did that in a blue state. We took the money and put it into women's health. So we did exactly what we're talking about here. But I think the bigger issue here is we should be able to do this nationally. This is precisely why so many Republicans are upset with Washington. They see the House and they see the Senate and say, why can't we pass this? Why can't we defund Planned Parenthood in a spending bill? Forget about the 60 vote rule. There's no reason. The Constitution doesn't call for 60 votes. Pass it with 51 votes. Put it on the desk of the president.
Thank you, Governor.
Go forward and actually make a point.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to get to many of these issues. We're still in the first block, believe it or not. We're going to get to many of these issues. But before we end this block, Mr. Arena, I do want to ask you about this. In an interview last week in Rolling Stone magazine, Donald Trump said the following about you.
Fucking failure.
Face. Would anyone vote for that? Can you imagine that in the face of our next president? Mr. Trump later said he was talking about your persona, not your appearance. Please feel free to respond what you think about his persona.
You know, it's interesting to me. Mr. Trump said that he heard Mr. Bush very clearly in what Mr. Bush said. I think women all over this country heard very clearly what Mr. Trump said.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, he noticed that he licked there.
I think she's got a beautiful face, and I think she's a beautiful woman.
In less than 2 minutes, we're going to take a very quick break. In less than 2 minutes, the most contentious issue on the campaign trail, and the candidates on the stage are split over how to handle it.
That's not the point. Like, it's not like the candidates. The problem was that you said you didn't say she was hot enough. Yeah. Like, yeah, no, it's okay. I do her. Are you guys
rock hard right now. 100% fuckable.
All right, so listen. Let's do some analysis here overall.
Let's analyze Jake Tapper.
That's the most important thing, if you ask me, because this is a perfect illustration of what CNN does. They allow people to spout out their talking points, regardless of how many lies are being shared, and they refuse to challenge a single person. How many lies were told right there? Especially when it comes to Planned Parenthood. Disgusting. They didn't challenge the candidates at all. In fact, if anything, this is like having a high school situation where there's like an instigator involved, telling people like, oh, that person said this about you. What do you think? Why don't you guys fight? What the fuck is this? This isn't a debate.
So Anna's 100%. So now look, I get the rationale behind it. What they're trying to do is, okay, this is a debate. Let's you guys debate. So I'm going to get you guys a fight, okay? And I'm going to get you guys to spar. So I understand why they're doing it, but it looks like a food fight, right? Yeah. And when you start every question with, but Trump said this about you, right? Then you seem like a seventh grader at best, right? If you want to ask a hard question, have the balls to ask it, okay? Don't couch it in Trump said this and Bobby said that and Susie said this, right? And then if you're, you got to make a decision here. Are you in the business of journalism or are you not? If you just want to please the Republicans so they'll have a highly rated debate on your station, okay, just admit it and say, we're not journalists here. We're just putting on a food fight here so that everybody, the Republicans, can be happy and yell at one another. Yeah. But we're never going to correct them. And remember, Candy Crowley, not on this debate, she made the mistake of correcting a Republican once. And then the Republicans came out full bore against her and made sure she never appears in another debate. So that's why right now they get to lie all they want, saying that Planned Parenthood admitted to several felonies.
Yes, that is a flat-out lie. Agree or disagree with the candidates?
What does that
on what?
Jake Tapper announced last week that he's hooking up with factcheck.org to start fact-checking politicians. And I'm like, you guys had to outsource journalism? It's fucking unbelievable.
They're apparently not doing it. They're not doing it, apparently.
And they're not even, in fact, they're not there. They'll do it after, but not in real time.
Yeah.
Every undocumented immigrant. Governor Christie has said, quote, there are not enough law enforcement officers, local, county, state, and federal combined, to forcibly deport 11 to 12 million people. Tell Governor Christie how much your plan will cost and how you will get it done.
Correct. First of all, I want to build a wall.
A big wall.
So terrific wall. And it's a big part of it. Second of all, we have a lot of really bad dudes in this country from outside, and I think Chris knows that maybe as well as anybody. They go, if I get elected, first day, they got gangs all over the place. Chicago,
all the gang members are
no matter where you go.
Yes. All of them.
We have a country based on law. I will make sure that those laws are adhered to. These are illegal immigrants. I don't think you need to ask me this question if I didn't run. Because when I ran, and I brought this up in my opening remarks at Trump Tower, I took heat like nobody has taken heat in a long time. And then they found out with the killing of Kate from San Francisco and so many other crimes, they found out that I was right. And most people, many people apologize to me. I don't think you need to be talking about illegal immigration if it weren't for me. So, we have a country of laws. They're going to go out, and they'll come back if they deserve to come back. If they've had a bad record, if they've been arrested, if they've been in jail, they're never coming back. We're going to have a country again. Right now, we don't have a country, we don't have a border, and we're going to do something about it. And it can be done with proper...
Are you going to hire
with hard. It can be done went hard.
Who's he going to hire to work on all of those buildings that are being constructed in DC?
One federal agent faces 1 million illegal immigrants. God, I hope I have heart.
Deport 11 to 12 million undocumented immigrants. It sounds great, but it's never going to happen. Tell him why you're skeptical of his plans.
Well, first off, Jake, I don't yield to anybody on how to enforce the law. I'm the only person on the stage who spent 7 years
willing to do the George Bush
after some political bidding, by the way. And I know how to do this. The fact is, though, that for 15,000 people a day to be deported every day for 2 years is an undertaking that almost none of us could accomplish given the current levels of funding and the current number of law enforcement officers. But here's what we need to do, and I think this is
Oh yeah, he'll just say, well, you couldn't do it, but I could.
What we need to do is to secure our
But he did not give any indication of how he would do
We
it.
need to use electronics, we need to use drones, we need to use FBI, DA, and ATF, and yes, we need to take the fingerprint of every person who comes into this country on a visa, and when they overstay their visa, we need to tap them on the shoulder and say, you have overstayed your welcome, you're taking advantage of the American people, it's time for you to go. If we have that kind of system in place, we wouldn't have the 11 million people we have now.
Thank you, Governor Christie.
By the way, I agree with what Chris is saying, but I will say this: illegal immigration is costing us more than $200 billion a year, just maintaining what we have.
I want to bring in Dr. Carson because
I'll allow it.
Been skeptical of your plan to immediately deport 11 to 12 million illegal immigrants. He said, quote, people who say that have no idea what this entails. Why do you say that, Dr. Carson?
Well, first of all, recognize that we have an incredible illegal immigration problem. I was down in Arizona a few weeks ago at the border. I mean, the fences that were there were not manned. And those are the kind of fences when I was a kid that would barely slow us down. So I don't see any purpose in having that. Now, what we need to do is look at something that actually works. Yuma County, Arizona, they stopped 97% of the illegal immigration to there. They put in a double fence with a road so that it was quick access by the enforcement people. If we don't seal the border, the rest of the stuff really doesn't matter. It's kind of ridiculous, all the other things that we talk about. We have the ability to do it. We don't have the will to do it. There was one area where they had cut a hole in the fence, and to they put a few strands of barbed wire across. Well, the photographers who were there with us, they wanted to photograph us from the side of the Mexicans. And they went through there, and they were not physically fit people, and they took their cameras and things with them and shot us on the other side. That's how easy it is to get across. And the drugs, I mean, it goes on and on and on. ICE tells them to release these people, 67,000 criminals.
Dr. Carson,
our property, it's ridiculous.
With all due respect, Dr. Carson, you said about Donald Trump's plan to immediately deport 11 to 12 million undocumented immigrants. People who say that have no idea.
Give me one chance.
Why not?
Well, I have also said that if anybody knows how to do that, that I would be willing to listen. And if they can
just understand, I think
specify exactly how that's going to be done and what the cost, and it sounds reasonable, then I think it's worth discussing.
But let's continue the conversation about illegal immigration with Dana Bash.
Governor Bush,
Yeah, I love
Mr.
that
Trump
now
has
we're
suggested
hearing
that
from his
your
wife.
views on immigration are influenced by your Mexican-born wife. He said that, quote, if my wife were from Mexico, I think I would have a soft spot for people from Mexico. Did Mr. Trump go too far in invoking your wife?
He did. You're proud of your family, just as I am. To subject my wife into the middle of a raucous political conversation was completely inappropriate. And I hope you apologize for that, Donald.
Well, I have to tell you, I hear phenomenal things. I hear your wife is a lovely woman. I don't know her, and
She is absolutely the love of my life. And what I'm right here, I wanted to apologize for her.
No, I want to
Right
do that
now.
because I said something wrong, but I do hear she's a lovely woman.
So here's
what they're doing.
My wife is a Mexican American. She's an American by choice. She loves this country as much as anybody in this room. And she wants a secure border, but she wants to embrace the traditional American values that could make us special and make us unique. We're at a crossroads right now. Are we going to take the Reagan approach, the gentle, optimistic approach, the approach that says that you come to our country legally, you pursue your dreams with a vengeance, you create opportunities for all of us, or the Donald Trump approach? The approach that says that everything is bad, that everything is coming to an end. I'm on the Reagan side of this.
That they come into our country as an act of love. With all of the problems that we have in so many instances, we have wonderful people coming in, but with all of the problems, this is not an act of love. He's weak on immigration, by the way, in favor of Common Core, which is also a disaster, but weak on immigration, he doesn't get my vote.
Mr. Trump, immigration did not come up in 2016 because Mr. Trump brought it up. We talked about it in 2012. We talked about it in 2008. We talked about it in 2004. We have been talking about it for 25 years. This is why people are tired of politicians.
We're going to come to it. I just want to get Governor Bush a chance to respond to what Mr. Trump said.
First of all, I wrote a book about this 4 years ago. And I laid out a comprehensive conservative approach for immigration reform. And it does require securing the border. No one disagrees with that. But to build a wall and to deport people, 500,000 a month, would cost hundreds of billions of dollars, Donald. Hundreds of billions of dollars. It would destroy community life. It would tear families apart. And it would send a signal to the rest of the world that the United States values that are so important for our long-term success no longer matter in this country.
As I said, we're spending $200 billion. We are spending $200 billion a year on maintaining what we have. We will move them out. The great ones will come back. The good ones will come back. They'll be expedited. They'll be back. They'll come back legally. We'll have a country. They'll come back legally.
Okay, on that note, you have criticized Governor Bush for speaking Spanish on the campaign trail. You said, quote, he should really set an example by speaking English in the United States. What's wrong with speaking
Spanish?
Spanish?
I think it's wonderful and all, but I did it a little bit half-heartedly, but I do mean it to a large extent. We have a country where to assimilate.
I'd like to point out that I'm still.
And I think that where he was and the way it came out didn't sound right to me. We have to have assimilation. To have a country, we have to have assimilation. I'm not the first one to say this, Anna. We've had many people over the years, for many, many years, saying the same thing. This is a country where we speak English, not Spanish.
Well, I've been speaking English here tonight, and I'll keep speaking English. But the simple fact is, if a high school kid asks me a question in Spanish, a school, by the way, a voucher program that was created under my watch, the largest voucher program in the country, where kids can go to a Christian school and they ask me a question in Spanish. I'm going to show respect to answer that question in Spanish, even though they do speak English, and even though they embrace American values.
This is a reporter, not a high school kid.
Nice to get university.
Exactly. Yeah, everyone should learn to speak it. It's important. I want to tell you a story about someone that didn't speak English.
Okay, Aunt B is behind Jake Tapper. See over his left shoulder? Aunt B is there.
Escaped from Cuba, and he lived with
the Andy Griffith Show.
And my grandfather loved America. He understood what was so special about this country. He loved Ronald Reagan. My grandfather instilled in me the belief that I was blessed to live in the one society in all of human history where even I, the son of a bartender and a maid, could aspire to have anything and be anything that I was willing to work hard to achieve. But he taught me that in Spanish because it was the language he was most comfortable in. And he became a conservative even though he got his news in Spanish. And so I do give interest in Spanish, and here's why. Because I believe that free enterprise and limited government is the best way to help people who are trying to achieve upward mobility. And if they get their news in Spanish, I want them to hear that directly from me, not from a translator at university.
That's amazing. Well, let's tell them what they can and can't do once they have the ability to do.
Senator Cruz, this week we learned more about Dr. Carson's plan for the 11 to 12 million undocumented immigrants in this country. Dr. Carson proposed giving these undocumented immigrants a 6-month grace period to pay back taxes, then to let them become guest workers, and only to deport people who fail to do that.
Not exactly.
Under your.
what I said.
Oh my God! What a suck ass! What a ass kissing
After we build the
bitch!
borders, after we turn off the spigot that dispenses all the goodies, so we don't have people coming in here, including employment, that people who had a pristine record, we should consider allowing them to become guest workers primarily in the agricultural sphere, because that's the place where Americans don't seem to want to work.
Even
That's
for
what I
Cubans,
said.
really?
And they have a 6-month period to do that. If they don't do it within that time period, then they become illegal. And as illegals, they will be treated as such.
Okay, from the horse's mouth. Senator Cruz, does that fit your definition of amnesty in the country?
Well, Jake, I'm very glad that
Carson must have voted
Donald Trump's being in this race has forced the mainstream media finally to talk about illegal immigration. I think that's very important.
Go on biometric things.
Him talk about it.
They say everything with such authority.
But I will say this: the natural next question the primary voters are asking after we focus on illegal immigration is, okay, what are the records of the various candidates? And this is an issue on which there are stark differences. A majority of the men and women on this stage have previously and publicly embraced amnesty. I am the only candidate on this stage who has never supported amnesty, and in fact, who helped stop a massive amnesty plan in 2013 when Barack Obama and Harry Reid joined the Washington Republicans in a massive amnesty plan. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Jeff Sessions helping lead the fight. Folks here have talked about how do you secure the borders. Well, I've been leading the fight in the Senate to triple the Border Patrol, to put in place fencings and walls, to put in place a strong biometric exit entry system.
Senator Rubio, I'm not sure exactly. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you in 1 second. Senator Rubio, I'm not sure exactly whose plan he's saying is constitutes amnesty, but I know he has said it about your plan in the past, so I want to give you a chance to respond. Then Dr. Carson will come to you.
Well, let me say that legal immigration is not an issue I read about in these days. Immigration, illegal immigration, all the good aspects of immigration, and all the negative ones as well. I live with it. My family's immigrants. My neighbors are all immigrants. My in-laws are all immigrants. So I've seen every aspect of it. And I can tell you America doesn't have one immigration problem. It has three. First, despite the fact that we have the most generous country in the history of the world on allowing people to come here legally, we have people still coming illegally. Second, we have a legal immigration system that no longer works.
We already have an
It primarily is built on the basis of whether or not you have a relative living here instead of merit. And third, we have 11 or 12 million people, many of whom have been here for longer than a decade, who are already here illegally. And we must deal with all three of these problems. We cannot deal with all three of these problems in one massive piece of legislation. I learned that. We tried it that way. Here's the way forward. First, we must secure our border, physical border with law, absolutely. But we also need to have them work out farms. 40% of the people who come here illegally come illegally, and then they overstay the program. We also need a mandatory verify. After we've done that, step two would be to modernize our legal immigration. So you come to America on the basis of what you can contribute economically, not whether or not simply you have a relative. And after you've done those two things, I believe the American people will be very reasonable and responsible about what you do with someone who's been here and isn't a criminal. If you're a criminal, obviously you will not be able to stay.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Carson, I want to give you 30 seconds. I'd like you to answer your question.
Only that.
Subject yours as amnesty. Why is your plan not amnesty?
My plan is not amnesty for a number of reasons. Number one, I've talked to farmers, and they said they cannot hire Americans to do the kind of job that I'm talking about. And the second reason is because the individuals who register as guest workers, they don't get the vote, they are not American citizens, and they don't get the rights and privileges of American citizens. So that's key. But the other thing that I want to bring up is, I mentioned something earlier, I think it was just sort of glossed over. I talked about the success in Yuma County. I mean, incredible success. And the Department of Justice said, no, we don't want to do that. That's too successful. We don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. All we have to do is look at things that work. All we have to do is do a little common sense.
I want to talk about the issue of birthright citizenship, which has emerged since the first debate as a major issue in this campaign. Mr. Trump, you say that babies born in the United States to undocumented immigrants should not
take care of the baby.
American citizenship. Ms. Fiorina says that you are pandering on this issue and acting like the politicians that you rail against. What's your message to Ms. Fiorina on birthright citizenship?
Well, first of all, the 14th Amendment says very, very clearly to a lot of great legal scholars, not television scholars, but legal scholars, that it is wrong. It can be corrected with an act of Congress. Probably doesn't even need that.
It shouldn't be based
A woman gets pregnant. She's 9 months. She walks across the border. She has the baby in the United States, and we take care of the baby for 85 years. I don't think so. And by the way, Mexico and almost every other country anywhere in the world doesn't have that. We're the only ones dumb enough, stupid enough. People, and by the way, this is not just with respect to Mexico. They're coming from Asia to have babies here, and all of a sudden we have to take care of the babies for the life of the baby. The 14th Amendment, it reads properly. You can go, and it's probably going to have to check. You go through a process in court, probably ends up at the Supreme Court. But there are a lot of great legal scholars that say that is not correct. And in my opinion, it makes absolutely no. We're the only one of the only countries. We're going to take care of those babies. They're 70, 75, 80, 90 years. I don't think so.
Ms. Fiorina, the vast majority of countries do not have birthright citizenship. Donald Trump is right about that. Why is it pandering when he says this?
First, let me say we have just spent a good bit of time discussing as Republicans how to solve this problem. I would ask your audience at home to ask a very basic question. Why have Democrats not solved this problem? President Obama campaigned in 2007 and 2008 on solving the immigration problem. He entered Washington with majorities in the House and Senate. He could have chosen to do anything to solve this problem. Instead, he chose to do nothing. Why? Because the Democrats don't want this issue solved. They want it to be an issue that they can use as birthright citizenship. The truth is, you can't just wave your hands and say the 14th Amendment is going to go away. It will take an extremely arduous vote in Congress, followed by 2/3 of the states. And if that doesn't work to amend the Constitution, then it is a long, arduous process in court. And meanwhile, what will continue to go on is what has gone on for 25 years. With all due respect, Mr. Trump, we have been talking about illegal immigration for 25 years. San Francisco has been a sanctuary city since 1989. There are 300 of them. And meanwhile, what has happened? Nothing. The border remains insecure. The legal immigration system remains broken. Look, we know what it takes to secure a border. We've heard a lot of great ideas here. Money, manpower, technology, mostly apparently leadership, the kind of leadership that understands how to get results.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorina. Mr. Trump, I agree. Attributed all of those criticisms to other candidates, not to objective facts.
It happened. When you challenge the status quo, you make enemies. I made a few. Steve Jobs told me that when he called me the day I was fired to say, hey, been there, done that twice. It's also true that the man that led my firing, Tom Perkins, just took out a full-page ad in the New York Times to say he was wrong, I was right, I was a terrific CEO, the board was dysfunctional, and he thinks I will make a magnificent president of the United States.
Mr. Trump, why would you together, creating jobs in Charlie Cleary.
Otherwise,
that point is good for her.
wrote a paper recently, one of the worst tenures for a CEO that he has ever seen. Ranked one of the top 20 in the history of business. The company is a disaster and continues to be a disaster. They still haven't recovered. In fact, today on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, they fired another 25 or 30,000 people, saying we still haven't recovered from the catastrophe. When Carly says the revenues went up, that's because she bought Compaq. It was a terrible deal, and it really led to the destruction of the company. Now, one other company before that was Lucid. Carly was at Lucid before that. And Lucid turned out to be a catastrophe also. So I only say this. She can't run any of my companies. That I can say.
Let's hear it. I want to give you a response.
Jeffrey Sonnenfeld is a well-known Clinton. That I arrived at Hewlett Packard. But honestly, Mr. Trump, I find it quite rich that you would talk about this. You know, there are a lot of us Americans who believe that we are going to have trouble someday paying back the interest on our debt, because politicians have run up mountains of debt using other people's money. That is, in fact, precisely the way you ran your casinos. You ran up mountains of debt as well as losses using other people's money, and you were forced to file for bankruptcy not once, not twice, 4 times, a record 4 times. Why should we trust you to manage the finances of this nation any differently than you manage the finances of your casinos?
He's getting red in the face. Am I wrong? He's getting red in the face, right?
Oh, Chris will tell you. It's not Chris's fault either. But almost everybody in Atlantic City is either in trouble or filed for maybe I'll blame Chris.
Well,
but Atlantic City is a disaster. Wait a minute, Carl. Wait. I'll let you speak. Atlantic City is a disaster. And I did great in Atlantic City. I knew when to get out. My timing was great. And I got a lot of credit for it. Many of the great business people that you know, and Carl Icahn's going to work with me on making great deals to this country, but whether it's called or so many others that we read about all the time, they have used the laws of the land to the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Christie's name has been invoked. I'd like to give him 30 seconds.
Jake, listen, while I'm as entertained as anyone by this personal back and forth about the history of Donald and Carly's career, for the 55-year-old construction worker out in that audience tonight who doesn't have a job, who can't fund his child's education, I got to tell you the truth. They could care less about your careers. They care about theirs. Let's start talking about that on the stage, gang, and stop playing the games.
Governor
John, I'm not done yet, John.
A track record of leadership is not a game.
Stop playing it. Carly, listen. You interrupt everybody else on the stage, you're going to interrupt me. Okay? The fact is that we don't want to hear about your careers back and forth and volleying back and forth about who did well and who did poorly. You're both successful people. Congratulations. You know who's not successful? The middle class in this country who's getting plowed over by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Let's start talking about those issues tonight and stop this childish back and forth between the two of you.
Mr. Arena, I want to give you a
Let's talk about taking away their pensions, cutting fucking Social Security, raising the retirement age on those motherfuckers. Let's start doing some real shit to them. We could really hurt them if we win. Stop plowing them, start plowing their pensions.
Records are very important. I completely agree that what's at stake here is the future of this nation and the future of every American. But I do think that a track record of leadership is vital, because in the end, this election is about leadership. And let's talk about what leadership is. It's not about braggadocio. It is about challenging the status quo, solving problems, producing results, and the highest calling of leadership is to unlock potential in others.
Thank you.
Problems have festered in Washington for too long, and the potential of this nation is being crushed.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorina. Governor Kasich, I want to come to you. I'm coming to you. Let me ask the question. You can use it the time however you want.
Okay, Jay.
Donald Trump says that the hedge fund guys are getting away with murder by paying a lower tax rate. He wants to raise the taxes of hedge fund managers, as does Governor Bush. Do you agree?
I don't at this point in terms of changing the incentives for investment and risk taking. But let's just stop for a second. There's one person on this stage that does have a record. I'm the only person on the stage and one of the few people in this country that led the effort as the chief architect of the last time we balanced the federal budget. We also cut taxes. And when I left Washington in 2000, we had a $5 trillion surplus and the economy was booming. I'd spent 10 years of my life to get us to that point. Went out in the private sector. It was a great experience, and went into Ohio and took an $8 billion hole and turned it into a $2 billion surplus. We've had the largest amount of tax cuts of any sitting governor. We have grown well over. For 300,000 jobs. You see, I've done it in both places. I'm the only one here that's done it in both places. It took a lot to get us to a balanced budget. It was legitimate, but it was real, and we negotiated it. A lot of what we're talking about. Here tonight is we're going to take this position and that position. You know what? At the end of the day, America's got to work. We got to figure out how we come together to deal with this, with our fiscal problems. Because when we deal with that, we create a stronger economic. What? We got a lot of producers here at TYT. Do we not have taxes anymore? Such an ironic behavior. Yes, unfair. Right to work. Yeah. Ironic. And then he declared amnesty for immigrants and sold arms to Iran. We'll be right back. Like, how do you bring up Ronald Reagan? How does Jake Tapper say, he remember when Ronald Reagan famously sold weapons to Iran? Would you do that like Ronald Reagan did? Would you sell weapons to Iran? Yeah, and then bring up old issues, bring up some shit from the 80s. Would you have a lieutenant colonel who looks like Fred Flintstone lie for you to Congress?
A guy who paid $1 billion because he had 10, he's still got $9 billion left. That's not fair. We need to take more of his money. That's called socialism. That doesn't work so well. What made America into a great nation was the fact that we said, that guy just put in $1 billion. Let's create an environment that's even more conducive to his success so that next year he can put in $2 billion. And that's the kind of thing that helps us to grow. We can't grow by continuing to take a piece of pie and dividing it and redistributing it. But I'm also looking at what Governor Huckabee talked about.
You don't want me operating on you, I assure you.
The fair tax. Looking at both of them, we're evaluating them both, and I'm talking to the American people. Because one of the things we must recognize is that this country is of, for, and by the people. And it's really time that the government get out of the way and let the people be the ones who decide how they want to run their country.
Mr. Trump, why do you think? What do you think?
That mean? That never means anything. Nothing.
with the flat tax? Do you think it's fair?
I think the thing about the flat tax.
That's part of why people love them, though.
Yeah.
That's a super popular, super true thing.
Yes. They'll deal with it so long as they can.
I know it very well. That I don't like is if you make $200 million a year, you pay 10%. You're paying very little relatively to somebody that's making $50,000 a year and has to hire H&R Block to do the work because it's so complicated. One thing I'll say to Ben is that we've had a graduated tax system from the 80s, so it's not a socialistic thing. What I'd like to do is, and I'll be putting in the plan in about 2 weeks, and I think people are going to like it, it's a major reduction in taxes. It's a major reduction for the middle class. The hedge fund guys won't like me as much as they like me right now. I know I'm all. But they'll pay more. I know people that are making a tremendous amount of money and paying virtually no tax, and I think it's unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. Senator Paul.
I'm glad we're having a discussion about taxes because everybody laments that we lose jobs overseas. But yeah, our companies and our jobs are being chased overseas by a 70,000-page tax code. So that's why I've chosen to get rid of the whole thing and have one single rate, 14.5% for everybody, business and for corporate income and personal income. But we also get rid of the payroll tax, so the working class would get a tax break as well. So I think a flat tax, eliminating the tax code, getting rid of all the loopholes is the way to go, and it's the way we get America going again.
Governor Walker, I want to go to you. Dr. Carson wants to raise the federal minimum wage. You have called it a lame idea. Why is raising the federal minimum wage lame?
So the best way to help people see their wages go up is to get them the education, the skills they need to take on careers that pay far more than minimum wage. And it's why we talk about it, it's all about jobs. You want to help people actually get jobs. That's why that last question we were trying to jump in on tax. Cutting taxes. I've done as much as anybody. I've got income taxes, I've got property taxes. Property taxes are lower today in my state than they were before we took office. The real issue is about jobs. Ronald Reagan, our plan is based on the Ronald Reagan tax cuts of 1986. That brought about one of the longest sustained periods of economic growth in American history. All the things we should be talking about tonight are about how do we create jobs, helping people get the skills and the education qualifications they need to succeed. That's the way you help people create jobs. It's part of our larger plan to reform the tax code, to cut taxes, to put in place an education system that gives people the skills and education that they need, to put in place an all the above energy policy. But you start on day one with repealing Obamacare. I'm the only one on the stage who's actually got a plan. Introduced an actual plan to repeal Obamacare on day one. I'll send the bill up to Congress to make sure they actually enact it. I'm going to sign an order that makes the Congress live by the same rules as everybody else.
Thank you, Governor.
Sure they would.
Dr. Carson, Governor Walker didn't really answer the question, but I'll let you respond. Call raising the federal minimum wage lame.
It just doesn't fit. It looks too big.
But it makes that stand out versus the rest of the plan.
Yeah.
So it might actually be raised. I said probably. But what I added, which I think is the most important thing, so I said we need to get both sides of this issue to sit down and talk about it, negotiate a reasonable minimum wage, and index that so that we never have to have this conversation again in the history of America. I think we also have to have two minimum wages, a starter and a sustaining, because how are young people ever going to get a job if you have such a high minimum wage that it makes it impractical to hire them?
Thank you, Dr. Carson. I want to now turn to you. I want to turn to you.
That issue, because you said I didn't answer, and I did. I said.
So small. All right. This whole thing is trying to
success.
This whole shit.
Yes. Hey, if the Republicans can have a couple of those people, that's okay. Still want to sound smart?
Yeah.
I was talking about Reagan. I'm surprised how little.
Yeah. He's a lot smarter than the rest of them, I think. Let's talk about your record at Lehman Brothers. I
how you fucked over the people of your own state with millions in your pockets as that place was going to burn. Oh, yeah. I suppose we can the rest of this. Let's hope. This is grueling. It did take a while for Benghazi to come up. It did. I'm surprised.
Is that in the drinking game? I'm prosecuting you.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh my god.
Already just.
Oh my god, Commissioner C. Rand Paul. Oh god. That's why Rand Paul hasn't been heard from in the debate.
I think Rand Paul wants to get his curls tightened.
Okay, so let's talk about this portion. I can't believe there's more of this debate. Okay, so
I'm having fun.
I think it's Trump versus the world, and every single question is framed as, well, Donald Trump says this about you, right?
What do you have to say about it?
Right. It's amazing.
What do you think Trump thinks about those questions?
I actually disagree. Trump said it was a mess. How do you respond, Jimmy?
I don't know. I want to know what Trump thinks.
I think the first 14 minutes of it was, and when they came back from the break, we had another 8 minutes. But I've actually been surprised that there's been periods where he didn't talk for 15 solid minutes, probably.
Donald Trump, you mean?
Yeah, Donald Trump is when I made the joke about him being low energy. He interrupts if somebody insults him directly when he's in the split screen, but when they're just talking about their policies, he seems completely disinterested in actually getting involved in the discussion. And I think
that's not what it wins for.
It's a defense mechanism. He doesn't want if he's talking, he might sound stupid. He might have to give a specific, and he wants to avoid that. I don't think he wants to be talking that much.
Okay, John, on the other hand, you're a dummy, okay? And you have the worst record. You fired everybody. You couldn't work for me, and that's who you are, okay?
TYT University was a disaster. You had to change the name.
Hey, who needs a tank to think?
At least
you can't think on your own?
At least he didn't insult my appearance.
But I mean, what?
Yeah, the hair on your face is longer than your hair on your head. We a loser. What's wrong with you?
It is interesting, though, that he had the best answer when it comes to taxes, right? Where he's not in favor of a flat tax.
I think he'll change on that.
I mean, he's one of the richest men, according to him, in the country, in the world, right? It's so creepy. He has that permanent duck face that drives me crazy.
Yeah.
But,
You think so?
even considering the fact that he has a vested interest for a flat tax, he's against it. And for that very specific point of view, I give him credit.
I dated a girl we called Flat Tax for a while in high school. She was, I guess she has a very beautiful face. Her persona, very flat.
But the problem with him is that you could be against, a flat tax, and you could still just decimate the corporate tax rate, make all sorts of loop. Like I don't trust him one bit when it comes to taxes, just in comparison to the others who would do all that he would do and worse.
Right.
But understand that this is part of why he's winning, because he's a populist. So a populist doesn't get into policy positions. Walker and Rubio are getting killed in this debate because they're blah 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 on policy positions, right? Now look, we as progressives and I hope reasonably smart people care about their positions, right? So the flat tax is a disaster. Should be the fair tax should be called the unfair tax. But the audience out there, they don't care. So here's what Trump does. Hey, now I'll let you speak. Go ahead, right?
Yeah.
And so he's the boss.
Yes.
He's running the place.
Yes.
Right? Hey, Jeff. Hey. All right, now go ahead.
He's running this better than Tapper. He can't control this debate whatsoever. People keep steamrolling him, right? He keeps trying to get someone to control and they just talk over it.
It's exactly what he said, Eddie. Instead of moderating a debate, he's trying to instigate fights. It's like they hired Eddie Haskell to fucking moderate this debate.
So and finally, look, as Trump dominates in a physical way, and it's him versus everybody else, that really gives him an advantage. And on top of that, he says, "Oh, I'm going to get tax the rich, and I'm going to give it to you guys." The Republicans are like, "Yeah, all right, let's do that," right?
When did they go to the talent rock?
Mispronunciation. You don't know either of them. He's so unintelligent that he can't believe anyone else would be intelligent. This guy's just... Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Eviscerating. We're only spending $1 trillion a year. We're eviscerating. Should make it 3, just in case.
We only outspend our nearest competitor by sixfold.
Ask him what the Quds Force is right now.
That's a great point.
He said it was just a misunderstanding. I didn't know which one you were talking about. I knew both.
More water. Come on. Oh, that's so terrible, isn't it?
And I figured out very quickly that the political establishment in Washington, D.C., and both political parties is completely out of touch with the lives of our people. You have millions of people in this country living paycheck to paycheck, and nothing's being done about it. We are about to leave our children with $18 trillion in debt, and they're about to raise the debt limit again. We have a world that grows increasingly dangerous, and we are infiltrating our military, spending and fighting close to Iran. And if this thing continues, we are going to be the first Americans to leave our children worse off than ourselves. That's why I'm missing votes, because I am leaving the Senate, I'm not running for re-election, and I'm running for president, because I know this. Unless we have the right president, we cannot make America fulfill its potential. But with the right person in office, the 21st century can be the greatest era that our nation has ever known.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. I want to turn now to Hugh Hewitt.
Yeah, fucking Jake. It's like a concerted thing. I had a great interview with Governor Bush. I talked to you in February about the biggest elephant in a room full of elephants, which is your last name. And you told me that you would not be burdened either by your brother or your father's legacy in the Middle East. And then a week later, you rolled out your list of foreign policy advisors, and it was a lot of the band getting back together again. So on behalf of the military that is watching, okay, the active duty military that are at the end of the spear, what kind of a commander-in-chief is Jeb Bush going to be, and who are the advisors that are new to your team?
Well, first of all, if you're looking at Republican advisors,
and Trump's been on the
you have to go to the last two administrations that happen to be 41 and 43. So just by definition, if you're, and many of the people here that are the foreign policy experts in the Republican side, they served in my dad's administration, my brother's administration. Of course that's the case. But I'm my own man. I'm going to create a strategy that's based on the simple fact that the United States needs to lead the world. The first thing that we need to do is to stop the craziness of the sequester, rebuild our military so that we don't deploy people over and over again without the necessary equipment to keep them safe, to signal to the world that we're serious. If we're going to lead the world, then we need to have the strongest military possible. We need to rebuild our counterintelligence and intelligence capabilities. We need to focus on the fact that the next president's going to start in 2017, not in 1990, 30 years ago, or when my brother started. The world is dramatically different. And I believe that we need to restore America's presence and leadership in the world. Name a country where our relationship is better today than it was the day that Barack Obama got elected president. Under Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, we have seen a weakness that now creates huge problems for the next president of the United States. So I'll have a team that will be following the doctrine that keeps denigrating military. We're sitting here in this library, which is this wonderful place to talk about this, because that's exactly what happened in the 1980s, and the world was a lot safer because of the leadership of Ronald Reagan and my brother.
I want to ask you a question, though. You promised us great leaders, and I believe that. Jeb Bush has laid out 20 different people that have experience around the world. There are 190 countries. You can't run the world by yourself. When are we going to get some names on your military and your foreign policy advisors?
And I'm meeting with people that are terrific people, but I have to say something because it's about judgment. I am the only person on this dais, the only person that fought very, very hard against us, and I wasn't a sitting politician, going into Iraq. Because I said going into Iraq, that was in 2003, you can check it out, I'll give you 25 different stories. In fact, a delegation was sent to my office to see me because I was so vocal about it. I'm a very militaristic person, but you have to know when to use the military. I'm the only person up here that fought against going into Iraq.
Can I make a response to that?
Just excuse me 1 second.
Can I make a response to that?
You know, you are on less. You do have your 1%. I would like, and I think it's very important. I think it's important because it's about judgment. It's about judgment. I didn't want to go into Iraq, and I fought it because what I said to you, was you're going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's what happened.
So
he's referred to me
in the first chance.
Now make a response.
Right after me. Go ahead. I'll yield the floor. What do you guys say in the Senate when you're talking and debating?
Absolutely.
Delegation.
Here's the fact. When Donald Trump talks about judgment, what was his position on who had been the best negotiator to deal with Iran? It wasn't a Republican. It was Hillary Clinton. That's what you believe. I mean, the lack of judgment and the lack of understanding about how the world works is really dangerous in this kind of time that we're saying. So, is that the judgment that you bring to the table, that Hillary Clinton is a great negotiator, that she could bring about a better
Your brother and your brother's administration gave us Barack Obama because it was such a disaster those last 3 months that Abraham Lincoln couldn't have been elected.
You know what? As it relates to my brother, there's one thing I know for sure. He kept us safe. I don't know if you remember.
You remember the rubble? You remember the firefighter with his arm around it? He sent a clear signal that the United States would be strong and fight Islamic terrorism
and he did keep us safe.
I don't know. You feel safe right now? I don't feel so safe. Well, that's because of Barack. That's because of Barack Obama. That's because of Barack Obama. We've had a president who called ISIS the JV Squad, Yemen a success story, Iran a place we can do business with. It's not because of George W. Bush. It's because of Barack Obama.
Bodyguards for Lincoln. Nobody ever shot him twice.
Or the collapse of the economy. The key issue here is talking about leadership.
Yeah,
there's a lot of great a lot of great ideas. But I would ask the American people to look at who's been tested. When there were 100,000 protesters in my capital, I didn't back down. When they issued death threats against me and threats against my family, I didn't back down. When they tried to recall me, I didn't back down. And when they made me one of their number one targets last year, I didn't back down. Give me the chance to be your president.
Thank you,
I won't back down in any instance. Senator Paul.
The remark was made that there hadn't been anyone else on the podium opposed to the Iraq War. I've made my career as being an opponent of the Iraq War.
Yes.
I was opposed to the Syrian War. I was opposed to arming people who are our enemies. Iran is now stronger because Hussein is gone. Hussein was a great bulwark and counterbalance to the Iranians. So when we complain about the Iranians, we need to remember that the Iraq War didn't work. Originally, Governor Bush was asked, was the Iraq War a mistake? And he said, no, we do it again. We have to learn. Sometimes the interventions backfire. The Iraq War backfired and did not help us. We're still paying the repercussions of a bad decision. We have to make the decision now in Syria. Should we topple Assad? Many up here wanted to topple Assad. In fact, I said no because if you do, ISIS will now be in charge.
I understand that Governor Bush's name has been invoked, and then we can go to your Senator review.
Here's the lessons of history. When we pull back, voids are created. We left Iraq. We should have had a forces agreement to stay there with a small force. Instead of that, we politically and militarily pull back, and now we have the creation of ISIS. 36 days ago, in this very library, I gave a speech with a comprehensive strategy on how to take out ISIS. And it requires American leadership and engagement. We don't have to be the world's policeman, but we certainly have to be the world's leader. We need to make sure that the world knows that we're serious, that we're engaged, that we're not going to pull back, that our word matters. And if we do that, we can create a force. And in Syria, which will take a lot longer time now because of what President Obama's done by pulling back.
I want to go even deeper, and I want to go even deeper in that direction because I think the belief that somehow by retreating America makes the world safer has been disproven every single time it's ever been tried. Syria is a perfect example of it. The uprising in Syria was not started by the United States. It was started by the Syrian people. And I warned at the time, this was 3.5 years ago, I openly and repeatedly warned that if we did not find moderate elements on the ground, that void would be filled by radical jihadists. Well, the president didn't listen. The administration didn't follow through. And that's exactly what happened. That is why ISIS grew. That is why ISIS is
I don't know why Obama didn't do that.
What is happening in that region is the direct consequence of the inability to lead and of disengagement. And the more we disengage, the more airplanes from Moscow you're going to see flying out of Damascus and out of Syria. Thank you, Senator Ross, earlier.
Dr. Carson.
I haven't had an opportunity to weigh in on foreign policy, and I just want to mention that when the war, when the issue occurred in 2003, I suggested to President Bush that he not go to war. Okay, so I just want that on the record. And, you know, a lot of people are very much against us getting involved right now with global jihadism. And they refer back to our invasion of Iraq, and they seem to think that that was what caused it. What caused it was withdrawing from there and creating a vacuum, which allowed this terrible situation to occur. But it's very different from what's going on today. We're talking about global jihadists who actually want to destroy us. They are an existential threat to our nation. And we have to be mature enough to recognize that our children will have no future if we put our heads in the sand. We have to recognize that the choices. We either allow them to continue to progress and appear to be the winners, or we use every resource available to us to destroy them.
It's interesting that you say that because I want to ask Governor Christie about something else that you have said. Governor Christie, we just marked the 14th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Now, Dr. Carson has said that if he had been president,
you wanted to stay long,
would not have gone to war in Afghanistan.
So if the Iraq war was only permanent, that would have been great.
Dr. Carson would respond as president if America were attacked again.
Oh no, just you have to take them out.
I got it right here.
President Bush on September
Take 'em out,
10th, 2001. And And that next day, my wife, Mary Pat, did what she did every day. She traveled through the World Trade Center and went to her office 2 blocks from the World Trade Center.
Ted Cruz is dominating.
And after those planes hit for 5.5 hours, after that, I couldn't reach her. Didn't know whether she was dead or alive. We had 3 children at the time. Like 5 I would go operate. I had to confront with so many thousands of others in my region. The idea that I might become a single parent. Nobody's telling them that on the staff. That my life and my children's life might be changed forever.
Like conjoined
twins. We lost friends that day. We went to the funerals. And I will tell you that what those people go on, and what they deserve.
Take them out.
Was for America to answer back against what had been done.
Goes 9/11.
And I support what President Bush did at that time, going into Afghanistan, hunting Al-Qaeda and its leaders, getting its sanctuary out of place, and making it as difficult around the world for them to move people and money. And then he went to prosecutors like us. And he said, never again.
He was okay though, right? We should
don't prosecute these people after the crime is committed. Intervene before the crime happens. I absolutely believe what the president did at the time was right, and one of the people on the stage was part of making sure that what Governor Bush said before was true. America was safe for those 7 years while Barack Obama has taken that same time.
I don't know if I could be bombs at once. I mean the bomb. I thought it could be bombs.
You know, President George W. Bush was a great friend of ours, and we spent many wonderful days at the White House.
He agrees with Bush.
I haven't been there in the last 7 years. I'd probably have to have a phone tester. But at any rate, you know, I didn't suggest that nothing be done. What I suggested
torturing and war crimes that got no information.
Be Kennedy-esque in the sense that when the Russians got ahead of us in the space race, what we did is use the bully pulpit to galvanize everybody. Business, industry, academia, behind a national goal to put a man on the moon and bring them back safely. I said you can do the same kind of thing. Declare that within 5 to 10 years we will become petroleum independent. The modern Arab states would have been so concerned about that, they would have turned over Osama bin Laden and anybody else who wanted on a silver platter within 2 weeks. There are smart ways to do things, and there are muscular ways to do things, and sometimes you have to look at both of those to come up with the right solution.
I don't want to say this, Jake. Is that while that may have been a fine idea that Dr. Carson had, these people were out to kill us. I stood in that region with my family, and every time a plane went overhead in the weeks after that, people's heads jerked to the sky because they thought it was happening again. You do not need to go through subtle diplomacy at that point. That can be handled later on. What you need is a strong American leader who will take the steps that are necessary to protect our nation. That's what I would do as Commander-in-Chief in this circumstance, and that's what President George W. Bush did in 2001.
Dr. Carson?
I have no argument with having a strong leader and to be aggressive where aggression
you guys aren't scared enough.
But it's not
Why are you guys scared
in every
like me?
circumstance. There is a time when you can use your intellect to come up with other ways to do things. And I think that's what we need to start thinking about. There is no question that a lot of these problems that we have been talking about in terms of the international situation is because we are
just start fucking bombing the wrong country.
So small. It's because our Air Force is incapable of doing the same things that it did a few years ago. Because our Marine Corps is not ready to be deployed. There are a lot of problems that are going on, and we need to solve those problems. We need to build up our military.
Cannot be solved by intellect. They cannot. They require. What they need is they need an operating space. That's what Afghanistan was for Al Qaeda. It was a vacuum that they filled, and they created an operating space. That's why they had to be drawn out of there. That's why they had to be destroyed. It is the reason why ISIS has now grown as well. We allowed a vacuum to emerge in Syria. They used it as an operating space to grow. And today they're not just in Iraq and Syria anymore. They're now in Libya conducting operations in Afghanistan trying to as the most powerful radical jihadists on the ground as well.
I don't
cannot allow radical jihadists to have an operating safe haven anywhere in the world.
Just today, there was a new report. About 50 different intelligence analysts have said that what they sent up the ladder was doctored by senior officials so that they could give some happy talk to the situation. I love the idea.
That's why you need a leader like me.
To deal with our enemies, but the fact is, if you don't have good intelligence that's reliable and it's honest, you're not going to have good intelligence, and you cannot make good decisions.
The next president is primarily elected not just to know things, but to know what to do with the things that he knows. And the most dangerous person in any room is the person who doesn't know what he doesn't know. And the reason Barack Obama has been dangerous to this country, and we better elect someone who has had some executive experience, is because we cannot afford another 8 years having a person in the office who doesn't know what he does not know.
Thank you, Governor. I want to turn to ISIS. Governor Walker.
Spent the last
How about the unknown unknown?
Yes. Also, before you start selling catheters.
Discussion. There's a big debate right now about whether or not to send more U.S. troops to fight ISIS in Iraq and Syria. In the first debate earlier this evening, Senator Lindsey Graham argued.
Look at Rand. Quick point, please.
That candidates are only serious about fighting ISIS if they are willing to send 10,000. U.S. troops to Iraq, 10,000 U.S. troops as part of.
Tired old man.
No kidding. And why won't he say we're too worried about if this is part of a coalition to Syria? Governor Walker, you said, you just told me a few days ago that the 3,000.
These guys have it all figured out. That's what I like about Skep.
He's so disrespectful to Rand Paul. It's fascinating phenomenon.
Right now are enough
They
as long
love
as the rules of
kicking the ones who
engagement
are
are
down.
changed. What do you know that Senator Graham doesn't know?
No, to be clear, what I said the other day was that we need to lift the political restrictions that are already in play. Barack Obama's administration has put political restrictions on the military personnel already in Iraq. We need to lift those, and then we need to listen to our military experts, not the political forces in the White House, but our military experts about how many more we send in. And we certainly shouldn't have a commander-in-chief who sends a message to our adversaries as to how far we're going to go and how far we're willing to fight. So I'm not putting a troop number on. What I'm saying is lift the political restrictions. When you do that, you empower our military personnel already there to work with the Kurd and the Sunni allies to reclaim the territory taken by ISIS, and to do so in a way that allows that ISIS doesn't go back in Syria, as we were just talking about it. That is the fundamental problem going forward. We have a president, and Hillary Clinton, who's a part of this, by the way, who has made political decisions for our men and women in uniform. I want the men and women at home to know, if I am commander-in-chief, I will only send you into harm's way when our national security is at risk, and if we do, you know you'll have our full support, the support of the American people, and you'll have a clear path for victory.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Paul, I want to go to you because you have said that the boots on the ground to fight ISIS need to be Arab boots. We just learned today that despite the Obama administration spending $500 million to help create those Arab boots, there are only 4 or 5 U.S. trained fighters in Syria fighting ISIS. What does that say to you about the effectiveness of the idea of the boots on the ground need to be Arab boots?
If you want boots on the ground and you want them to be our sons and daughters, you got 14 other choices. There will always be a Bush or Clinton for you if you want to go back to war in Iraq. But the thing is, the first war was a mistake, and I'm not sending our sons and our daughters back to Iraq. The war didn't work. We can amplify those who live there.
Let's talk about Iraq.
Deserve to be armed, and I'll arm them. We can use our Air Force to amplify the forces there, but the boots on the ground need to be the people who live there. My goodness, I'm still upset with the Saudi Arabians for everything they do over there. They've funded the arms that went to the jihadists. They're not accepting any of the people, any of the migrants that have been, the refugees that are being pushed out of Syria. Saudi Arabia is not accepting.
You haven't said a word about Trump. Let's move on. Thank you, Mr. Fury. Now, what do you think about Trump's views on the Navy?
Numbers are scaring me. American interest.
Have you been in his helicopter?
America's national security interest to have another war.
We're going to turn to some domestic issues now. I want to bring in my colleague Dana Bash.
Really cover up that.
Oh shit!
That was like 17 seconds.
I called for boots on the ground many months ago in a coalition with our friends who share our interests. You know, you win a battle with the military. And when we go somewhere, we need to be mobile and lethal. We need to take care of business, and we need to come home. But we face also a bigger war, and you win the bigger war with a battle of ideas. You wonder why young people and educated people, rich people, schooled people have tried to join ISIS. Western civilization, all of us need to wake up to the fact that those murderers and rapists need to be called out, and in Western civilization, we need to make it clear that our faith in the Jewish and Christian principles force us to live a life bigger than ourselves, to be sinners in justice, so that we can battle the radicals, call them out for what they are, and make sure that all of our people feel fulfilled in living in Western civilization. This is a giant battle in the world today.
Since everyone has gotten to weigh in on this military issue, I'd like to be able to do the same. We have spent probably 12 minutes talking about the past. Let's talk about the future. We need the strongest military on the face of the planet, and everyone has to know it. And specifically what that means is we need about 50 Army brigades, we need about 36 Marine battalions, we need somewhere between 300 and 350 naval ships, we need to upgrade the nuclear triad, we need to reform the Department of Defense, we need as well to invest in our military technology, and we need to care for our veterans, so 307,000 of them aren't dying waiting for health care.
Thank you.
Governor Bush, let's talk about an issue that's very important to Republican voters, and that's the Supreme Court. After Chief Justice John Roberts voted to uphold Obamacare twice, Senator Cruz criticized your brother for appointing John Roberts to the Supreme Court. Looking back on it, did your brother make a mistake?
Well, I'm surprised Senator Cruz would say that, since he was a strong supporter of John Roberts at the time. I will talk about what I will do as President of the United States as it relates to appointing Supreme Court justices. We need to make sure that we have justices with a proven, experienced record of respect for upholding the Constitution. That is what we need. We can't have the history in recent past is appoint people that have no experience so that you can't get attacked. And that makes it harder for people to have confidence that they won't veer off on decisions.
Is John Roberts one of those people?
Or the Republican line. We have to make sure our justices are political.
He just admitted to supporting the guy he's pissed off at. He just...
When supporting him, wasn't that the easier way to go?
What the fuck is he doing? Can't believe there's gambling. On day
will be murdered.
Would it be funny if Jake just said, "Okay, Senator, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. Hey, you've given us your word on 1,000 things already. All right, with the giving the word business. for Supreme Court things and deciding what's constitutional and not constitutional. First thing he's going to ask is, what's your medical opinion on a fetus?
Yeah.
To a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah. And also, if you think it's a human being, it's also still a blob of tissue.
Yeah.
All at the same time.
Oh, this what fetishes?
More than defund Planned Parenthood. One final thing. I'd make darn sure that we absolutely believe the 10th Amendment. Every governor on this stage would share this much with you. Every one of us. Our biggest legislature, or even the Democrats. My gosh, half the time it was with the federal government, who apparently never understood that if it's not reserved in the Constitution, then the 10th Amendment says it's left to the states, but somebody forgot to send a memo to Washington.
Thank you, Governor. Now, we're going to take a quick break. Coming up, one of the hottest questions that you have been asking us via social media. We have one question is candidates.
Why aren't you? Wow, that's amazing. All right, so here we go. So further analysis here. Mike Huckabee just said that he would ask Supreme Court justices not what their views on the Constitution are, but what their medical opinion on fetuses are.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Rand Paul has disappeared. I think that although he has given answers that are perfectly rational on foreign policy, not although, because he has given answers that are perfectly rational on foreign policy, he has hurt himself greatly. Yeah. So now, in the past, I thought he had a chance of winning. But now, Donald Trump, Carson, and some of the others have outflanked him on Iraq. His main thing was, they were wrong about Iraq, I was right. Trump says, yeah, I was right about Iraq, too. Today, he said 2003, but almost every other time, he said, I was right about Iraq in July of 2004. Oh, good for you. 16 months after the war started, in the middle of a giant debate in the country, when Bush and Kerry were running against each other on whether the Iraq war was a disaster, and most people were starting to think, it was. Okay, so all of it was like, I knew it, but it doesn't matter, because he says it, nobody ever fact checks it, so Rand Paul then becomes irrelevant. And
smart, tense, and beautifully acted.
When it comes to anything related to foreign policy, her answer is always, let's put more money into defense.
I'm coming for you! It's masterful and gripping, but it has problems. Subject outside. Pawn sacrifice. Rated PG-13.
Two most significant events in the 20th century. The Allies win the war, and this.
What you make isn't supposed to be the best part of you when you're a father. That's what's supposed to be the best part of you.
Don't have any power, the media will be tough guys and start stomping on you. That's what they used to do to Trump. They used to call him a joke. Now they're like obsequious. Like, oh, yes, it's Monday, Mr. Trump. You would ask him fine questions during an interview about Quds Force versus Third Force. Okay, and this is a Jake Tapper ad and CNN that they're pointing to with tough questions. My ass tough questions.
They accidentally put his picture there.
Though, what did you do afterwards? After Trump bullied him, he bowed his head. Oh, those were good answers. It was a great interview. Sorry, Mr. Trump. Sorry.
Yes. After Trump called him a third-rate interviewer for a week afterwards.
Because they're all monkeys. Look at Ted Cruz pretending to be so strong, right? I will do this. I will look into the camera. I will give you this promise, right? What did that bitch do? He said, now, nobody was talking about immigration until Donald Trump.
Simply aren't built to function.
Oh, you're
the cruising altitude.
What a kiss ass.
It does this like, oh, yes.
I love when you do that.
Look at it. All of this to be what? To be Trump's vice president? You pathetic, in the words of Donald Trump, loser, you baby, you dum-dum, right? So, no, none of these guys are strong. All they do, and that's why Trump is winning.
Yeah, well,
he gets out there and does this, right? And like this, and then they go, oh, including, unfortunately, Jake Tapper here.
I disagree that it's strength. I think that he is openly insulting, but I think that his body language screams that he does not see himself as a physical equal to the people that he's near. And I think that Carly Fiorina might be being disrespected now. I think that's true, but I think that she is going to gain after this one because she is openly standing up to both Trump and she's giving off that Republican I can be a tyrant vibe that I think they will bow down. I agree.
Welcome back to CNN Republican presidential debate at the Reagan Library here in Simi Valley, California. Many people on social media wanted us to ask about marijuana legalization. Senator Paul, Governor Christie recently said, quote, if you're getting high in Colorado today where marijuana has been legalized, enjoy it until January 2017 because I will enforce the federal laws. Against marijuana. Will you?
I think one of the great problems and what the American people don't like about
He's not
hypocrisy. People who have one standard for others.
I'll give it to him. Good for him. Yeah. Honestly, he's getting more respect from me here.
He's his father's son.
Yeah. I think he knew he was going to lose anyway, so fuck it. Go down on your shield.
Unless your shield is really sharp.
I think that's
fall on your sword.
I think you go out on your shield.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Oh, that's true.
And what do we miss?
So answer your parents, right? Yeah. So
should you be in the drugs that George W. Should you have gone to prison? And you shouldn't have
got that should be the question. Should you have gone to prison?
Good.
Which is caused by prescription drugs. Yes. Thank you.
For themselves. There's at least one prominent example on the stage of someone who says they smoked pot in high school, and yet the people going to
better treatment in prison. Oh.
Fuck you. He does not doesn't care. Doesn't care about either of them.
Yeah, and you're the one who wants to lock that 16-year-old up.
Yep. Yeah.
Chris Christie running as Richard Nixon. Both corrupt and restarting a war on drugs.
Yes.
His logo should be rested in there. It's Nixon's.
Rand Paul's appealing to the theoretical Republican Party of 15 years ago.
In Missouri.
40 years ago, I smoked marijuana. I also smoked it yesterday, but I smoked it 3 years ago too.
No, he doesn't.
Who cares if it's not medical marijuana? It's none of your freaking business. Do you want people getting involved in how many donuts you eat?
Yeah, like he obviously understands addiction that leads to you putting stuff in your body. Yeah. He gets that.
Donuts are a gateway to roast beef. He's got hot beefy mac in that cup. That's Dinty Moore from Dinty Moore, hot beefy mac.
He's got that brown mustache.
Chris Christie's like, if we keep smoking pot, I'm going to have even more munchies. Come on, you don't want me to have more munchies. Oh.
It's not as bad, you mean? Thankfully, no one has ever died from alcohol. No one's ever been put in a grave from alcohol, like kids hit by drunk drivers.
I'm sure she wants to regulate pharmaceutical companies. I mean, that's like number one on her agenda, right?
To say, I like parents who didn't have their kids die from drugs.
there's a horrific massacre, they talk about federal gun laws every time, over and over and over and over.
Great point.
You put 2 points for him on the scoreboard. They're black. Not the only question. They're both good questions. Yes. They took away all the guns in Australia. Why aren't there tons of mass hammerings? Just constantly just killing 6 or 7 people with a hammer.
Coming from the Reagan Library is like coming from, who's that? Coming from the Stephen Hawking gymnasium, right?
Oh, God. Would not have guessed that was your target.
Look us in the eye, Ted Cruz. Make us another promise. I won't believe it unless you guarantee it.
On day one.
None of your candidates have attacked him at all.
You're too distracted by the size of his ears.
Oh, I know.
His ears are.
Hank Thompson, the most dangerous thing about marijuana is that you might get beat up by the cops and sent to jail.
That's a great tweet.
And Trump hasn't spoken, as Michael's saying, for 25 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, yes. He wouldn't change the policy. It's like he loses $1,300 check a month.
Yeah.
You wouldn't fucking notice.
He's going to cut your Social Security and Medicare. That's what he said.
Of course he hates Social Security. With his BMI, he's not going to last to 65.
Oh, damn.
Do you think he's going to collect the Social Security check?
I've never. That was a huge elbow.
Don't take it up with me, take it up with human anatomy.
This is where Chris Christie, his big thing with Social Security is to turn it into a welfare program so then we can get rid of it. That's exactly
so that it's easier to use.
Yes. So once you don't give benefits to rich people, now it's a welfare program because they have to pay into it.
Exactly. That's why I don't even agree with the rich not being able to get out.
Right.
Lift the payroll tax or whatever, but they should still get the check. I want them invested in it.
Yes.
That's how social media is pressured.
Nice back.
That's the vacuum. Her friend is like gold. Fucking where's the house? improving Wall Street, lowest unemployment. I want Wall Street strong when the waters of the ocean begin to slop over Manhattan. So we should too. Their fuel standards are leagues better than ours.
Solve climate change.
Yes.
Well, good for you. You fucked things up worse. No, we want to work with everyone else. We want to lead everything.
They oppose this and the treaties, the international treaties, at the same time, both of them. The vertical solution.
Verticals this way.
See?
So now are they not denying it anymore? When did they shift on this?
Well, he's not denying. I'm sure others will.
Don't worry. I'm going to cut taxes on the rich. If you're struggling paycheck to paycheck, I got the richest back.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well, it'll make it easier for Donald Trump.
Oh, great.
Was that Huckabee? It was Ted Cruz. Oh, he's going to deny science. What's going on has been revealed. Yeah, there's not a link. Yes. Let's see.
Close to what?
A mess. I'll fix it. I'll be fantastic against autism.
Is it an anchor baby or a regular baby?
They don't give horse vaccines to babies.
This guy's dangerous, man.
Now he's autistic? Did you say that? He said now he's... And Ben Carson looks away.
Just stands on it and lets him say it.
That's a doctor right there. His medical take. I'm gonna be great at medical.
Make your head spin.
He's not gonna answer.
Thank you.
Oh, now you're validating.
Now you're validating totally validating it. We're giving too many because of what? What does it do?
What does that mean, too
What does it do?
According to what?
Because it
Research.
spoils their appetite?
Does it give them autism if you give them too many?
We'll never know because he just trailed off.
Freedom to be ignorant.
Yeah, see if you don't get it.
God damn it, you're just putting
It's
out
about freedom, Jank. So when he sees a kid with measles, he goes, look, Liberty spots.
So now they're all got these people thinking that if you take vaccines one after another that you're going to get autism.
Yeah, no, they're all bunched up. You know, you do one at 2 months, you do one at 30, you do one when you get your first Social Security check. Do it that way, spread it out.
How about bullshit? How about a war on bullshit?
Republicans, they can't help themselves. Everything's a war.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a war on heart disease. I'm going to take your heart, I'm going to punch it. And that'll show I'm going to knock the disease out of it.
I'd prefer that war.
I've got a huge prostate. I'm going to have a war on urinating. This guy's got a face of a guy who should be driving a go-kart in a Shriners parade. Are you fucking kidding me?
He was gonna do a war on Alzheimer's, but he forgot.
You know what?
Oh my God! When is this debate gonna be over?
I heard he was gonna do a war on Alzheimer's.
At least they brought up climate change.
Did you say that? I was trying to make a joke.
I'm with you. All right, so guys, here we go. Analysis of this portion of the debate. My God, these people, man, they scare the hell out of me. If any of these guys win, it's just absolutely frightening to think of. Unfortunately, this is what gets establishment Democrats to be able to say, "Hey, don't risk any Republican winning, right? Because they were all monsters and madmen." I mean, they just said to all their very impressionable, idiotic constituents, "Hey, don't take a bunch of vaccines in a row, otherwise your kid will become autistic." That's not true! And they had 2 doctors on the stage warning you about that.
2 doctors.
And they said, "Oh yeah, Trump
got their second opinion.
She's right about that." No, God damn it! Stop lying to people. It's dangerous.
No, Cenk, you're slightly off. There's no link between the two, but man, we're giving them way too many.
According to what study? According to what study says we're giving them too many, too often, too much? What? When?
But it shows you how willing, the other candidates are at cowering down to Trump. None of them are willing to really challenge Trump, and it's so sad. That's beyond dangerous. I mean, if someone doesn't want to vaccinate their own children, they think, oh, well, it's just my freedom, right? Like, that's my liberty. I don't want to vaccinate my own children. No, you're putting other people's children at risk if you don't vaccinate your kids.
Yeah, and you're not pro-life, by the way.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And so we've got these guys who are all interestingly helping Trump by bowing down to him in a lot of ways. But I'll tell you, the person I think is going to come out the best in this debate is Fiorina. She's the only one effectively challenging him.
Yes.
Right? So Rand Paul has, I think, in some cases, ineffectively challenged him. Ben Carson and Cruz the whole night have been like, oh, yes, Mr. Trump. Can I get a position in your cabinet, Mr. Trump?
You're very intelligent, Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
The only downside with Fiorina is that she does want to start World War III, which I see as a significant downfall, potentially.
I like the Iraq 3 idea. I like sequels. I'm from Hollywood. Come on. You know what I heard? I heard they're going to have a war on Alzheimer's, but he forgot.
Yeah. I thought I heard something about that.
No, but seriously, Huckabee, what an unbelievable guy. Like, I'm going to do a war. I'm going to do a war on heart disease, a war on cancer, and I'm going to punch Alzheimer's in the mouth. Like, what are you talking about? Everything's a war with these guys.
I'm going to rape Alzheimer's, and I'm going to make it carry my baby to term.
I think they were saying something about the video.
Yes, I know, but quick. We're back already.
We're back here.
So
that was very quick.
All right, Jake with his good suit is back.
Jake Tapper, by the way, want everyone to know, has blocked me on Twitter.
Jake Tapper did block you?
Yes.
Right now?
In the middle of this? Oh, God, you fucking dick. You're going to put your wife on the $10 bill? Wow. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Oh, and like that's how he sees women. They spend money. They spend money.
She spends his money that he gets from people who think he's talking to Jesus.
Jesus, I would actually do the same thing.
Me too.
This is so lame. This is unbearably lame.
Put your gigantic vagina on there. Jesus Christ.
You really? You're gonna put your mom on because she's hot and I date her. I put her on the bill or I put her on my face. One of the two.
Oh my God.
My daughter's spinning
right on the mouth. No, hold on. I don't have to. I already put a woman on the bill. My mom, it's $1.
Jesus Christ.
They actually help people.
He gets to say that because she's a woman and they're going to love that.
Of course, she's going to get a job on Fox News now.
She's selling out women. That's what they love.
Yeah, that's exactly. What I tell you, they love that answer. Love that answer. No women, fuck it. The only problem was she liked to help the poor. That was inconvenient, you know. Kind of a bummer.
He's also against contraception. Really good for poor.
He also didn't believe in God.
Better doubts, yeah.
I put Dolly Madison into the ice cream.
Every morning I look up to Aunt Jemima. I put her on the bill.
I put Little Debbie.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted there. Little Debbie. Thank you.
That's so sad.
It's kind of.
Terry, it sounds like sex. What do you think?
Oh, man!
Already. Okay,
boss.
He's gonna. I bet he says Trump. Maybe he'll say boss.
Oh,
he hit his
like
head.
that's so. Again, he's boss. That's funny. He gives credit to Bush. Comes out a winner.
Yes. You came back. You're good, kid. Come back at me. Oh, you cock!
That first answer scared half the audience.
They're like, oh, did he just say gay? I'm voting against that guy.
Does he have gaydar?
He said gay. That's
a long one.
name.
That's a long one.
Here's a serious question. When is this debate ever going to end?
Seriously.
Beautiful woman in the background. Take that shot.
The old lady?
No. Not my fault.
Oh.
Yeah, my.
God.
Who went the farthest with Reagan?
Who was Tongue Reagan? I love that guy.
I met him with a Catholic bishop. We were all blowing each other.
I knew I shouldn't open it.
This is Pop-Tart. That's a good name.
That's epic. Sound of one hand clapping. Guns, grits, gravy, cocaine, abortion.
Some of these guys, I think, have a real shot at becoming Prime Minister of Israel.
Doing pretty good, yeah.
Oh, we're getting so bullied.
I feel bullied.
I feel bullied.
Peru, constantly bullying.
Someday America's going to get their day on the international stage. We're going to start pushing some people around. I'm talking to you, rest of the world.
What's his view on abortion again?
I bet I'll mention it.
Jesus, what the fuck does that mean?
What does that mean?
What is
the enemies within?
Liberals.
Clearly.
Black Lives Matter.
They didn't really talk much about race relation. Cops, nothing about the justice system.
What about re-regulating Wall Street? Did that come up?
That's why selling those weapons to the Iranians was such a good idea.
Japan, we dropped a nuclear bomb.
No, but that was like the first mention of an ally not named Israel.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I know.
Like, they talked a lot about the enemies, but no Great Britain, no Canada, certainly not Mexico.
In the closing remarks.
Right. Finally, two other allies were mentioned.
Wow, it's good for your dominant vote in Cuba. That'll make me feel good.
I hate the way he looks at the camera.
Me too.
So fake. Another bullshit story, by the way.
Trifle. Defeat button. I just take them out.
Khomeini.
No one said Khomeini more in a debate. That was including Iranian debates. Who would have thought that Khomeini would beat Reagan in number of mentions? Tax cuts for the rich!
Cuts! One of them gets elected.
Sometimes he looks a little like his brother.
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah.
his left eye looks smaller than his right eye. And there's something wrong with his face. Yeah. Why isn't Donald Trump talking about that? Talk about that face. He's like, you know Trump would do it. You want a small left eye in the Oval Office? That's what you want.
It's not too big. It's not too big to fail. But ultimately,
Like
small
a regular
enough to
Sammy
succeed.
Davis
When we
Jr.
send
over
powers back to the states,
Hey,
and
Smalley, left eye, what's going
what I
on?
did in Wisconsin. We took on the big government union bosses, the big government special interests, many of whom came in from Washington
so much.
to spend millions of dollars to try and take me out because we stood up to them. We didn't back down in any of those instances. You give me the chance to be your next president. I won't back down any day, any way, anyhow. I'll fight and win for you and your families every single day I'm in office.
I think what this nation can be and must be is symbolized by Lady Liberty and Lady Justice. Lady Liberty stands tall and strong. She is clear-eyed and resolute. She doesn't shield her eyes from the realities of the world, but she faces outward into the world nevertheless, as we always must, and she holds her torch high because she knows she is a beacon of hope in a very troubled world. And Lady Justice holds a sword by her side, because she is a fighter, a warrior. For the values and the principles that have made this nation great, she holds a scale in her other hand. And with that scale, she says all of us are equal in the eyes of God. And so all of us must be equal in the eyes of the law and the government, powerful and powerless alike. And she wears a blindfold. And with that blindfold, she is saying to us that it must be true, it can be true, that in this country, in this century, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter how you start. It doesn't matter your circumstances. Here in this nation, every American's life must be filled with the possibilities that come from their God-given gifts. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All of that is what we're wearing the blindfold.
Yeah. Let's see the thing. So as president,
I will make this a nation that will solve problems. And how? By having the elected officials and the leaders realize they're Americans before they're Republicans or Democrats. I did it in Washington, and I've done it in Ohio by having the elected officials realize that they're Ohioans before anything else. Secondly, I will rebuild the relationships and show the respect to our allies around the world. We have no choice but to do that. We will be stronger when we are unified, and we'll fight for freedom and for human rights. And finally, a little bit of what Carly said. The people that are out there listening, America was never great because we ran America from the top down. America is great because we've run America from the bottom up, where we all live in the neighborhoods. One more time in America, we need to revive the concept of citizenship, where everybody's actions make a huge difference in changing the world. We have a Holocaust memorial on our State House grounds, and there is one line on there that stands out all the time. If you've saved one life, you've changed the world. We need to adopt that as citizens and rebuild and re-inspire our country. Thank you.
I turned 18 in 1980, and my first vote was for Ronald Reagan. Boy, am I glad I did it. I think the country is too. A Christie presidency won't be about me. It'll be about you. Tonight you sit at home in your living room frustrated that you play by the rules, you pay the taxes, you do the hard things to raise your family. Yet you feel like America's generosity is being taken advantage of, that your system is being gamed, and that you're turning out to fall further and further behind.
Such a standard political speech.
Our presidency will be about ending that, about enforcing the law, level the playing field for everybody, and once again reward those folks who play by the rules and think that justice means more than just a word, but it means a way of life. And I will tell you this, around the world, I will not shake hands with, I will not meet with, and I will not agree to anything with a country that says death to us and death to Israel and holds our hostages while we sign agreements with them. It'll be an America that will be strong and resolute and will once again be able to stick out its chest and say, we truly are the greatest nation in the world because we live our lives that way each and every day.
He reminded
to be fair.
That concludes this Republican presidential debate on behalf of everyone here at CNN. We want to thank the candidates, the Reagan Library, and the Republican National Committee. Thank you also to Hugh Hewitt and Dan Bash. The next presidential debate will also be right here on CNN among the Democratic candidates who will face off for the first time on October 13th. That debate, a partnership with Facebook, will be moderated by my colleague, Anderson Cooper. And Anderson picks up our coverage of tonight's debate right now. Before I throw to Anderson, let's have one final round of applause for the game.
First of all, Donald Trump closed the war. Big tappers, every other question was, Senator Rubio, what do you think about what Donald Trump says about you? Senator Cruz, what do you think about what Donald Trump says about her? Donald Trump. When we went to Donald Trump, did we get any elucidation of what his policies would be? Of course not! Look, my policies will be fantastic, okay? They'll be as good as policies as you'll ever see. He even said near the end there, the country will be very special, and we'll have more of everything.
Except Mexicans.
No, more of everything.
More of everything.
That's his policy, more of everything.
It speaks to the Republican base and how stupid they are. That's all it takes to get their attention, to get their vote. He's leading in the polls. It's incredible. I mean, he wasn't specific about much. There were a few things he said that I think were decent, right? Like the flat tax thing, he's against it. He seems to be in favor of Social Security, right? Like little things like that. But overall, like the vaccine thing is so dangerous. I hate the fact that he's an anti-vaccine person, and people are going to watch that and they're going to think, oh my God, my kid might get autism if I vaccinate them, so I'm not going to vaccinate them.
Even
Dangerous.
the legendary Dr. Ben Carson agreed with Trump. You shouldn't get too many. Right? He said there's scientific evidence that there's no link. But hey, watch out, don't get too many. So Trump's... Why did you say that? Why did you bow your head to this maniac?
Wussy. He's a big old wuss. I do disagree, though. I think that to the extent that this was Trump against the world, it was 50% as much Trump against the world as the last debate. And for that reason, this debate was twice as good as the last debate. We had way more specifics, as horrendous as they were, from a number of different candidates. We had a lot of back and forth between a person and another non-Trump person for significant periods of time. After the first 20 minutes, we had a lot of periods of time where Trump did not speak. I don't know what he was thinking about. Perhaps he was imagining what Ivana was going to look like later in the night. But I think we got a lot of information about the different candidates in a way that we didn't last time. I think this was a way better debate, and there was way less Trump in it.
I think the only reason why I think you're wrong. And the reason why I say that is because the only reason why we might have gotten a little more information about the candidates is because this debate was approximately 28 hours long.
Yeah, that's fine, but there was less Trump.
There was less Trump.
I don't think so. I really didn't see it that way.
Hold on. There was less Trump in the second half. In the first half, remember the very first question that Tapper asked was, what do you think about what Trump had to say about this?
Yeah, for
what do you think about
minutes.
I mean, no, it went on long.
John, I took notes on all the candidates. I didn't have a single note on Christie until his closing speech when he said, people we disagree with, I won't shake their hand, I won't do anything, I won't meet with them, I won't agree with them on anything. What if they say, okay, fine, you take our nukes? No, because I won't agree with them on anything, right? Yeah. But that's the first note I took on Chris Christie. And I've got a lot of notes, 4 or 5 on Huckabee, etc.
We're going to know
Trump, I have 20.
Well, I think you were far more interested in Trump.
No, because they kept talking about Trump and Trump's fight with this and Trump's fight with that.
We can debate right now this, but tomorrow we're going to know. They're going to break down how many minutes every candidate spoke, and we're going to see the percentage, and we're going to know it from the last one, and we can compare. And I will try to remember to do that tomorrow. I bet there was less Trump by percentage and by total vote.
I appreciate Johnny trying to make this interesting. Thank you, Johnny. I appreciate taking a bullet saying something so stupid.
Anyway. God, wait, there's Trump at this debate?
Yeah. Now, John, if you're...
tell me about my hair.
John, if you're a Republican, you say, well, largely I agree with Jimmy.
He's right, I'm stupid. He's a smart man.
So look, now when we got to the so-called substantive answers that they were going to have, when the moments that John is talking about, where we find out more about the Republicans, well, it was, largely, they're not going to mess with us. I'm going to show them. I've got a button right here that says wipe out ISIS. I press it and they're gone, right? Yeah. And then I'm going to make America great. I'm going to cut taxes and I'm going to and magically the economy will grow. What was the specifics? It was all like tough guy, but it scared the hell out of me because they're grade A demagogues. I mean, I believe that some of those people will definitely rip up that agreement with Iran and immediately go to war. Okay, so if you like war, if you like the Iraq War, wait till you get a load of the war with Iran. That half these guys will definitely start. Definitely. The only people who talked about any specifics in my mind were Irina, who. Yes, she had a long list and she had it ready when she talked about the military. I'm going to do 150 ships. I'm going to do 350 this. And I got the nuclear triad. Okay. I mean, I know that she did that to seem like a tough guy. I'm a woman, so I have to show you how many things I know about the military, but it's well played, right? And she seems strong, and I thought she did a good job. Although, of course, I don't agree with anything she says, but she did a good job of presenting herself as strong. And outside of that, the only other specifics was, ironically, Trump saying that he'll raise the tax rates on the hedge fund guys, right? So that was kind of interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's going to do it, but at least it's populist, it works, and it was a little bit of a specific. Was there any specifics outside of that?
Rand Paul was specific about.
You're right.
Whenever he had some opportunities to speak, he was specific, and he made a lot of sense. But unfortunately, with the Republican Party, that doesn't get you anywhere. So he was, shut out.
No, you're right, because he talked about Planned Parenthood. Yeah, no, and talked about how the war on drugs is wrong, what he would do about it, the states' rights issue, why the foreign policy was wrong, that he wouldn't go to war with Iran, that's not his first choice, unlike the other candidates. So you're right. Rand Paul was specific. He'll pay the price for that.
Yeah, he will pay the price. He also made a lot of sense about, the chemical weapons and Assad and how it was actually a good thing that Obama didn't go ahead and go after Assad and basically take him out of power. Because if you do that, then ISIS becomes more powerful. No one ever talks about that, right? So
not even Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt didn't even bring it up. You know what? I have to agree with Trump. Hugh Hewitt, third-rate fucking broadcaster. The fact that he let Donald Trump shit on him for a week and then came back with nothing.
He knows French.
Absolutely nothing. He does know a little French. Absolutely. But the thing I took away from this debate was that Bernie Sanders could kick any of their asses without any trouble. They're trying to be populists. By the way, all their ideas are bad. It's like people don't like their ideas, right? I said this about Scott Walker when he announced, like, every goddamn people like Planned Parenthood, people like Social Security, people like Medicare. These things that people are on board with Obamacare. So what I'm saying is this is a gift to Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. This solidifies the fact that we will have for sure another Democratic president.
It does seem like he would kick their ass. He's far smarter. I mean, obviously, from this debate, we know that being smart isn't enough. But we know that Mike Huckabee is going to have some sort of religious test for Supreme Court justices. We know that Marco Rubio is going to do absolutely nothing to control the release of carbon into the atmosphere, and the rest of the candidates seem to agree that they're not going to lead in terms of what America will do, and they're not even interested in thinking about leading in terms of internationally putting together some sort of coalition, because they're implicitly implying that if every country worked together, we could solve the problem, but they are so weak. They're up front. They're not even president yet. They're not even going to try to get other countries to go along with us. And we know that. We know that in addition to a potential war with Iran that all but one or two of the candidates would go into, we're probably going to recommit a significant number of troops, either 3,000 or 10,000, to Iraq. We're going to move into Syria in a more significant way. I mean, there's a number of different things like that we do know now. They're all horrific, but we know them.
Everything they're saying is unpopular with the general public.
I agree.
And the only thing, like Trump said a few things that are popular, which the Republican elites hate, which is that we should tax rich people.
Yeah.
He said that. They're like, what the fuck are you saying? Well, that's even popular with Republican electorate.
Yeah.
So the things that the nominee will be saying when they're in the debate with the Democrat is going to be unpopular. Again, they're in this bubble. They're in that Mitt Romney bubble. They don't realize that their ideas are unpopular. Yeah. And I think, by the way, immigration, they're all still screwed out of. Nobody has anything good to say about immigration.
No one has a real answer to that.
They're all still behind the 8 ball on that one. So this is still guaranteeing that they're going to lose the election unless they change dramatically.
I don't think that we're giving Trump enough credit for his display of foreign policy knowledge here. Like, we now know specifics for Russia, he'd get along with them. Syria, get along with them. Other people in Syria, get along with them. Get along with everybody, and get along.
He'd be really tough on them, but he'd get along great with them.
Yeah, you go from mess to get along, and then you're respected.
Yeah,
and then you get the money in the hose too.
Yeah, me and Putin, we're both a couple of fucking maniacs. We'll take our shirts off and ride around on bears. That's how Trump.
That's specific. And John Kasich, to be fair, also had specifics. Look, if I was him, and I know he repeats it a decent amount, but I don't almost repeat it every single time. I balanced the budget when I was in the federal government. That's a huge stretch, but he can get the savings through something.
He was one of several hundred.
Right. I went from a huge deficit to a significant surplus in Ohio. I created jobs and I cut taxes. So now a lot of that does not withstand scrutiny. Some of it does, by the way, right? And so I'd be like, these guys, they're blah 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 blah. I'm the only one with the results, right? So those are specifics, and that's an arguable case to make, and that's why he's been rising a little bit in the polls, because he's the only one that doesn't seem like a lunatic. Because now even Jeb Bush says, yeah, sure, I agree with all these guys on all these things. He's backtracked on everything, right?
Yeah.
And he defends his wife on the fact that she's Mexican and says he loves her. But when it comes to climate change, immigration, etc., he keeps going around saying, "Oh no, don't get me wrong, I agree. No, new invasions of countries, I agree, right?" So the only sane person left is Kasich. You got a little bit of the specifics of that, so I'll give him that. And then finally, the specific we got from Cruz is how far up Trump's ass he is.
Yeah.
And that is fairly far, right? When he said, we weren't talking about immigration until Donald Trump brought it up. Oh, that's so for a guy pretending to be strong. Well, how pathetic. Dude, you've been talking about immigration for all this time. For years and years and years. For you to bow your head and offer up like your subservience to Donald Trump in that way, it's honestly one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. So all these guys who pretend to be strong, and that's their whole thing, and they beat their chest, in fact, they're giant wusses, right? And they're all bowing down to this Trump guy.
Marco Rubio really tried to be strong there. You could see it. He'd get fired up and energetic every time. He still came off as like a college Republican debater or something. But he was trying. He was trying to be more energetic and engaged. I just don't think he has it in him. He doesn't have the gravitas. He doesn't have the charm or whatever.
I would say Ted Cruz was Donald Trump's nut ballet today. And you know that existed. And of course, it's in a song by a rapper I knew anyway. And they did not, like I predicted, call out Trump for his bullshit speech being sponsored by a veterans organization. That was a fake veterans organization. It was just one fucking guy. And then they took all the money they raised and it's going to go to the vets. No, it's going to that guy. So they probably they sell 1,000 tickets at $1,000 to go see him talk for 12 minutes, and they're going to take that, whatever. How much money is that? $100,000? I don't know.
That's $1 million.
That's $1 million. I'm not a math surgeon. And then they take that money and they give it to this guy. Changes his whole life and his whole organization. Now he has an organization. And he'll probably anyway. So they did not. They didn't call him out for that. He paid people to applaud for him. What do you now? They don't call out any of this bullshit. They don't go, hey, all this shit. Again, like we've said, they didn't. So I think the big loser in this debate turns out to be CNN once again. CNN once again. But you know what? There is no bar. The bar is lower than it's ever been. MSNBC. Joe Scarborough during the debate was tweeting that they're spending too much time talking to Donald Trump. From MSNBC, what are you pissed off that they had to stop their live stream of Donald Trump that covered this fucking debate? On Rachel Maddow, they broke in for live. They covered him from fucking pillar to post. And so that's the biggest. The big loser from the Republican debate has got to be journalism.
Okay. Now let's do now as quickly as we can. Let's do our 4 categories here. Speaking of that, biggest winner, biggest loser, biggest fail of the debate, and biggest controversy. So Irina and Jesus, whoever's back there, I want to bring up the video number 5 here, without giving it away. Video number 5. Okay, so we'll go in reverse order here. What's the biggest controversy of the debate? I think it had to be the discussion about Jeb Bush's wife. So that was some serious drama right there. As Anna and I would say, drums, right? So we want to show you that clip and then come back and talk about it.
You're proud of your family, just as I am. Correct. To subject my wife into the middle of a raucous political conversation was completely inappropriate, and I hope you apologize for that, Donald.
Well, I have to tell you, I hear phenomenal things. I hear your wife is a lovely woman.
She's
don't
fantastic.
know her, and this
she is absolutely the love of my life, and she's right here. And why don't you apologize for her?
No, I won't
right
do that
now.
because I said nothing wrong, but I do hear she's a lovely woman.
So here's the deal. My wife is a Mexican American. She's an American by choice. She loves this country as much as anybody in this room. and she wants a secure border, but she wants to embrace the traditional American values that make us special and make us unique. We're at a crossroads right now. Are we going to take the Reagan approach, the hopeful, optimistic approach, the approach that says that you come to our country legally, you pursue your dreams with a vengeance, you create opportunities for all of us, or the Donald Trump approach?
Donald Trump. 100% Donald Trump. By the way, I love that even Republicans' dreams are done with a vengeance. You'll pursue your dreams with a vengeance, and you'll show those dreams. You'll crush them. Okay. Now, on this issue, how did Donald Trump fare? I mean, he said terrible things about his wife. Oh, yeah, he's sympathetic to Mexicans because of his wife is Mexican, right? Well, now remember how vicious the Republican base is, right? So he just got Jeb Bush to admit that his wife is Mexican. Now, what is that? Well, who cares to admit that she's Mexican? We don't care. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. There's nothing wrong with that. Republicans care.
They do
right?
care. And remember, Jeb Bush wanted to deflect previously by drawing attention to the Chinese immigrant problem in the United States, right? When people come into the U.S. and they have babies here, they're so-called anchor babies. That's what we should really focus on.
And we took care of it for 85 years, I hear.
That's what Trump kept saying over.
Yeah, I thought that was good. I mean, I would say that the Carly Fiorina Trump thing over her face was sort of a similar level of him having to backtrack. I don't remember what it was. Somebody said something and he just smiled like he couldn't even come up with a response. But in terms of, like, if you're talking about burns or something, I think that the early burn against Rand Paul, he's going to be feeling that until the second term of Bernie Sanders.
So, yeah, I hear you. So if Trump comes out right in the beginning, unrelated to anything, and punches Rand Paul in the face.
Right in the face.
It's like he broke his jaw right from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't even know why this guy's on the stage. He's at 1%. He's a loser, right? And unrelated to the question that was asked. But at the end of the day, on all of these, I don't know that he wins overall because he was so obviously, out of his league in terms of substance policy. I don't know if Republicans care about that. That is the biggest question to me, and we'll find out soon. We'll see how they react to this. But in terms of the stylistic stuff, he says, "Oh no, your wife is lovely." So he covers himself. I'm a good guy. Your wife is lovely, but she's Mexican, and I'm not going to apologize to her because the Mexicans are the problem.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I think Donald Trump has a little Putin in him, and Republicans love Putin, right? Putin is, strong to a fault. Like, he is unapologetic about his stances, does not care about hurting anyone else's feelings, and Trump is just like that. So Republicans think that Trump is a strong candidate. He's a strong man. But he's only strong because he has that facade of being strong. There's no substance to him. So if he were actually elected, he wouldn't do anything. He can't even be specific about a single policy idea, right? Especially when it comes to foreign policy, which is so important. His foreign policy is, I would just talk to Russia and China and we'd be friends. That's your foreign policy idea?
His foreign policy is that he'd have a little Putin in it.
Look, I think that we're giving him way too much credit for being strong. I think that we're confusing popular with strong. And he brags. That an 8-year-old can brag about how great he is at Halo. It doesn't mean that he's strong. Every single time I saw him standing next to Jeb Bush, now look, he would insult Rand Paul. He would do that. Every time him and Jeb Bush would look at each other, Jeb Bush would tower over him and look at him, and he would be talking, I think something else. He wouldn't even meet his eye because he was scared of Jeb Bush. He was physically dominated by Jeb Bush in that frame every single time. He couldn't bear to look at him.
Johnny,
he would insult him, but not catching his eye, like a juvenile subordinate monkey.
Johnny, I think at the beginning of the debate, and I could be out of my mind, but I think when Donald Trump first stood next to Jeb Bush, he stood on his tippy toes. I swear to God, I thought about, did someone just step on their tippy toes? So we should go back and have somebody go over it. I think it bothered him that he wasn't taller than. I think you are onto something there.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, I think he won that round, even though he should seem like a jackass for saying the things he did about Jeb Bush's wife. And then he comes up after he says terrible things and pushes people around. When he comes back and says, "Well, no, Carly, your face is fine," right? And then when Jeb Bush makes a joke about his low energy, which, by the way, don't do that because you're then feeding into it, right? But anyway, so your Secret Service name would be based on how Trump makes fun of you, right? And what does he do? But it was a good joke by Jeb Bush. He gives him, hey, a little slap, like, yeah, way to go, nice joke, kid. And you know what? You'll be all right. Maybe one day I'll hire you.
Yeah.
Right? And then he said to Fiorina in the most demeaning way ever, I wouldn't hire you to run one of my companies.
She got in the good line about the bankruptcies. And I think he looked like a fool.
His face turned so red. His face was red. Other people noticed it too.
Yeah.
His face was beat Red. She got to him.
I think she got
I
to
can't believe nobody else can get to him. That Rand Paul is such a weak sauce. He was bragging all week about how he's going to come after Donald Trump. I'm going to come after. Look out! I'm going to take
low
his
energy.
out. And fucking Donald Trump bitch slaps him out of the gate, and he can't come back at all with his.
Yeah, there's a lot of subject matter to make fun of your looks. Yeah, and I don't think we have the footage, but there was that clip of him begging, like, give me, can I?
Donald Trump,
and he looked down. He couldn't. No, just fucking start talking.
Yes.
Like, it's annoying. I don't wish that all of them didn't do that, but the rest of them were, and he couldn't. He was just so like, I've already lost. Look, I'm gonna stick by my principles if you let me.
Okay, so now let's talk about the biggest fail of the debate. I actually think that it's from Donald Trump. Whether it has an effect is a completely different question. When they got into the discussion again about foreign policy, the Quds Force, Kurds, etc., and he said, I can't believe he's still saying this. I'll figure it out once I get into office. That's amazing. I've never seen any candidate ever say that. Like, I don't know anything, but if you elect me, I'll bother figuring it out then. Not even now. Not even next week.
It's been 2 weeks.
Right? Like, you had all this time to figure out who the Quds Force is since he would ask you the original question.
He should have asked him.
Right? And so, no, but he didn't have to ask him. He admitted it. He said, yeah, I'll figure it out later when I get into office.
Well, I mean, that's worked for him so far. So he really doesn't have, or at least he doesn't think he has an incentive to really educate himself on these issues. He's gotten this far by being extremely vague about everything and then just punching people in the mouth.
Yeah.
Right? So he really has no incentive. If you ask me, I think Ted Cruz is the biggest loser. Right? Ted Cruz barely spoke. When he did speak, he was kissing Trump's ass, which only makes Trump stronger. So, and what did Cruz say that was interesting or different or even a good policy idea? Not a single thing.
He had to admit he supported the guy he was pissed off that Bush appointed.
Yeah,
but he supported him. Yeah, but
right.
You fucking idiot. That's what I agree. He was probably the biggest loser.
I think that either Rand Paul's weakness, even though he was probably one of the smartest people up there and he was the most right on the issues, but I would say that again, I would say Chris Christie might have been the biggest fail. Because it was abundantly clear going into the debate that the only way that you were going to make a significant dent in Donald Trump is if you could out-Trump him in terms of attacking him, launching childish insults, cutting him off. And there's nobody up there who seems like they have the ability to do that in the way that Chris Christie does. Like, he is a fucking bully.
Yeah.
And he can't be a bully in the presence of Trump. Carly Fiorina, the smallest person on the stage, had to do it, making Chris Christie look even weaker by comparison.
So if we're talking about biggest loser in the debate, and I have a couple of candidates, I think Rand Paul almost clearly is the biggest loser, and it's unfortunate because he actually said some sensible things tonight. But he said them meekly.
Yes.
He seemed almost resigned to his fate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And he said things that make sense, which is a big problem in the Republican circles, right? He says, I'm against the war on drugs, and so that's a tough position to take. And he talked about how it hurts African Americans. Republicans like, what name so? Who is there? Like, why would you care?
And poor people.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that answer to Democratic debate.
Yeah. How does it affect Samoans? That would really. That's his. Who gives a fuck? They don't give a shit.
The Republicans. There's almost no black people in the Republican Party.
Right.
They've not shown any interest in black people outside of Ben Carson, who of course will then turn around and say there are people dividing the country, and I'll stop that. And he means black people.
Yeah.
Who are protesting about racism. Don't worry, I'm one of you guys.
There's so few black Republicans. I can name them.
So I think, and he got bullied by Trump and Jake Tapper, who, since he's not polling well, Jake Tapper deferential to Donald Trump, but when he came to Rand Paul, hey, it's not your turn. It's not your turn. All right, now let me ask you this, okay? You say this, but, I mean, he literally had that demeanor when he talked to Rand Paul. And Paul did not fight back effectively, in my opinion. I think huge loser in the debate is Scott Walker.
I totally forgot about that.
Exactly.
I totally forgot about
Exactly.
That's how he won that recall election. People couldn't recall who the fuck he was.
So he said trite political talking points. They just drifted away. He didn't get involved in any meaningful fights, and this debate was all about fights. I mean, he didn't say anything positive or negative about Donald Trump. What are you doing?
He was the first to bring up the bankruptcies, to his credit. He was the first to mention the bankruptcies.
Right. And so I think that people came away thinking that if you ask Republican voters that watch that debate to rank the politicians up there, they would forget to rank Scott Walker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
So that's devastating. So he has to be relevant, and the main thing he did here was he lost his relevancy.
Yeah.
Right. And along those lines, I certainly thought Rubio was in the same camp for 2/3 of that debate. At the last third of the debate, he roared a little bit, right? And he got in Trump's face and was fairly strong. He was one of the few guys strongly against Trump, saying, "Hey, you don't know foreign policy, and you got to know it," right? So I thought he did that fairly effectively, but otherwise also drifted into a cloud. So I think, see, the key here is you've got to move up. When you're just 16 people, you've got to move up in the rankings. In order to move up within 16 people, you got to get noticed, as Trump has proven, for better or for worse. And I think Walker did a miserable job at that. Rubio barely registered on that.
Huckabee, too, aside from making it clear that he wishes he could become some sort of tyrannical Christian theocrat, other than that, he did little or nothing.
The big loser, the American people.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
big winner would be the advertisers and CNN's bottom line. CNN makes a lot of money. Did you know how much money they make?
Sure. Yeah, they make $1.1 billion.
That's I could not. I thought that they were treading water, and then I read that I'm like, boy, was I wrong?
No, that's their revenue, and it's a little bit more complicated picture than that, based on profits. But they don't make it based on how big their audience is, which is unbelievable.
What do you mean?
So I'll explain that another day. But so for the purpose of this debate, I think the other loser was CNN. Yes, they might have gotten good ratings. They might have sold some good ads in the middle, etc. But for them to do basically a food fight.
That was the worst coverage of a debate I've ever seen, the worst handling of a debate, or worst moderation of a debate I've ever seen.
Yeah. So what's going on is this goes back to Jake Tapper hooking up with factcheck.org to do fact checking. And so I was thinking about why would they do that? Well, they did that because Jake doesn't want to piss off any viewers. And you go, I didn't fact check the Republican talking point. Fact check org did it.
Yeah.
And that's what that was. They didn't want to call anybody out on anything. So what they want to say is he said it, and he said it, and Donald Trump said it, and he said this, and so then nobody could say, why are you fucking dogging on me like that? Why are you giving me unfair questions? So that's what that is. So they didn't want to do journalism because journalism, when done properly, is controversial.
Yeah.
And they don't want to have a controversy because that would lose ratings, and they're not about journalism. They're about ratings.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't lose ratings. It'd lose advertising.
Yeah.
It makes me respect Candy Crowley and the way she handled the debate during the last election.
And that's why she's not in this debate.
Which is why she's not in this debate. Exactly. And look, they didn't moderate. Jake Tapper didn't do any moderating. He did instigating. That was the only thing he did throughout that debate.
That's a great way.
So you've all made terrific points there. Main reason they did that was, hey, I didn't say it. Trump says this about you. Walker says that about you, right? And then secondly, they want a good food fight. So now they're fighting. That's good ratings. Oh, don't bore me with your healthcare policies. Just tell me you're going to rip apart Obamacare. Don't give me specifics about how you would address the healthcare problem in this country. Did any of them say one thing about healthcare other than I'm going to vote against Obamacare for the 100th time, right? Instead, fight against each other. Ooh, that's so much fun. And then finally, no fact-checking whatsoever. I mean,
none.
At one point, one of the candidates said that Planned Parenthood had admitted to committing several felonies. That is simply not true. It's not remotely true
at all.
Right? And did Jake Tapper say, no, that's not true? He said, oh, we'll get back to you on that next week with factcheck.org. Right? No, of course, he didn't say anything. Because, oh, my God, don't anger the Republicans. Because if you anger the Republicans, you won't get another debate. You won't get those ratings. You won't get good money and prestige that a debate brings you. But that prestige comes with selling out and not challenging them on anything. And Jimmy's point about fact check is really brilliant, and I hadn't thought of it that way. What they're doing is they're outsourcing journalism.
Yes.
I mean, if I'm going to get somebody else to fact check, isn't that the core of your job as a journalist, is to fact check?
And so what they're admitting is that not only does Jake Tapper not know how to fact check, but nobody on his staff knows how to do it either. That guy doesn't want to. And they don't want to bother learning how. We'll just get someone else to do it for us, and then we'll just keep selling soap.
Yeah, and like I said a few weeks ago, PTI can have it on ESPN, but for some reason CNN with their $1.1 billion can't have 10 interns fresh out of college checking the facts and the numbers on, the felonies and Iran and all that. It's pathetic.
All right, now finally, biggest winner of the debate. So let's have this discussion. I don't know if it's Trump. I think the jury is completely out on this. No. I'm going to hold strongly on this funny position. I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I.
And neither do you. That's
Yeah,
exactly
neither do I. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to answer this.
I know. Johnny and I know.
Okay,
what do you know? What do you know?
I know Carly Fiorina.
I know Carly Fiorina.
No. Let me be clear.
Her numbers are going through up.
Yeah. So I agree with you guys. No, I'm saying I don't know if Trump was a winner in the debate.
Oh, okay.
In terms of other people who did well, yes, we all agree. Carly Fiorina, probably the biggest bump up. I can't wait to be wrong tomorrow. But I mean, it seemed like she was strong. She commanded the stage. She's got what Republican voters love, which is someone that they're not really in favor of on their side, bashing the people that they're not in favor of. So
she wouldn't put a woman's face on any of our.
Oh my God!
Right, so a woman speaking out against women. But yeah, I mean, she was the only person who was able to make Donald Trump a little flustered. So that's another thing.
She stood up to him. She's a businesswoman. She's an outsider. She spoke clearly and forcefully. So we're all agreed. Fiorina.
I will make a prediction that Donald Trump, for the first time, his numbers will tick down ever so slightly because Carly Fiorina is going to get them from somewhere, and I think she gets a couple of them from him. And now all of a sudden he's vulnerable. Donald Trump has gone down, even if it's just 1%. I can't wait. If he goes down 1% everybody's gonna be like, "Oh my God, they're gonna smell blood in the water."
Because everybody wants to write that story, and everybody wants to have that panel discussion.
Yes.
They're desperate
This
for
is my
it.
prediction.
It's gonna happen.
He will go down 1 percentage point.
And if not from Carly Fiorina, one or two of them is going to drop out before the next debate, and those points are going to have to go somewhere. And there's no reason that Walker's remaining points would necessarily go to Trump.
No, it's somewhere else.
Wait to cover
if you're a Trump guy and you're a Republican, you're already on it. You're already with Trump. You know what I mean? So if someone drops out, I don't think they're going to Trump.
So here's my hypothesis on that, and it wraps up into who I think the other winners are. So I think Kasich has created a little niche for himself. I don't know if that niche is large enough to win, but I think he's going to start. He already did, and I said it after the first debate, and it turned out to be right. And now I'm saying it again after the second debate. I think for the however many moderate Republicans are left on the planet, all 17 of them, right? They were splitting their vote kind of with Jeb Bush and Kasich. But I think those guys are all looking, going, Jeb Bush is weak. He doesn't have anything to offer. He's got the Bush baggage. And Kasich keeps talking about how he lowered taxes, created jobs, and got rid of deficits. And he's sticking to his guns. He's strong in his own positions, right? So I think Kasich continues a very slow climb up, right?
I agree.
But I think the other guy, and I'll be curious what your reaction is, and this might seem a little surprising, that is going to win from this debate is Ben Carson. Okay, and I'll tell you why. His answers were nonsensical oftentimes. He bowed his head to Donald Trump on vaccines. All this stuff was terrible. I grant you all of that. You don't have to argue on that. But I think that the Republican audience is looking and going, okay, I'm looking for outsiders. I hate the politicians and their political talk. Scott Walker, Chris Christie, Rubio, all standard political talk, right? Cruz, when he has a smarmy look into the camera, let me promise you this. On the first day of my watch, what should I do, Donald? Okay, anyway, so he's smarmy. They don't buy into that. So they're thinking, and Carson's been rising up. Okay, I got the bad guy outsider, Donald Trump, and I kind of like that, right? And I've got the good guy outsider, Ben Carson, who's not mean. I kind of like him more. He's more polite. He was a doctor. He's smart. And he's on our side, right? And so at the end of the debate, they still think bad guy Trump, good guy Carson, those are my choices.
Plus, we have a black guy who spoke out against, black people. So that kind of works.
That's a win.
Yeah,
that
works in our favor as well. So, yeah, I mean, that's not a bad prediction.
So, like I said, started with in the beginning, the thing I cannot figure out in this context is, does Trump go down 1 or 2 points? Or does he go down 10 points? Does he go up after this? You think he can't go up?
I don't think he does go up.
Don't make that bad. Don't make that bad.
He does not go up. I'm bold prediction. He's gonna go down ever so slightly. They're gonna smell blood in the water, and they're all gonna come out. I know that story is gonna get written over and over.
And look, if he goes down 1 point and it's 1/3 of the margin of error. Thankfully, this is the mainstream news we're talking about, so they don't know what that means.
Yeah, and they won't clarify.
I look. You say he can still go up. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. I don't think it will happen, but I also thought he was terrible at the last debate. Now, Ben Carson went up precipitously. He went up amazingly after the last debate when nobody, even Ben Carson, thought he had done horribly there. And I don't know, coming out of this debate, what Ben Carson is. I don't know what he is supposed to fulfill as a person in the Republican Party, but that said, whatever it is that they liked about the first one, he was better at it this time. So, yeah, I think Ben Carson could go up.
But John, remember, Republican voters love empty vessels.
Yes.
George W. Bush was an empty vessel. They filled it with all their hopes and dreams, their vicious dreams.
Yes.
What was it that Jeb Bush said?
Vengeance.
Their dreams with a vengeance. Yeah. That's what they filled it with.
Their name is Inigo Montoya. That's what they lived their life.
Right.
Yes, empty vessels. Dan Quayle, Sarah Palin, George W. Bush.
So when they see Ben Carson, they go, empty vessel, I kind of like it. And he tells us we're right about black people. What's there not to like?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
So, all right, we'll find out. We'll give you the polls in a couple of days, see who was right and who was wrong. Thank you for watching the debates live with the Young Turks on TYTnetwork.com. It has been a pleasure serving you in figuring out the truth, and we did not have to hire an outside organization to back it up. So we are proud of that. All right, thank you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.